Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another clubhouse. You guys may have enjoyed playing with your toys as kids, and we have just as much fun talking about them now. It'll be a long discussion and often goes into the wee hours of the night with a charismatic, rotating cast of legends from across the Awesomeverse. This is the clubhouse where friends gather to share their passion, insights, and even some critiques. So grab your favorite drink and let's get into it. Enjoy. Joining me tonight on stage here, we've got my buddy's Customs with that awesome Cyclone. We've got Ed Axion Figs, just as he is enjoying a nice cup of joe. We've got a Punk with Toys Lawrence after a very late night stream last night. And we have Thanos for the Horde. Absolutely love it, brother. Gosh, I love those shields.
Yeah, I ordered a few more of the replicas of weapons and stuff.
Nice. Where are you getting those from?
That has to be the best shield in all of them. Warcraft.
I'm getting them off AliExpress, so I have a Skandi and the Edge of Insanity axe, the one with the eyeball in the middle.
Very nice. Yeah, I might have to check out some of those.
Can I ask you a question, Oz? Is it too much to ask for the intro to be modified? And also, please introduce me as Mr. 4000 subs.
Mr. 4000 subs, Lawrence here.
Listen,
if only his height measured his ego.
Soon, so I need you to be able to change it on a quick dime.
Oh yes, I will certainly change it for you, my liege. As said, if only his ego was measured to his height.
Oh, gotta make something big here, right?
That's right. You play around with it long enough, plenty of stuff will get big around here. Whoa.
Typical short guy, problems, man. Got a big ego, no stature.
So just want to shout out that, tonight the joke about me doing my hair is the reason we're late is often quite true.
Dude, Oz, you need to put a bell on the end of each little braid.
It's funny. I could actually do that. I have it's a little bracelet from my grandmother that when my dad came home from the service for Vietnam, she had asked him if there was anything that he wanted, and he said for you guys to be there with bells on. And so they showed up to pick him up with bells on. So awesome. I actually do have little tiny bells that I could put into the end of each of these. So
hey, a quick question for you guys that were on my stream last night.
Yeah.
Did Payne say that he was leaving, or did he just bounce? Because I totally missed it.
He said around the same time that I said I was hopping off, he was heading out. And then
yeah, but did he let everyone know? Because I just noticed he was just gone, and I didn't know. Did I miss something?
No. He said he had to go. I mean,
okay.
He's normally the first one to hop off because he can't do the.
Usually I hear him say "Hey, I gotta go." I just didn't hear it, and I was like, he just
right.
Do a sniper there where he's just gone,
just jumping out.
See, I meant to ask that last night, and
Fat Red Foo, at least, or as you will call him, Lawrence, Fetrid.
Thank you.
He likes the beaded beard. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, I guess before it gets too far away from me here, let's go ahead and start jumping into the chat and saying hello to everybody. All right. So first up here, bright and early this morning, Sunny Sundries. Look, if you tune in, I apologize. I was talking with Connor this morning while I was setting everything up and completely did not realize that I did not hit from AM to PM. Sorry about that. So, I was out all day and didn't even check back on it until shortly before we were going live and realized and then edited the schedule. So,
well, Oz, you usually go 15 minutes late. So you just wanted to set a new record, right? That's all.
Right. I had to set a new record for the latest stream I've ever done, 12 hours. Unreuse here saying just stopping in to say hey, and then he messaged quickly after that he was watching WrestleMania. I see how it is. Jim Largo's Lair is here with us. We've got all about the villains in the house. Johnny Sorensen's here. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. We've got Bobby Dangerously. Hey, Oz and everyone. What's going on, Bobby? Go check out his channel if you are into noir mysteries, because he is pumping out the Decker Northcutt content lately, and it's just getting better and better. We've got Kenzo's Creation saying, oh, baby, it's Saturday night. What's up, everybody? What's going on, Kenzo? We've got Nolan here making us officially Toy Tube. Thank you for being here, brother. We have Fat Red Foo, as you saw him before, saying hello, Oz and panel. We got K Row in the house. Good to see you. Figuratively speaking, John is here with us as well. And the dawning of a decade, saying hello, Oz and toy lovers. What is going on, huh? Good to see you. All right. And Sonny is back with us. I am glad you are still here, brother. Sorry for being 12 hours late. All right. We've got Wraith Mace joining us here as well this evening. Good to see you. Crusty Old Crow has jumped in. What's going on, brother? And we got some more people rolling in. Aaron stopping in to say, hey, and love you guys. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining in the chat, even though you're not here with us on screen tonight.
We love you too.
It is 100% accurate. And Ray Black.
I love you more.
Oh,
I don't love you at all.
Connor.
Thanks, bud.
Connor and I argue about that all the time, and now since he's got a cell phone, those fights go over text messaging quite a bit more. So Ray Black is here with us, and Bud, thank you for popping Bobby's link in the chat for everybody.
Yep.
Go subscribe to Bobby. And if anybody is watching from over on Lawrence's channel, if you're wondering why you may not see all of these people in the chat, it's because we're doing the simulcast. It ends up splitting the chat. So if you're missing part of the conversation and I'm not able to highlight it, you can always jump over here and join the full chat from everything. But we appreciate you watching from either channel. So thank you. Speaking of, we've got B-Boy Unlimited as well joining us here. We got more and more people rolling in. All music fan jumping in to say hey. Oh, Wraith Mace says he did win that Star Wars Power of the Force Rancor. Awesome. I can't believe you've got the signed Rancor to open up.
Who's it signed by?
It's signed by.
Don't worry about that. It's just signed.
Yeah, it's signed.
Right.
We're all opening up signed Power of the Force 2 collectibles for
All
the
in
month of May. And
I'll be talking about it a little bit more. Hopefully, Allison will join us.
That's right, because we definitely need to talk this up, see who else might be interested in joining us for May the Power of the Force be with you. And it'll be an all-month event, much like spreading the semen all over the place.
Well, that went further than I expected.
It felt kind of flat. I guess everybody was tired after a month full of semen.
That's a lot.
All right, guys. So how's everybody feeling tonight? I hear you. I think we're all a little bit on the tired side. I was hanging out on the members only stream
most of the day, so I'm pretty awake.
Oh, okay. So somebody's in good standing, right?
Yeah, I had to work today, so.
Yeah. Work's always getting in the way of my naps.
Doesn't it? You know, I used to hate naps. Now it's like, man, I really wish I could take one of those every now and again. But even then.
I still hate naps. Except Mondays. Because
Right.
if I don't get one, like it can be a real long stream, but I usually wake up groggy. Like waking up from a nap, I've always woken up groggy, I believe, but I think just Monday I wake up groggy, but and once 9 o'clock rolls around and I may not want to do it, but honestly, once you go live, it's just you know what it's like. You just get this new rush, this new feel. Oh, hey, look, someone knows we're live.
That's right. Hey, he does. He has come to take over the stream for the rest of the night.
Crusty Old Crow wants to talk about the Skyhawk.
Yep, yep.
Roman does too, obviously.
Clearly, I hear that.
Do you need to go outside?
He that's what it's seeming like.
Gotta
You're
pee,
live,
dude,
so
gotta
naturally
pee.
he's got to go.
I can't do it because I got to hold this thing toward the glute. Hold on 1 second here.
So yeah, we were all on streaming pretty late last night on Punk's Pit. For those of you who don't know, member only stream Friday nights. It's an awesome fun time. I joined in, and then I had to wake up extra early. Connor was getting in, and we were having an early start to the day because we were heading out to Eternia Dreams. We were gonna try to see if we could find some more orcs, as Alan pulled. He apparently emptied all of his mythic legions from the back of the store and had them all out. So I was looking through trying to see if he had any orcs. He did not. He had a couple of those goblins, but I'm already going to be talking to Wraith Mace about getting some of those, so no need to worry about that.
I want to find that king goblin with the crown.
Talk to Wraith Mace.
Oh,
Hit him up on IG. Talk to Wraith Mace.
that figure is awesome.
Yeah, he's working on selling like a whole bunch, so definitely hit him up.
Cool.
I hit up race about some dwarves.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to get rid of some dwarves too, if anybody's interested. So, but in any case,
they just have a selling channel now.
yeah, well, that's what we always do. I mean, at least I shill Mythic Legions like every week. Come on
I'm
now.
like the new QVC of toys here. Like,
We should do that. Everybody gets something they want to get rid of.
Why not, right? Let's have an all-day sellathon, right? You know,
Yeah, it could be a trade on. That way you actually see what you're getting if you're trading.
operators
For
are
sale.
standing by.
For sale, rare Marvel Legends Daredevil figure.
There you go.
Yeah,
I'll give you 2 bits for that.
sold.
But yeah, so anyway, we stopped by there to go see that, and well, last night we'd talked a lot more about doing the May the Power of the Force be with you. So although I was not successful in finding any more orcs while I was at Eternia Dreams today, still made quite the purchase, managed to get almost everything that I needed for my video, and just ordered the other one shortly before going live, so I can make sure all of that will be in and I can get everything filmed and done prior to May, as opposed to like halfway through May, which is what would happen otherwise.
I feel like, again, last night was a members only stream, so if you're, a member to my channel, you can join. I really feel like that the Power of the Force talk really took a life of its own and may have been the funniest. It's probably the funniest thing that we've ever done on my streams.
Not only was it the funniest thing we've ever done on one of your streams, but hands down, we've been told it was the best Star Wars thing that has been put out since Disney bought it. So I'm just putting that out there, folks.
Was it Graf that said it's the most entertaining thing that he's seen from Star Wars since Disney purchased it? It was. I like the best thing about it is it was just all organic.
Yep.
And
it had me in pure tears as we were going through.
Before we get into it, what we're doing, and I'm going to talk more about it. What we're doing is we're going to review one of the 90s Power of the Force figures. Each of us, I want to get 31 people to do it. Allison is doing a whole thing for Star Wars for May. This organically happened. I think they said it was on Punk's Pit that it came up just to do these reviews. So they're going to be reviews of the Power of the Force. They can be serious. They can be funny, comical. They can be a parody, whatever you want to do. And it just became something fun. And for me, it was like, hey, they're $5 to $10 a figure, right? So that's why I'm willing to ask people. I'm not going to ask people to spend a whole month, buying a $55 Mythic Legions if they don't collect it. So $5-10, right? And then here comes Wraith, man. look at this Rancor. It's $130, man. I'm gonna get it. We're like, whoa, like.
Look. I also did say that I was gonna buy the 400.
Oh, okay. Well, had you not said that, the second part of this whole thing, which I haven't even told Allison yet, that we agreed on this new thing that we're gonna be doing.
We're adding just new stipulations as we go here, folks, because we're professionals and we do that.
So during May, when we do reviews, we will be opening signed carded figures of each of.
Hold on, Punk. Let me blow you up so they can see that where it's signed at there.
You can see where it's signed to the Star Wars there. It is signed Harrison Ford. So that's what we're going to be opening. We're all going to be opening signed carded figures.
Signed carded figures.
And we're just going to leave it at that. They're signed carded figures.
Carded figures. Signed carded.
And the Wraith got it for $80.
$80. Signed carded Rancor for $80.
Did you get the Rancor Keeper too, Wraith? I know you did.
Yeah, you were supposed to get the Rancor Keeper. That's got to be signed too. You can't only go 50%. You know, you can't half-ass it. No. These are Power of the Force 2. So that Rancor was packed in with Luke. The Rancor Keeper was separate. It was a specially sculpted Luke that could fit better in his hand. I was just looking at it today while I was at.
Yeah. I think I have that Rancor in one of my bins. That
they wanted for like
Rancor
$150.
Came out at the same time.
Yeah, they did. They came out like same wave. Okay, he's got it for $6. Perfect. And Duchess of Darkness has joined us tonight. Thank you for being here, Duchess. We appreciate seeing you here. I can't wait to do this. It's just going to be a lot of fun and ridiculousness, and that's why I'm all for it.
You know what? That's a word that has been used. Ridiculousness. Like, it's going to be fun, man.
It's toy fun.
If we get 31 different YouTubers from the community that do a review in their own style, and again, it's going to go out at a specific time. Everyone's going to have their own date, and I will have the whole itinerary where I will post, who's just going out. I'm not sure if I'm going to post what figure they're reviewing. There's going to be some that that it's a double figure, but it's just going to be fun. It's going to be stupid. It's going to be fun because that's what toys are supposed to be, right?
Exactly. That's all we're looking to do is just have fun. We're going to put the fun back in dysfunction.
I'll get with Travis Lawrence, and we'll do one together.
Well, Travis is already getting he's getting Darth Vader.
Yeah.
So
we'll do a review together.
He's not getting Darth Vader, he's getting Dark Helmet.
Yeah, right.
We can talk about how it's a ripoff.
No, sorry, I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good.
Well, Thanos, you just hit the nail on the head when I told him when he was like, "Why? I didn't collect it." I'm like, dude, you have the perfect review where you talk about how you don't understand this knockoff of Dark Helmet or whoever. And he's like, all right, I'll do it.
Hey, Larry, look who put this comment in here, Lawrence.
We got
Spaded McDysentery.
Very good.
Spaded one McDysentery.
We appreciate you joining the club, brother. We've all had one of them neckers break right out the box.
Ed, for the record, the moment I saw him, I've been saying it in his head. I know, Kenzo, you still listen. People can do the same figure, but you also picked the removable helmet Darth Vader.
Right.
So he's never Darth Vader.
That's it, right? That's the best part about it.
Again, these are 1995 figures. If I get one complaint from someone going, KJ also did Chewie, I can't believe you let someone else, I'm going to be like, go to hell.
Right, exactly.
Well, I want to get that Chewbacca with a flat top. That's the one I want to get.
Snuva. That's Snuva.
What is that? The
Shadows of the Empire one.
Shadows of the Empire, yeah.
Yeah, well, because now I'm on this bounty hunter kick, I'm gonna have to pick that up because although it's Chewie dressed up, it was a Wookiee bounty hunter named Snuva. Now I want to get the Princess Leia and Bosch outfit. Like I got to get all the bounty hunters, which means I also got to go buy a Greedo figure.
Yep. Even though, and I've never bought it because I still think $10 is too much for me to buy it. One of my favorite figures as a kid growing up was Lando Calrissian in Disguise.
Oh,
yeah.
The
Skiff Guard outfit.
Awesome. But I still
love that figure as a kid.
What?
I said I love that figure as a kid. I also had the Jabba playset with take the job off. You can open up the little hatch.
Yes,
that's a grail for me.
I didn't have that. But,
that is a grail for me.
I love Bosch. I didn't have the Stormtroopers, but I'm looking at that Lando when I see it, and I'm like, when it's $5, because $10 is still too expensive for me to buy it.
Hell, you can get the 6-inch one for like $5 if you can find a clearance.
No, he's always 10. They won't bring him down. Like, I don't know, man. I still don't understand all these Landos that are sitting there. It's like, why don't you mark them down?
Right. There's a bunch on clearance by me. So
the same reason that we still have that Wave 7 Masters Universe Origins with Buzz Off and Jitsu and Naked Stratos that they will not mark down.
Well,
my one finally marked down the retro carded Gung Ho and Baroness finally.
Yeah, I saw them on clearance for $23.50 yesterday. I was like, you fucking assholes.
Yep.
So Cobra
Crimson Guard sticker on it. That's all.
So is Cobra Crimson Guard? He's on your channel or on mine? Oh, he's on mine.
He is on yours.
So, God, I apologize because we've got a bunch of Cobra Commanders. I don't think I've ever seen you comment before, so I don't know if you.
I've never seen his name on your stream either.
He's just started his channel, so I'm not sure if it's somebody who was previously under another name, and now that they've started a channel, they have a new name. But
so then, if you just reviewed this, you realize how big it actually is. Because everyone was like, it's a mid-size. I'm like, the thing is fucking gigantic. Crimson Vader.
Those tail fins seem a little out of proportion.
Well, I think it's just scaled up. I think it's just completely.
It doesn't look too bad from the side like that. It looked huge when you were holding it at an angle, so that doesn't look too bad.
Oh, no, I mean, it is.
Hold on. Hold on a sec here. The company the company he ordered his Eternia from, said they canceled the order. Now, mind you, his got delivered. Like, so he got it for free. A freaking Eternia for free. Spread that love, Nolan. Spread that love, brother.
You could send me that Eternia, from. Yeah.
Take that money. Epic all in on AWOC.
There it is. That's it right there. The epic all in. Go for it, Nolan. You got to reinvest now. That money was already spent. Act like it never existed. Reinvest.
Right.
Go make your mortgage payment.
He's going to live in Eternia. It's paid off and it was free. You got a refund. You don't know how tall Nolan is. He could be shorter than Punk.
Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe.
I don't know. When he was on the stream the one night, he was sitting down and still looked taller than Punk does.
The jokes are hilarious.
Thank you.
We try to be entertaining for everybody here.
That's right.
Why is it that super glue always seems to glue super fast and dry when it hits something you don't want it to? But the moment you want it to adhere to what you need it glued, it seems like it takes forever.
All right,
it dried my skin instantly the other day because I forgot I had a bottle here and put my arm on it, and I was like, God damn.
Gotta love that. Gotta love it. And then you're spending the rest of the night peeling it off. All right, so to the topic of the night, we're all here. We're celebrating the Horde. Myself, Thanos, big fans of the Horde. And that is not the Horde necessarily just from Masters Universe. Tonight, we are talking about the Horde from Warcraft. We are talking about Orcs more specifically here, and this is just one of the best. So if you guys have seen, Thanos and Brick have been making me super jealous with all these amazing like 5K Orcs. And unfortunately, I just haven't been able to get most of these. Gosh, they look so good. They look way better. I mean, you know, mind you, I never talk poorly about Mythic Legions ever because I love them. I am a huge shill.
The funny thing is, that's 3 different companies doing Orcs.
Right? However, you know, tonight I went ahead and because of Brick and Thanos, I've been getting the itch, and Mythic Legions puts out quite the good orc. So I went ahead and I definitely made sure to start my own little horde. Brick, if you're able to join, you got the link, brother. He needs to see all them beautiful WoW orcs. Now, I didn't get the WoW orcs. I just have my Mythic Legions. However, they are going to be mine. Oh, man, I freaking love them. Capitaine Ver Gifted. Man, they are great looking, Thanos. Thank you for having those ready tonight. Bear with me. I'm trying to multitask. Definitely. Got to.
So when you started talking there, Oz, and you're like, we're big fans of the Horde, I thought you had said we're big fans of the Lord, and I'm like, where the hell is this stream going?
Oh, come on, we don't touch religious topics here.
But I thought you said we're big fans of the Lord, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Sorry, but nothing but hail Satan over here.
I'll go get you a little Hail Mary. I can't even see. That's how bad I am about not talking about religion. Can't even pronounce it right. So we're going to be opening up one of the most recent orcs from the Poxus wave. We have Tharnog in hand, this gorgeous beauty, that new brute scale that they are doing. Thank you to good friend of the show. I know he's out there listening right now. We've got Joe Gonzalez sent over a regular orc legion builder. Also, this Tharnog, by the way, was picked up by Terrence's Next Toy. If you guys are not following him on IG, go check him out. We got Radical Mom in the house. What's going on, Mary? Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. He was at Toylanta, and he managed to grab this off the table for me, so appreciate you, Terrence. Thank you very much. Not only do that, but if you're going to have orcs, they got to fight some knights. So I now have a second Valiant Knight, which that's a really good must-have Legion builder. Freaking amazing toy that it is. And then I picked this up off of that big, bad, crappy store we won't talk about, but they were one of the few places that still had it at retail price, which is significantly cheaper than what the secondary market is on these guys. Not to mention, it still had the gift head in there, which looks like a giant trash can for all those people to see that. So had to get that guy as well. And Joe mentioned because the Warhammer that comes in that Deluxe Legion Builder set is not quite the Warhammer I wanted. I wanted something that looked a little bit more like a Doom Hammer. So he had an extra one of these bad boys laying around, sent it in. We're going to be cracking this guy open. Brick, over the place today, brother.
I'm here for the Orc Bible meeting. Is that what this is? Is that what? No?
The Holy Mother of Orc. Yeah,
that's right.
Okay, got it. for the Lord. What was it? A fan of the Lord, or what was it? What was he in the
Holy
middle?
Mother.
I thought he said, I'm a big fan of the Lord. I was like, Me too, but I mean, I didn't know this is what we're talking about.
The Holy Mother of
As Hazar?
the Holy Mother of Zug.
Lord Grayskull.
Sonny, go check your DMs on IG, brother. Clearly, Sonny is a big fan of the Horde.
Hey, Brick, by any chance, did you guys hear from Shartimus?
Jason was just on Shartimus today. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sure you helped. I don't know. Yeah, it was actually really like fast.
Well, I mean, when I messaged, you saw what I messaged him, and when he responded, and he's like, "Yeah, I just heard back," and he's like, "Hopefully they're free on Saturday." I'm like, "All right, well, all right." Well, tell them. Don't tell me. I'm just like, the only reason why you asked me is because you didn't respond.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's great. Thank you. No, it was excellent. And I was just in the middle of listening to it. That's why I got distracted and lost track of time. But
always,
it was cool. It's kind of cool to
happens.
hear them react to that. That's the thing I've enjoyed the most, was just hearing different people kind of react to different things, whatever they're seeing in the Kickstarter. So that was fun.
It's kind of like what I've been watching.
The numbers jumped.
Oh, cool. I haven't even looked at the thing. So
go ahead and pull it up.
Been fun.
You want to pull it up and share a screen so we can talk about it just a little bit?
Right now? Well, no, let's talk about the Horde. Let's talk about the Horde. Not
let's
the
talk about
Horrid. The Horrid are cool.
The Horrid. The Horde.
Yeah.
Look at this
and
movie.
let's talk about Ed's hair, because damn, that boy's looking sexy.
Well,
Right?
thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
I'm about to put beads in it.
And then look at you in the beard. Jeez.
I literally was doing my hair tonight before the show.
I said I want to look like Brick, and they knew exactly what kind of cut to give me.
It's because they watch his channel. They've subscribed.
That's right. He's so popular now. They're like, oh yeah, I watch that guy's channel.
I don't know. Be careful. You're looking like Brian Flynn. You're Lauren's.
Whoa, watch out now.
As moderator.
Are you about to lose your job?
God, I hope.
Aren't we all?
Maybe.
Oh, God,
I
let's
don't
not
know.
joke about that. Too many people.
I could lose my job easily if I wanted to, but
I just found out somebody else got laid off, and anyway, sorry.
Man.
On to happier things.
Right. We're here to have a fun time. Celebrate the Horde. We're here to celebrate forced conquest and takeover. Oh man,
all the orcs
guys.
got work. So how
Everyone
many
that I
do
have
you
on
have
pre-order.
now? How many World of Warcraft orcs do you have now?
I've got 4, but I've got another 3 on pre-order, and then the Varian and the Illidan. So.
And these are not small toys. So I respect you, and I understand, because they're fantastic. So
man,
awesome.
I actually recently I put a big shelf like over here, and that's where all my Warcraft stuff's going right now.
Right. Awesome. That's good. Yeah. Hold on here, Thanos.
Because they're not going to fit in those sleeves you got over there. They're too big.
No, certain toys just don't go in those sleeves. Those are for like Masterverse and Marvel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Thanos has been saving his shoe boxes to put the Horde in. He's got the shoe bags for the smaller figures.
Ooh, and it's solid. It doesn't like the shaft.
No, it's not gonna like bend or anything. It might break. Like if I threw it at something, it would probably break.
Sure. But... See, I can be critical of Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. That's the biggest bummer for me so far, is that Thane hammer.
Yeah, I know.
Does bend.
Yeah, I had it held up for a while, and just like slowly over time, I was like,
yeah.
Well, if it bends,
even if you put it in both his arms, it bends a little bit trying to get it in the right position.
If it bends, just grab a G.I. Joe weapon and put it next to it, and no one will even notice. They'll be like, "That is one straight solid weapon,"
and it's all good.
So I don't know if you can see, but like this has like an actual like leathery wrap like around it. Like there's some really cool stuff. I'm just getting them off AliExpress from like random people, but they got some really cool like Warcraft replicas.
Oh, so that's not even with one of those figures. That's like some other random third party.
Yeah, that's his hammer in the game.
Right.
And like this like clothing set and like the little satchel and like the hammer, like extra pieces I bought to make the character.
Oh man, that's so good.
So I'm spending extra money on top of these already pricey figures.
Oh, I'm familiar. Yeah, no.
But if you want them decked
hell
out
no.
proper, though, you kind of you kind of want them. So.
I'm pretty sure this Masterverse figure I've shown it earlier. Like the cape is probably more expensive than the figure, and so is the head. So it's stupid, is what it is, but it's fun.
John,
I like how they did the shoulders on this. Like I think if Blizzard was to do a toy,
thanks, Thanos. This is a sore subject. It's
I know. But if they were to do like a Warcraft line and they did like the transmogs like this, where they're like slot in and they have the ball joints and stuff, like you could just buy armor sets for base figures.
Right.
That's the same as those Meishi, or is that what they're called? The movie realization ones by Bandai, the Star Wars things, like Darth Maul's pauldrons are like that too. And I'm just like, oh, that's a cool construction point. Like you said, just throw it on there and ball joint.
Yeah, I mean they're really nice. Like
look at Oz. Valiant
Which one
Knight.
should I open first? Valiant Knight
who's
or
next?
a Orc Legion builder? Just the standard. I want to start off with one of the lighter fares. So something I've already opened or something brand new that's been out for a while.
Gotta go with the Orc.
I didn't hear it because two people spoke at once. Which one am I going for?
It's Horde Night, man.
It's Horde Night. Well, I just want
Horde killers later.
Not Horde killers, killed by Horde.
Well, sure, fair enough.
He's going to get slaughtered. He's going to be surrounded by like 3 orcs. So
Knights are boring.
Hey, this Valiant Knight's pretty good, and I'm going to put the other.
Yeah, no, he can move and look cool, but the characters.
He can look like he's dead. All right, so right here, Damon Knight Punk has said, "I need that punching bag, Lawrence, or I need you to get me one." I mean, you want to show off people that punch a bag a little bit more?
If you want me to, I can.
Do you have you can have punch in that bag, Lawrence?
Let me pop you large so that way I can sit over here and open this guy up a little bit.
So I printed up this 3D punching bag. It's
cool.
It's I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's actually meant for an RC car, so they can practice drifting. But the punching bag is also 3D printed, but that looks kind of stupid. I don't have the greatest camera. So what I went and did was, obviously I bought just a couple little hooks, and then at some jewelry bracelet or something. I don't know, some jewelry chain. But then I got some athletic tape, and I just went around it to make it look like the canvas that you're punching. And I think I might get some red paint, make it look like he bloodied his knuckles or someone's bloodying their knuckles, but it works. It's top heavy. Like, this is heavy. I should probably lower the infill. They did talk about it in 3D print. Maybe lower the infill or just find something to weight it down here. So it's not that big of a deal. I mean it's not too hard to figure out. Either use some sticky tack or something heavy on top of it. But for the most part, if this thing isn't shaking, and why would it, unless you live in New Jersey and you get earthquakes, it's not going to go anywhere. But it's, I just put on Instagram. I did some quick pictures, but I need a gym for Big Boa to train people, because it doesn't make any sense why he doesn't have a punching bag.
Yeah, that's right. He came with the vintage, right? He came with that standard. That's right.
Yeah, he came with a speed bag, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Which I can understand why they didn't want to do something like that, but they could have easily made because all he comes with are the weights. These 2 little 90-pound weights, an extra head, which I don't think a lot of people are going to use the head. I will say he's awesome to use just in general with any type of, if you do photography where you can mix and match your figures. So you have the Jada Street Fighter. Awesome. He can fight against it because he's got a bloody mouth. He has. I wish the other hands that came with Big Boa, because he has, tape on it and they're bloodied, but they're C-cup hands. They're not punching hands. So it would have been better if they were punching hands. To go with his boxing gloves.
What's going on, Frankie?
I just figured, hey, you know what? He needs to have a punching bag. It was like the only one that I could find on the one place that I go to 3D print stuff. And I was saying earlier, the only stuff I'll really 3D print, I mean, I did this Skyhawk. I would not do one again because there's a lot of stuff to take off on the back. But it's for myself. It's just going to sit there, so it doesn't have to be perfect. I only print like really basic things that I can tell. A lot of straight lines or circle, like a cylinder, because I don't have the greatest 3D printer, and I don't really want to get into it too much.
Right.
I don't have Tourette's. I'm just talking.
Shade Tourette.
Yeah, I don't know.
Particular brand.
Factored being mean.
That's how it is sometimes. But Radnom, good to see you, brother. All right, so I got this Legion builder opened up, and he's just, he's your standard basic orc, nothing too fancy about it, right? But that's kind of why I wanted to make sure that I got that deluxe orc Legion builder from the War of the Aetherblade wave, because you get a lot of options with that wave. And that's kind of why I'm like saving that for a little bit later.
I like the female one they did, the female orc builder from that.
She's still up there and available, and she's a heck of a lot cheaper than what I see her on eBay for. I'll put it that way.
She's still like $70-something bucks, though.
She is.
I'm a little
She's
tapped out at the moment.
Well, yeah, that's because you went and you pre-ordered like 50 freaking 5K. Well, not that
Dude,
that's an issue, though,
month,
because those are like amazing, by the way.
This month, I backed Flipboard, Legends of Dragonor, and the Epic All-In. So, like, I'm just like, ah! Plus, this guy came in.
Look at that. We got that Donnie.
Oh, nice.
Donnie.
Autumn.
We got the not Donnie. The Autumn.
That's Autumn from Samurai Force. What are you talking about?
That's right. Samurai Forces Autumn.
Produced by the fine people at Rage Toys.
They're doing amazing work over there on those guys. I saw somebody today also, not only did they get their Autumn, but they got their Master in too, which I thought was pretty cool. I didn't know that they did both at the same time.
Yeah.
Is it?
They did. My Master. See, again, first we're talking about loving the Lord. Now I'm talking about my Master. Is on its way. It should be here next week, but it's going to work. So I won't be able to get it until the following week.
Oh, no.
That's cool.
Right.
You know how I am with toys. They sit in boxes anyways.
So, standard articulation. Like I said, nothing fancy with these guys. We got a couple of different options for gear here. Of course, he comes naturally with a giant freaking axe.
Yeah,
as the usual. The usual axe, you can pop the little spike off the back, and if you have the other blade, then you could pop another one on the back end of this, just to make it a really cool double-bladed axe.
Could always you fun to have stuff and show us the fig again?
That would actually be nice, wouldn't it? Let me play with myself a little bit and get big.
And then make it grab your beard like it's swinging in Pitfall. That'd be rad too.
like Pitfall.
Yeah.
We're all old heads in here. We remember what it was like, and he's gonna fall like he's in Pitfall too.
Oh, dude, I love the beard. That is rad. Look at that.
So I got him holding it, but he's just gonna come out of it.
That's cool. Can you hold him up?
Yes. So this is our standard helmeted orc here. And as cool as it is having a helmeted orc, one of the main reasons that I really wanted to get that deluxe one is because it came with several different head options. Mm-hmm. One of which or several of them being non-helmeted, right? Because it's a cool helmet. Don't get me wrong, right? Like you can see like those elements of that Peter Jackson style Orkai armor that are just on there, very rigid, very kind of spiky looking. We got those normal spiky kind of orcish looking shoulder pauldrons. So, his armor's pretty basic. He comes with one of the belts, which I'll probably throw on him in a minute here. But for people who are wondering, when I talk about popping that spike off of the axe, right? So the spike goes here. You pop that off. And then you pop that on. And now we've got that double-bladed battle axe, which is probably what I'm going to have this guy run with. All right, we got somebody else joining us here. Hey, pop 'em in. First time in the clubhouse, Sonny from Sunny Sundries. What's going on,
good
man?
to meet you.
How's it
Good
going?
to have you joining us, brother. It's good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
We got that kind of long sword that is pretty common within the figures, and then you got that more broad sword here. So good to have both of these. You know, just a couple extra blades to hang around. Like I said, I think I'm going to pair this guy up with the battle axe. Not sure if I'm going to put the pauldrons on yet, so I'm just going to sit those off to the side for right now. That's your standard orc builder, nothing too fancy. Got the armored chest. So, Sonny, I had to give you the invite, man, because like you're sitting here and you are popping off in the chat. I know you're another Warcraft fan because anybody who knows that many names, it's like you're in this with us. Okay.
Well, defined fan because I was playing the game. Oh, the games actually, like Warcraft, Warcraft 2,
Mm-hmm.
Warcraft.
See, that was my
3,
era.
And then World of Warcraft, but I quit at Cataclysm. Like I played like mid into Cataclysm.
I wish I quit that soon.
because job-wise, I also couldn't continue anymore because of the job. Yeah. I think it also like went down in quality a bit. Time like during vanilla to Wrath of the Lich King, it was way more enticing. And basically, when you had defeated the Lich King, it was almost like you had reached your original goal. Like you wanted to see this fight.
I mean, there were other bigger bosses and bad people, but they didn't come till years later. And when they did show up, sorry, Garrus, that was the most disappointing fight ever.
Yeah,
you don't even fight him.
I thought of returning when they had released Legion, but I didn't do
Legion was good. The ending was bad.
Yeah, Legion was actually a ton of fun. I think I played the most during that expansion.
Personally, for me, regarding the raids, I like the one in Burning Crusade the most, I must say. Especially like Caverns of Time and that stuff, but environment-wise, was Wrath of the Lich King. I think Northrend was one of the most or best designed locations in WoW at the time, at least.
For me, it was I started playing with Warcraft Orcs and Humans, and then went to Tides of Darkness, played up to Warcraft 3, but then for a long time, I didn't have my own internet or fast enough internet to play WoW. And then I was hanging out with a bunch of friends who were like, you're not allowed to start playing WoW. Like, you are not allowed to own a computer that can play that game because we will lose you. So years go by, I pick up a cheap little Black Friday deal at Best Buy for like $250 this laptop. And Cataclysm is on its way. I'm working at GameStop, right? So a buddy of mine ended up picking me up the war chest. So I had, Core WoW, I had Burning Crusade. We had a deal going on that Black Friday at GameStop where, if you got the war chest, then you get Wrath of the Lich King for like $10. So I did. And then I had Cataclysm and ended up getting the collector's edition of it because, I'm ridiculous. And I was like, yes.
You get a little Deathwing pet. Why wouldn't you do it?
I never got any of the collector's editions. I wanted them, but...
So, played hard as hell for like over 2 to 3 months. And then I spent like a week farming whelplings, and I was like, I need to stop. I need to stop.
Yeah,
and I have not
I'm not gonna lie. So I started June of 05, maybe 04, but my entire 20s is kind of a blur of like, wow. I can't tell you anything important that happened in my life, but I can tell you what happened in game.
Got a whelpling.
Yep.
I started like right as like I didn't play the beta, but my cousin had played the beta and he's like, check this game out. So I started like right at the beginning, and I played straight through like Cataclysm, and then like halfway through Cataclysm, I took like a long break, and then I came back off and on since then. But
I finally kicked the bucket in Battle for Azeroth.
In In vanilla,
like 2
though, I
expansions
was
ago.
doing the PvP grind, and I got like
That
pretty.
sounds
I
fun.
think I got to like rank 12.
I got the
And then my
lieutenant's
computer-
armor.
So I took a long break at the end of vanilla. But
All right. Which direction should I go?
do the big boy.
Big boy it is. Big boy it is.
Just because I want to see him. I think he looks cool.
Right? Like I almost thought about, because while I was at Attorney of Dreams today with Connor, they didn't have any orcs, but they had this guy, and I was kind of like, maybe I should just get. And then I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Like the whole reason I have him is he's going to be my chieftain, right? He's going to be my shaman chieftain. So
I know we're talking Horde, but what was their vampire situation?
they did not have the one you were looking for. However, there's talk of us going to his other store in Gettysburg and seeing if it's there. I guess I probably could have just asked them, like, hey, do
I
you
was
know
saying
if
like
you have
vampires in general.
They
Those
did
are some of my
have
favorites.
they did have the Varg. I did not look like they had the Sobolus anymore, and they haven't had Valak or Alithia since I've been going there, because I ended up getting Valak from Terrence. He picked it up at whatever the last show he went to before Toylanta was. I can't remember now, but he ended up picking Valak up for me there, because I couldn't find him anywhere at any of the shops that sell Mythic around here, because I've got of course Eternity and Dreams, both locations, the one that's in Westminster, which is about like an hour away one direction, and then they've got their other secondary location in Gettysburg. So like we've traveled up to that one, and then being up that far into PA, we have also traveled up to Uncle Bob's Vintage Toys. What's going on, Wraith? Good to see you, brother.
Guys?
Another big
All right.
Horde fan.
You're talking Warcraft. I'm going to show my login because I'm still playing Horde. Still have my rogue that I've been playing for 20
Did you hear
years.
Slash played?
Oh, yeah, actually, I'll do that.
There we go.
Mine spread through so many servers, I couldn't.
Brick and Thanos, since you guys are actively collecting the not Warcraft line, Radnom wants to know, how big is that line?
I think Memory probably has the biggest set of stuff, the Memory Hero toys. This one, as far as I know, they just have the Garrosh and the Grom. And then the Mithril Studios has a few. It's this one.
That's the other
But
one.
I'm not sure how many they actually have, because I didn't get
they have
into them.
Illidan in the pipeline as well? I think they had Illidan in the pipeline.
Yeah, Illidan should be out soon. That's the Memory Hero Toys ones. And they have a ton of stuff. But then there was like that thing I was showing a second ago, the Storm King, and that's from a completely different brand. That's the Varian. So it's just a bunch. It's just a bunch of different companies just kind of throwing the stuff out there.
Excellent.
Is that what you meant? Just to clarify, random. Were you talking about that, or are you talking about scale, figure, physical size?
Oh, yeah,
I wasn't sure.
Oh, that's a good. I guess we should have asked.
No, I mean it could have been.
All right, here we go.
The thing with this size is too is that they're not all necessarily compatible.
There we are.
This is my rogue, and this is my pride and joy, even though the game sucks and PvP is terrible now. So I've been playing PvP World of Warcraft since vanilla, and I would go out and I just kill people with my rogue. So this is my rogue, and this is for anybody who hasn't played the game in a very long time, and I don't blame you, because again, it's not what it was. It's hysterical. I had my brother come back to play, and he stopped at Wrath of the Lich King, where he would run his own raids, and he's like, "What the hell?" Like, and then this is what the game looks like now, right?
I will say the flying in Dragonflight is good. Like, yeah,
the flying is cool. The one problem with the game, though, as far as flying is like when we fly around, you just want to get to point A. You want to sit there and play a mini game the whole goddamn time you're trying to get to the place. And then if you mess it up, well, you're going to be on the ground. So let's do a slash played.
I honestly think that flying is one of the worst things they added to the game, but playing with Dragonflight like a little bit, it was kind of fun.
648 days, 7 hours, 58 minutes, and 49 seconds.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. So this is current World of Warcraft, and if they came out with the ability like Thanos is talking about, I would totally buy a figure with my transmog, 1000%. Like I bought back when they had the little figure prints, I think they called them. I have a figure print of my rogue, and I have Illidan's glaives that I actually got in the raid after I think it was in Wrath of the Lich King. I farmed them with my rogue, and then I have, I think it was season 4 PvP season armor. But again, like if I could get this, I would 1000. I would pay a customizer for this, 1000%. So
right.
So yeah, so I just want to jump in and say hi because you guys are talking about World of Warcraft and orcs, and so you know it's hysterical. God,
you paid someone $80 for a Rancor from the 90s, so yeah, I can see paying more.
Look, it's a signed Rancor. Okay,
hey, dude,
you got that for a steal.
Hey man, the Rancor keeper signed that Rancor for me officially with love. Okay,
nice. Oh, Malikili.
It's a giant magic marker.
It's gonna be a struggle to open that up.
He signed it with his tears.
Yes, he did. He was crying at the time. He was crying at the time.
Hey, that was a tragic moment. I even got sad when the Rancor died. It's a freaking huge giant monster. I loved it. Oh, and Matthew's in here with loving the StarCraft because that was another good game.
I loved StarCraft too. StarCraft was the first game I got into and played like a lot of online.
Yeah. Well, that was nice because it was like before, like one of the dangerous things about Warcraft 2 was the fact that if one of you had the install disc, right, you could go around and you could install it to all of your friends' computers. And through BattleNet, you could play against each other online. You couldn't play the campaign. You couldn't play with random people. You could play with your friends online, and only one of you had to have the disc, which was really awesome. It's like our whole neighborhood had this game because of like installing it on everybody's computer and everything.
Too bad that the StarCraft MMO never happened. They had planned it, but then they canceled it.
Yep.
I got to play Ghost at a BlizzCon. Way back in the day, and it was a fun game, but it just got scrapped. But it was cool, like because like when you're, like the Zerg or whatever, so many kills, you would upgrade, like you evolve into different units. Like it was cool.
Hey, Bud, this might be a project for you in the future. I know you're working on a monumental task tonight, or you had several of them. Highly in Dread says, I was thinking about Casey Jones from Turtles of Grayskull, and his head would make a good custom Skeletor head if you could match the paint with Skeletor's body. So that's like right up your alley, brother.
I've actually so not Skeletor, but I color matched the skin for this for my battle armor.
Nice.
Waste of parts. That's a waste of parts.
I thought. All right.
I mean, whoever wrote that comic with anti-Eternia and Skeletor, he had no idea about actual anti-Eternia because I had the luxury of listening to the audio story.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And it's entirely different of what was shown in that comic. Like that comic was just a bit, you had Eternia and a bit like purplish design or something, and everyone was actually quite normal. That's not how it was in the audio story. In the audio story, it was just a dark black place, and it was just basically entirely like like death, if you will. Like the first creature that He-Man would fight from it was like a mist with skeletal arms and a skull reaching out for him, and everything like in black and red. So it's also shown on the cover. So entirely different, and no one would survive in there from the other world, if you will, from the normal world. You would just basically instantly get attacked if you enter this realm. And he would even have he would have lost the fight against the anti-He-Man if Orko, or I think it was Orko who manipulated the machine, the portal. They closed the portal with that, and that they destroyed the machine. So yeah, but the comic wasn't nearly as what was described in the actual original story. So I'm really not a fan of He-Skeleton and all that stuff. In my opinion, too many cooks spoil the broth.
Yeah.
I think.
Are you talking about the Origin one or the DC comic?
Is the DC one he's talking about? Yeah,
I'm talking the DC comic in comparison to the actual original audio story from the Europa cassettes. Because I'm a German, so I could listen to it back then when I was a kid.
I could tell.
You actually had it, whereas the rest of us in the U.S. didn't have anything until those.
I still have it. I still have the cassette, the original from the 80s.
Wait. You said you're German?
Yeah.
You're not from the U.S.? I didn't.
No, I'm living in Australia.
No, wait. Come on. I'm not the only one that heard your voice and went, "Holy shit!" Not what I was expecting.
I don't think I'd be able to keep up, as I can't even keep up with David Motu Origin's Cork on speaking German, but I can pick up the German accent.
No, I know, but I heard your voice and I was like, what?
Yep. So I knew.
Bad way, just not what I saw. Like when I first saw your picture.
I knew immediately when Sonny was talking, he's either from the Netherlands or Germany, because that's who my company is, and I work with them all the time with people from America.
Yeah, sorry for that, but yeah.
No, it's funny.
I can't get rid of the accent. I learned English way too late, so I didn't have English lessons before 5th grade, and they were school English is not worth it. I actually learned English through British television.
Listen, you speak English way better than some of the YouTubers. 3 stacks to the max.
Hey, keep your name out his fucking mouth, man.
Thank you for
look.
Oh yeah, by the way, I cannot show off any figures today because I'm not at home. I'm working. I have a fly-in, fly-out job. I'm currently in a mining camp, so I'm happy that the Wi-Fi here works that sufficiently.
It's working good so far, brother. We got you stable, so. All right. Big shout out to Zazel's Clubhouse here joining us also and saying, don't forget to hit that like button, and definitely people go smack that like. It's been talking shit all week. Hold on a second, Thanos. Let me make it big here. And then I know, Wraith, you got another share screen. Wraith's going to be trying to hawk his goods, so let's the telethon begin.
This is the gift pack that came with Not Donnie.
Right.
So the pieces that make him more Donnie.
Not Donnie. More not Donnie. And here's Fatrid giving you more shit.
I don't believe that.
These guys are super small. Like, I knew they scaled small, but they were smaller than I was expecting them to be.
Until you put them next to something like Crocker, and you're like, oh my god, why is Crocker huge and this total tiny? But, you know, they weren't exactly meant to go hand in hand together. But all right, Wraith, give everybody your pitch.
Yep, so if anybody wants these, I'm going to throw them up on the Cabal. But if you want them, message me. I'll give you a better deal. But I'm selling my Orcs. Let me go back. Let me bring this in. So I'm selling the Orcs. So I have all the builders of the goblins. This guy, I forgot his name, Urrak or something. And I have the later goblins, and then these were the 2 Orcs. One was from the Blade of Aether, or the Aether line that came out. I'm going to be selling the Troll. That's a better shot of that guy. And then these are unboxed. I still have the boxes for them and the packaging. So I'm going to sell these.
But paying attention.
Yep. And then these are the
What's up?
I know.
Go back a little bit here.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me go back.
Bud's working on a project, so he's only partially paying attention.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
It's okay, Bud. No worries.
So these are the goblins, and then these were the goblin builders. So these were the four. This is the. I still can't believe that how much these things are selling for now on the secondary market. This is insane. But I think I have 9 of them. I actually, yeah, I have 9 of these, and then one's opened.
I'm definitely gonna look to buy like 1 goblin, and I want the ogre to go with my horde. But we'll have to talk about price because it's been a little spendy lately. So
yeah, just message me and I'll shoot you, and then we'll work something out. So, and then we got Punk in the left-hand corner, Thump. So that's the avatar of Punk as a goblin in Mythic Legions. And then we got I think someone was mentioning they were looking for the dwarfs. So these are the dwarfs. I have a bunch. It's mainly just the builders because I was gonna buy the name, but I didn't have any that came up. So yeah. And then finally, again, these are just some of the other ones. These I'm gonna keep because I was like looking at the pictures and I'm like, yeah, I can't sell these. I'll hold on to my vampires. I think I'm missing 1. I think I'm missing 1 vampires.
Ah, poo.
Yeah.
So was that? It wasn't the forest troll, was it? Sorry, just asking for a war chest here.
Oh yeah, it is the forest troll. I'll go back to it. Yep.
How much are you selling the wings for?
I think 25 or 30.
Ooh, I might want those. Those are the one thing the only thing I've ever had stolen off my porch.
Oh, really? That sucks.
That's right. I do remember you mentioning that. So the one skeleton, was that scaphoid that you had?
Yep. Let me bring it back over.
K-Roll is looking for the scaphoid.
Yeah, that's scaphoid.
That Dayglow head.
This actually looks crazy with a black light on it.
Dayglow head, folks. Dayglow, not being culturally insensitive to Italians.
But some of like the big ones in here are like Brother Mandibulus. I don't think they've re-released him as a all-star wave. And then the Elven Ranger, they haven't re-released him. I don't think they're going to. And then this was Rivania. That was like one of the first, I think, female magic users that they had on the line.
All right, Carol, make sure you reach out to Wraith.
Yeah, reach out to me on Instagram if there's any of these that you see that you're interested in, because I'm gonna give it. I'll let everybody reach out to me in the next 2 days, and then whatever's left, I'm gonna throw up on the Cabal, and I'll let everybody shoot at that. I'm actually not gonna sell him. This is gotta stay with my son, but I'll be selling. This is the first release of Ronthus, and then I have all the backings and boards. And I was going to sell this, but then I took this picture and I was like screwing myself. And I'm like, well, I can't sell that now. And I'm not selling this now. And then the only other things I'm going to sell this because this hasn't even been opened. This was Executive Collectors Red Sonja. And then Executive Collectors Lady Death. So, but yeah, that's it. Like I said, if you guys are interested, just message me. It'll be about I had a whole spreadsheet that I put together for the prices, but essentially I went to eBay. I took the ones that were sold in the past, I think it's like 4 months, and then I took the average of that, and then I dropped that by about $10, and then whoever messages me on here, I'll drop that an additional $10 to $15 if you're interested. So
that picture with the goblins and the one orc, I think it was an orc, that more reminded me of Warhammer Fantasy, like building army with thousands of goblins and just.
Oh God, dude, Sonny, you don't understand me with Warhammer right now, buddy. That's why I'm selling my stuff, because what's sitting next to me right here is a 6,660 point Grey Knight army that I purchased, and I do all the reviews, or I bought all the Joy Toy Grey Knights, and I'm like ridiculously into Warhammer 40k right now. I like fantasy also. I was super into the fantasy back in the day.
Yeah, but I I must say, getting a 6,000 points Grey Knight army is not that difficult because each Grey Knight itself is so points heavy. Like, try to build an Orc army with 6,000 points.
Oh God, yeah, I can imagine.
Fill
Yeah,
out the entire room.
I think it's like 160 of the minis. So intercessors, the paladins, you know, in Terminator armor, and then I didn't even realize they come out. They had vehicles, so I have like the Rhino tank, then the troop transports, and then the Thunderhawks. It's ridiculous, dude. So anyway, so I got all this stuff, and then me selling off my mythic legions that I want to sell, and some of my classified is what's going to be forming that. So yeah, so message me on Instagram, guys. Anything that you're interested in, I'll throw a special little thing in there for you as well. So I got some more patches to give away. So
thank you,
just
Ray.
so you know, that's a better deal than what he was giving to all of my people. He was adding 10% on.
Use that code OZSTRADA.
You know what? To be honest with you, if anybody's interested, I'm gonna throw up. I'll do the same thing as long as it's Oz's permission. I'm gonna be selling all my classified except for the hiss. So if there's anything anybody wants next week, I'll do quick pictures. You can message me the same thing. And again, the prices on the classified stuff is going to be about 25% less than retail. So whatever it went up for retail, I'll be charging, because again, I just got to get rid of it, or my wife's probably going to kick me out. So, all right.
Then you could move into Nolan's Eternia.
Yes.
So 25% off. So $225 for that his tank.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping that. I'm
keeping that. I didn't hear what you say. $225 for the his tank ship.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Rick, I got questions.
What's up?
Did you get Tharnog and you already kind of take him out?
I didn't get Tharnog. Nope.
Never mind. You can't help.
I can't. Well, it depends. I've been watching videos. What's up?
Soft goods. These ones.
Yeah.
Fur.
Uh-huh.
How am I supposed to attach these? Because like the capes have hooks and stuff. Does it just drape, or?
I thought it was. Yeah. No, I thought it was just a shawl, right?
Yeah, just throw over the neck, I think.
Yeah, just throw them over the neck.
That's fine. That I can do.
You know.
So I'm loving these new shoulder pieces. Like this was the first thing that caught me about this one. The shoulder pieces with the moose antlers.
Yeah, yeah.
Friggin' nuts. Like not just the extra scale, but you know, that friggin', oh man.
Yeah, that's a new attachment.
Right? Yeah. So it's a shoulder piece. It's got the slot in the back, just kind of like the helmets do.
Mm-hmm. And
you pop that antler on there.
What's the connection with the shoulder piece? It's a pauldron, right?
Yep. It's just a pauldron.
Yeah.
So cool. Yeah, here he is. He's still got the other one on right now because I haven't popped it off.
Creates a whole new shape to him, whole new silhouette.
Right.
Cool.
And just slots in the back, same system that we're used to. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really just a larger scale version of one of their regular figures. That's it.
Who's at the zoo?
What we said that might be Wraith's Goblins.
That's messed up. Oh.
What? Dude, there's someone at the zoo because I hear like birds and iguanas and shit going on in the background.
Okay, the squeaking you're hearing
sound like Lawrence. What do iguanas sound like? I gotta hear this.
I was gonna say, how many iguanas have you listened to?
The squeaking sound is my dog
rustling through stuff.
Sorry, squeaking sound is me.
It's all right, bud. We got you, brother. So some people listen to whale sounds to go to sleep at night. Like Lawrence has a tape that he puts on a tape deck of iguana sounds because some new age person back in the 90s sat around and recorded it.
Don't you sound shame me?
Oh, I'm sound shaming you and your iguanas.
I have no idea where iguana came from.
You take your iguana sounds and your 4,000 subs and get the hell out of here. You ain't worthy.
You're not worthy. We're not worthy. One of the greatest moments in TV history. Trying to decide how it would be best to drape this and then not cover up the holes for the pauldrons. If I should put the pauldrons back on and then try to
What's
fold
the
it.
skin texture look like on that, Thanos?
It does have like some bumps and stuff, but it looks like better than the Playmates. Like you can see, like it has like there's a texture to it, but
You said better than the Playmates. Come on now.
he's cool, but he is tiny. Watch, like
yeah, they're only like 4 inches, right? Yeah.
Yep. Which, I mean, in the animal world, turtles are not, I mean, unless you're a Galapagos tortoise, turtles or a sea turtle, you're not really the biggest.
And I keep wanting AWOC to put out a dwarf-sized character like a raccoon or a squirrel. That'd be such badass.
They'll get there. They'll get there.
Yep. Just keep it going.
I can't wait for that one.
I mean, there's only like...
I freaking love raccoons.
Can't wait for Ed to make a joke about that every time.
Slowly getting there.
Oh man, you're at least.
We'll put you. Well,
come on. Now.
When he gets Roman made for you, Lawrence, you can actually have him as your mount finally.
What you doing with that, Bud? You replicating?
I'm making a second one because I want one on the top part and on the bottom.
That makes sense. What's the material? Styrene?
Yeah.
Cool.
I believe it is the...
What size sheet you using?
This is a 1
millimeter.
1 millimeter. I might double it up. If I do, I'll just glue this on top and then use a Dremel to kind of go around.
Yep.
But right now, I'm literally just using a freaking hobby knife and using the back of it to carve. Like I'll put this on top like a stamp. Use the back of my knife to carve the shape into the plastic, and then basically just bend it until it pops off.
Did I accidentally remove you, or
no? Rockon jumped off my shelf up here and hit some key that knocked me out. It's all the shit I've been talking about this guy.
Well, I mean, look, it's not your fault. He's got his cheeks hanging out the back of his freaking crack.
Now that's a rockin' hard place. Sorry. It was sitting there.
Don't apologize for such jokes on here. We make bad jokes all the time. So I'm trying to find a way to get this hair so it doesn't wrap around his tusks either. Because he's got like additional tusks compared to the usual. I'm freaking loving this guy. And once I get them all done up, I'll stand him up next to the Orc Legion builder so you can see him up against a regular scale. And then I'll put him up against the Ogre scale with the half giant so that you guys can see that as well. But I saw this guy and immediately it was like, all right, there we go. It's a shaman. He's bigger than their average orc. That's my chieftain. So got him. Now I just need to start getting some other orcs, and very quickly got a small army built up. Again, big shout out to Joe and Terrence for helping me assemble this. And I don't need to shout out the other place, but I appreciate them having it at retail cost, so I didn't have to pay secondary market price for the Deluxe Legion builder, because I was seeing some of the prices it was going for, and I've saved myself anywhere between $40 and $60 from eBay. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. I dig that. See, I don't want to just cover up his ginormous skull cod piece.
I was a little bummed I didn't get the Mezco turtles, but I think this is going to be my turtle set.
You know what, though? I kind of like those. Like, don't get me wrong, the Mezco turtles, they look good, right? Like, they look what we're used to. I like that these look new, right? Like, Mezco did their version of it, but it's still just the turtles we're used to, right? Like, these are new designs for each of the brothers, and I really like that. All right, Joe wasn't kidding, man. This staff is heavy. So, like, it's a stick, right? Let me make myself big again over here. Like, that is a proper, like, stick. And then it's got this giant honking deer skull with antlers and everything else at the top. So it is not trying to stay put in his wrist. And if they had made it slightly larger, like he was saying, then he could hold it where the hand grip's supposed to be, where it's like taped. And it could stand on the ground. But as it is, it's about basically, it almost looks like this staff was scaled for like a regular sized figure. And then they gave it to a new scale figure. Because it doesn't quite stand on the ground. And it's heavy. It's got some weight. It's going to bend just sitting like it does. So I'm going to have to find something to like prop it up on for him to be able to stand with. Well, I don't know. If I bend him at the elbow and put it down, I might be able to do the trick, right? But yep, there he is. Just tilting it over. All right.
I was having that issue.
Is there anywhere behind the head he can hold on to, Oz?
I mean, I guess I could kind of hook it with the pauldron, maybe, just to kind of keep it up. I don't know. I'll have to come up with something to get it. And just keep thinking erotic thoughts or something.
Yeah, they need to make that thing a little bit longer. It need to be played with a little bit more. Full size.
It definitely needed to be played with a little bit more. It's got to be able to touch the ground. All right.
That's right.
All the innuendo with your toys. All right, so chat's getting away from me here, so I'm only going to take a moment here. Compare that new scale. So you see he stands about a good head taller than your average Legion builder. You can see the feet are even.
I love that alt head too, the paint, the base paint.
Oh yeah, I had to go with the paint. Sorry, these guys are like shamanistic and stuff. So now,
I love that hammer.
Giant hammer.
I like that whole figure with that. That guy's awesome.
Yeah, you can see the antlers. One of them's got them attached to his head. The other one's got them attached to his shoulders. So they all scale well together. So he's larger than a normal figure, and then you got the ogre scale figure here.
I take it that ogre guy with the antlers, he's a field fighter and not a close quarter battle fighter, because getting through doors and archways, that would be a pain.
Oh yeah, let's face it, he ain't going into a castle anytime soon. But hopefully he's a shaman, so he's staying off the battlefield a little bit more, just kind of like chilling and healing. Got them heals. All right, let's go here. We had Cobweb Collector jump in, and Hyperdelic's here already spreading the semen. We got cringy name of Toy Tube with Speaking Moistly. Great to have you here, brother. And Fandom with Reploid Bill in the house joining us tonight, brother. Let me know if you want an invite. I got you. All right. So Speaking Moistly says Jason has to make every animal that ever existed. Are we talking like Precambrian too here? Like how far back we going when you say ever exist? Like we talking existence?
The toys and the comics.
Yeah, Thanos said that perfectly. He said, "Yeah, just keep buying them. We'll get there."
That's right.
Listen, there's
multiple
only
epic all-ins.
There's only one animal and a specific character that you guys need. I'm giving you full permission to use his name and likeness.
You know what? I already know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say, punk. And not fans of the Muppets.
Wow. I gotta go now. Talk to you later.
So he's never going to get into the strip club with the giant staff. All those antlers. I don't think he's getting into a lot of places with it. Yes, one of the best thumbnails in the history of thumbnails, by the way, speaking of history. Osbrick. Just love it because you can see more of just bricks.
There it is.
But at least for once, you're not actually framing your head with your horns this time.
Since I've been standing up, I can't do that. It doesn't. That happens less and less.
It's all right though, brother. It's all good. It's a great thumbnail, though. Love that edit. So let's see here. We've got dig the helmet, though, like Casual Friday. Which helmet were we talking? Were we talking about Donnie's helmet? Or hang on, Chet jumped with me here, so I think I've lost myself. I can't even keep track of where we're going. All right. Vandom with Reploid Bill says, that's one of my pet peeves. I really get annoyed when figures come with accessories that they don't seem to be able to handle. Totally. It's like, did you not go through this portion of engineering with it? Or did you just, like, give up part of the way through?
Hey,
really trying to figure out how to get him to hold this while having all of his attachments on.
Oh, wow. Brick, I sent you an Excel file. Let me know if you can actually open that up. I'm not sure.
I probably can. I'm actually working in Excel right now. Or
Cool.
There we go.
Sheets, actually.
All right, so we get them attachments.
Oh, look at all that stuff.
That is sick. He's going to have trouble going through doorways too, but...
Is that a metallic purple?
It's just kind of like a really dark purple. Okay. But I like he's got like a little communicator on his wrist. He's got all these little pouches and like gizmos on his back. Like, he's super fun. And then he's got like these little like grenade things that clip on.
That's cool.
Yeah.
How much, if you don't mind me asking, how much was that?
I think it was like 50.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
How would you compare it to the Ultimates? Smaller.
To be honest, I don't really dig the Ultimate turtles. They just don't do it for me.
Yeah.
I have the NECA movie turtles. I like this one a lot better. But to be honest, I'm not even a real big turtle guy. I just really like these, and you know, I take a bunch of pictures, so I got to have some kind of turtles in there from time to time.
Sure.
But I mean, if you compare them to, obviously, he looks a lot nicer, you know. Well, maybe a little bit meaner, but the details and stuff. One of these days, I'll have a better camera.
Teeny tiny though.
He is. He's like, compared to the Origin, he's small, you know.
Did you get the Master as well? No.
Did I get? Oh no, I didn't get the Master.
AKA
I thought about it. I kind of wish I had, but I didn't.
That's the only one I got. So, I figured if it's small on my shelf, but it's a mouse, it's a rat. So
yeah, he'll work in the smaller scale for sure.
Yeah.
Hot the Basher saying Brick isn't talking AWOC.
What's that?
Say,
He's
been.
It's the weekend. He doesn't have to talk shop.
Like Endor. Like
he's currently not on the clock right now. He's in the clubhouse.
Go back that Kickstarter. 10 more days to Epic All In.
Epic All In, baby.
I don't want to wear out my welcome with AWOC, dog. So that's tomorrow, 2:00. Highly articulated. And then on GDL as well.
I also got this guy to open up too.
Nice. Shooting out a message there to our boy Reploid Bill. I love that back art and the packaging. And it's got Mothman on there. The official spokesperson to our boys over at Helidope Toys, Ted Darkclaw in the house. Speaking of Helidope Toys, my friend. What's going on, Ted? Thank you for being here. All right, War Chest Full of Toys says, I have him in shopping cart and I'm going to head and snag him. That turtle is mine.
Yeah, if you guys want him or the Master, I recommend picking them up while they're still in stock because that Leo jumped in price and they're supposed to be re-releasing him with a little bit better articulation. So I'm waiting for him to come back around. But these guys will go fast and they will jump in price.
All right.
Yeah, the Mikey prototypes that they're sharing definitely already show like they've made adjustments to the articulation and stuff. Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's crazy to think of these like companies, right? In this case, it's a third party who doesn't have a license of a thing, but these are not big companies, and they just are so willing to like fiddle with what they've got and you know, switch up the engineering to try and perfect them, and it's kind of rad.
Right.
And if you don't want them to look like the turtles, like you can make them like the samurai look. I put the head away already, but
I dig the samurai looks too.
Yeah.
Like that's the other big thing that gets me about him is like you could do the more traditional looker. Honestly, in my opinion, he looks a little bit like their traditional looks look a little bit on the Bay side for me, but that's okay. You know, I don't mind the looks of the Michael Bay turtles as much as most people do. Not the hugest fan of them, but you know, I like the samurai looks of all of them. But then again, I like all the samurai Star Wars stuff too. I'm just a huge fan of samurai Japanese culture, Asian culture in general. So
I like all the little techie stuff, like for Donnie to be the nerd and the tech guy, like for him to have like the little satellite dish and the goggles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
One of the coolest things that I loved most about the rise of the TMNT, which is the TMNT line that seems to get dogged the most, was that they made Donnie a leatherback turtle, so he's kind of soft-shelled, right? And so he had a drone that he would attach to his shell, so it was like armor for his shell, but then he could remote control it to fly off his back and be like a scout or whatever they needed. I thought that was cool, and they included it with the toy, which Connor, of course, lost the drone shortly after getting the toys, but whatever. It's a kid. He's supposed to.
Now, this is not a turtle that I would say give to your kid, because this dish will be broken in seconds.
Now, AWOC, on the other hand,
yeah.
Sorry, learning curve. I just went ahead and like shook my head no like very rapidly, and the beads started clicking together. I don't know if you guys
what you got to do? Pendulum balls.
I'm getting the bells. I'm putting the bells
on the end.
They want me to do the bells. We're gonna put the bells on.
The bells, yeah.
See, I actually don't have any true orcs. I've got half orcs. I got this guy in Xenothon, the gray one, and then I guess I do have the big builder, or what do they call them? The big, not the named ogre scale guy.
The ogre, just the ogre, or are you talking? Oh no,
it's the ogre scale green dude.
Garthok. Well, no, you said the not named one. That's just an ogre.
Just an ogre? Okay.
Yeah, like green, gray, it doesn't matter. They're ogre as far as I remember.
Gotcha.
Didn't you get the samurai ogre, Rick?
Oh, no, I meant Mythic Legions. But yeah, no, I have the samurai ogre for sure.
Yeah.
I've got Incredible Hulk too. Does he count?
What you got?
My sis says you got to put truck nuts on them.
Hey, let's get
truck nuts on them.
Let's get John drunk. AWOC.
What's up, everyone?
What's up?
Okay, drunk is different than alcohol poisoning. So,
what's up, Random?
How you doing, Random? Long time no see, brother. Good to have you on.
Thank you.
The samurai orc, isn't that inspired by the Blade Master from the Warcraft big game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've done it too, right, Anna?
I did not get that one. I have the other one on pre-order.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, this guy is mighty. He is such a cool toy.
He's awesome looking for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
And this was
he was the one that
I just needed to understand these figures.
That was the one that made me like really want to start looking at the orcs, and then of course like all the other orcs that Thanos started getting at the time, and then I was like, oh man, I need some orcs.
Beautiful butterfly, totally like Storm Collectibles. Zangief built figure. Great soft goods too. You know where it counts. It's like, you know, not overdoing it, but it's great here. Yeah, it's cool. Everything comes off. All the armor comes off, and it's a well done toy. I just wanted to see what Mithril Action was all about. I haven't had the best luck with some of the other ones. Mainly, what's the name of that one?
Star Studio one was the
Star
one
Studio.
with.
And mainly, it was more of the way it was packed in for me. They didn't have any like problems or anything. It seemed like a cool figure. Just seems smaller. Like it is. That's I forgot that thought earlier when Random was asking about the size of the lines, like how many different figures.
This one and
not all compatible.
I got too much stuff on my desk. This one and this one, they're a little bit smaller, a little bit harder plastic. I I'm not even sure. I think this one is one of the memory. This is memory toys, right? The hero memory toys.
I think so.
Yeah.
Wait, are we sure that hero and memory are the same?
I'm not sure, but the way they throw their stuff out, it seems like they are.
So about how tall are those figures?
It's about 8 inches, probably.
8, okay. Now, an orc would be taller than a human, right? So 8 inches is probably kind of like an 8-foot tall orc would be about 1/12 scale. I'm thinking.
And this is the mithril. I actually think the mithril ones are probably my favorite, like design. It does have that softer torso, like Rick was talking about, like the what is it? The Storm Collectibles.
Real quick, guys, I want to shout out the fandom with Rep Lloyd Bill here. Check your DMs, brother.
Yeah, that one you have in your right hand, it's about 9 inches tall. Yeah, it's a little taller. No.
It's about 7.5.
His legs are squat, and he measures like 8 with the legs squat. I haven't stood him up straight.
So, yeah, I would say it's probably about like 9 inches, like 8-9 inches somewhere in there.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I wish they had more accessories in this brute scale. Right? Because that was one of the things about this. We've talked about it before, and one of the reasons that I wasn't so impressed with the orcs to begin with from Mythic Legions is that the orc is the same size as a standard human figure, right? Yeah. So this guy next to any barbarian or any knight, he's the same size. And again, like me, because my first introduction to orcs was Orcs and Humans, and then of course, like shortly thereafter, I was reading Lord of the Rings and everything else, and it's like these things are bigger creatures. Like that's how I've always envisioned them. So then this guy came out with the brute scale, and I was like, "This is a fucking orc."
Custom websites.
I love that. That Tharnog looks rad.
In Warcraft, if a human is 6 feet tall, how tall would an average orc be? Guess.
Oh, at least 8 and 9, right?
Yeah, I'd say that.
Yeah, probably. But they're bulky too. Like and they hunch over, so they might even be 10 foot if they stand up.
10 feet. Wow, I was thinking like 7, but
they tower over them.
David
not in the new WoW. They made all the orcs upright now. Everybody's upright.
I forget that they did that over there. Yeah. Are they all like that, or is it a choice?
Well, you could change it when you go to a transmog vendor. You can change it so the dude is standing straight up instead of hunched over. But I realized like years ago, before I started getting back into collecting, why I like the orcs so much. Because when I was playing as a kid with He-Man, I just gravitated to playing an orc because he looked cool as shit because he was a huge little linebacker. And I was like, all right, when I hit someone with my dagger, I'm literally putting my fist through their bodies. I'm like, this is cool.
Yeah, like, I just very quickly, even playing the game, I ended up choosing the with Orcs and Humans, I very quickly chose the Orc campaign to play through because they're freaking knights. This was before they had paladins and everything. They're the knights for the Horde rode on wolves. They had their dire wolf riders, and I was like, "Oh, that's badass."
When I started playing, I gravitated towards the Tauren. I just really liked the big
for the
people.
Didn't they have the Death Knights or something like that in Orcs and Humans, or that was Warcraft 2?
No, that was Warcraft 2 because they rose. The warlocks for the Horde brought the Knights of Azeroth back, or Stormwind basically brought the Knights of the Stormwind back, and those became the Death Knights. Here's the man, Terrence. Thank you, brother.
The Blade Master.
Hey, what's up, Terrence?
That I have on pre-order.
Yeah, that one looks great.
It's a little blurry, but we can kind of get the imagery. We get the silhouette.
Yeah. One of these days, I should figure out how to actually share stuff with you.
One of these days, jump on with me when we're offline, and I'll run you through some of the controls.
Are you running it on a computer though, Thanos? Or are you using your phone to shoot you? Do you have another phone, or?
No, I'm on a desktop.
On the desktop, do you see the little thing on the bottom that says "Present" in StreamYard?
Yes.
Click on that. And
There it is.
should be fairly straightforward.
Yep.
We got Travis, Mr. Wonderful, in the house. What's going on, brother? Guess WrestleMania night one's over if Travis is here.
Yes.
Oh my God! Wait a second. So, okay, I'm totally clueless. Is it multiple nights?
Yes,
Yes.
they've been doing
Nights
for a
now.
couple of years now. They've been doing the 2 nights of WrestleMania, which make it a whole weekend event because then they do like Thursday nights is when they do the Hall of Fame stuff before the weekend. Seems very similar because I'm pretty sure they started doing it after the whole G-Con weekend. But I don't know who's watching who here.
You want to hear Brick Fake talk fake sports? I guess fake,
Sports balls?
Fake talk about fake sports. No, I just learned today by listening to Chris, Shiny Plastic People, and who was it? It was him, Johnny from Geek DF Out, and Zach Kinsella. Yeah. And I totally have no awareness enough about modern wrestling, but my students here in San Francisco were like all about it. I had a kid show up with 2 belts.
Okay.
And
Wow.
I forgot that. So we have an alumni that was wrestler. I think I've told you this before, Rikishi.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently his kids are wrestling like in this one, right? They're going against each other.
Yeah. The you've got the Usos.
Yeah,
Yep.
the Usos.
Yep. The Usos.
Yep.
Oh, that's yeah. And so I was like, oh, that's cool. That's
Well,
probably. I feel dumb though because I could have totally talked.
Yeah, and Roman Reigns, the champion, is like their cousin or something, right? Cousin or,
well,
yeah.
it's the whole Anoy family is just like, basically royalty amongst wrestling, like all the way from, their great grandfather and their previous chieftain all the way down the lineage. That whole family has just basically worked for Vince throughout the years, and they are incredible. Like if you remember Yokozuna back in the day, although he was originally pitched as a Japanese sumo wrestler, he's from the same family. He's not Japanese at all, but they, people bought it, whatever. But I love watching them guys because they are just so amazing. And
cool.
The talent they have.
Are they twins or something? Or are they
Jimmy and Jay are twins. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I saw the side by side shot. I was like, yeah.
Well, they used to come out dressed exactly the same, and they would have the paint to go with their tattoos, and they were mirrored, which was just incredible. And of course, it's like the tattoo is like their whole family lineage going down from the pec all the way down to the arm, and it was great to see them to just work together. And then over time, they've built more distinct careers from one another, and they've changed their haircuts and stuff since. And then there was the whole bloodline, thing, which honestly, it was a really good story to start with. It's just getting tiresome at this point, though.
And now
Yeah,
they're
it's
fighting.
starting to get old.
They've been running it since COVID, so
yeah.
I think it's
Definitely
the longest.
dragged it out for sure.
Yeah. But hey, they wanted to give Roman a push. They gave him a huge push. He's been the champion for several years at this point now. As a straight running champion. Yep, he only wrestles like once a month at a pay-per-view. That's about it. People blame Brock for being a part-timer. Jeez.
Yeah, at least the difference is that if Brock said, hey, I really want to wrestle, you're gonna lose unless your name's Kurt Angle.
Right. Well, then you got to wrestle if you got a broken neck. There you go. So Travis is saying they had a major match tonight. You'll have to. Well, I guess we'll hear about it on Toilet on Tuesday.
I'm sure we'll hear about it tomorrow on Hella Dope because Aaron's a huge wrestling fan too.
There we go. Well, I'm already kind of wearing mine war chest. I got my beads in. I got the bandana on. Radnom says I'm going to throw pirate grenades out there for people.
You remember who I'm talking about, right? From Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes. What's his face? Because he had like the fuses were in his beard.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought when I saw that.
I totally remembered. As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, yeah. Rain sucks. Rock overplayed. They're just boring. It's it's just been a very long, drawn-out story at this point. But honestly, they needed to put the title on somebody for a long time, because for a while they were just passing that thing around like friggin', like it was going from one person to the next person to the next person to the next person. And when you do that with a title, it cheapens it, right? Because it's like, okay, well, nobody gives this title any significance. They just drop it down to the next person. They just drop it down to the next person. So you've got to do a run like that at some point. I love how as soon as we started talking wrestling, now mind you, I know that Brick is working, but now I see we got Punk and Ed and Sonny are all looking down at their phones, and I just picture they're messaging each other going, God, would they shut up about the wrestling shit? I'm not judging, guys, whatever.
I'm messaging you, Travis.
It's the best part about doing these big, huge live streams is that there's plenty to talk about.
I'm doing this really, really dorky thing right now. Has anybody ever tried to like do a Google Sheets and have it pull in YouTube video like view counts and titles?
No,
I haven't gone that far down the geekdom yet, Rick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
I haven't went that hard either, but I'm kind of liking where you're going with this, bro.
This should work, but I'm just having some reference errors. I gotta find some. Anyways,
I like numbers because they are like kind of an exact science. Now, mind you, YouTube numbers are different from actual numbers, I'm convinced, but it's one of those things that, yeah, like I'm digging where this is going, Brick. You're gonna have to tell me at some point in time what you got going on in that brain of yours, brother. Because
it's nothing big. Oh, I'll tell you. So we set up this whole AWOC. Take a drink, John. Set up like going across streams and stuff, and I just want to be able to pull out the video, throw in the URL, and then it'll automatically grab like the video title, the view count, yada yada, just so I can have it all in a spreadsheet. We're just trying to track things because I'm a nerd, but and then part of it now is just interesting. But then again, I'm also looking at another spreadsheet of some Mythic Legions figures that are available for sale.
So basically, you're trying to track the basic analytics across multiple accounts that you couldn't see in the back room because you only have access to your account, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not even trying to get anything like that intense. It's more so like there's actually a Google Sheets extension that you can get. It's just for whatever reason, one of them works. The title's fine, but it's getting null results for the other items. Like
you're basically doing like a ratings poll for AWOC.
Yep. Right. Cool. All right, I'll make myself big here because I did swap out the staff for the spell effect hand, and I like that. That looks good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's built into the hand.
Right. Automatically built into the hand.
That's cool.
And it's honestly not like at first when I put it in, and I think maybe because I just didn't have the wrist joint in all the way, it was a little loose. But now it seems like after I've tightened the wrist down all the way there, like it's definitely not as loose as his staff, just spinning around. Like he can hold it at an extended out pose.
How's his weight holding up? Like standing up? Is he cool? No, if he's standing, can he?
Really?
Do not fat shame people here.
Hold on, I can't actually.
No audio, Oz. Oz, your audio's out.
Oh, is it?
No, it's not.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Your headphones.
Okay. Probably just cut out for a little bit. My internet gets janky. So who are we saying not to fat shame here? Is there fat shaming going on? Because I'm fatty.
I don't know. Brooke asked about his weight.
Oh, now I get it. Sorry, that went over my head. You know what? Overall, he stands pretty good. Now that I've stood him up, that wrist kind of swiveled over a little bit. So that did kind of turn, and then his one shoulder pauldron popped off here, so I got to pop that back in. That's the one thing about like the shoulder pauldrons, to try and like get them to like not necessarily be uniform, but to get them close to the same angle on the back. They kind of butt into one another, so it's a little hard to do that. Maybe it's just intentional asymmetry.
Oz, did you get the magic effects with the orc? That would look really cool with him.
I'm going to now.
Good, cool.
Yeah, I had the same issue with the headless horseman and his
Oh yeah, for the
head,
pumpkin
yeah.
head.
Yep.
I did too. And like I was able to get it to tighten up just a little bit by using heat and then immediate cold to kind of like shrink.
Yeah.
So like it tightened up enough that it doesn't do it anymore. But yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
bought a
So
second one of those hands at Legion's Con this year, and I just super glued it. And so I
Carve
have
it
two
out.
hands, one super glued so the wrist doesn't move when it's on it, and then one just normal. So
nice. All right. So chat's getting away from me here. Let me take myself off full screen mode. Nobody wants to see my ugly face so much. So yeah, what you were saying there, Terrence, about some werewolves and dark fairies, I definitely would like to see more. They've got a lot of creatures in Zylona's flock. If you look at a lot of the older ones from that, definitely there are a few from there I would really like to see. And the serpentine types, well, that's what AWOC's got some reptiles coming. Savage Crucible's got some reptiles coming. So take your pick. We got some reptiles out there. And then, of course, we've also got armies of Ashmore with dinos coming that are in a brute scale that's on a whole nother level. Andrew Davis joining us this evening. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Over from Punk's chat, we've got Jody Graves joining in, saying, am I the only one? Wait, are you the only one? What? Did I miss something else they had said previously?
Next one.
Or
it's right after.
Okay. Am I the only one who wonders how the Hasbro team is going to pull off Raptor without making him extremely cheesy? Isn't that the point of his character?
yeah, he's got to be cheesy as hell, dude.
Right? Like he's
a lawyer. He's got to be cheesy.
This right here.
That's how he parties on the
It's
weekend.
about
He gets dressed up in a bird outfit.
They were able to make this guy not super cheesy.
Yeah,
That's fair. That's fair. He's awesome.
Everything that they've done, I mean, even stuff that I don't want, like that I've seen pictures, like when they do like the digital renders, they've found a way to make it look really good. I mean, Lenny does a wonderful job. I know not everyone.
I'm sure Raptor will come out looking badass with some really cool wings that he can wear that look like a glider.
If they do something like they did for Vulture in the Spider-Man movies.
okay. Well, I'm on the level now of thinking about a lawyer, like Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, and then like on the weekends he's just taking peyote and thinks he can like speak to raptors and stuff. Like, different person. I'm just picturing that now. It's
I'd love to have a Birdman figure. That'd be awesome.
I agree. That would be great. And Ace is in the house. Ramen Toy saying hello, Oz, chat, and panel. What is going on, Ace? Long time no see here on the clubhouse, my brother. It is good to have you tonight. Thank you for being here. And maybe non-barbarian humans, more of a gymnast or of average, but yeah. That was
a series of his. Did you see it from the beginning? Sorry if you already got.
Well, he had mentioned like the dark fairies here, right?
Yeah.
Is there one in between I'm missing? Yeah, he's got the in mythic, what types of new creatures, and then he mentions the serpent types.
You got it. Yeah.
And yeah, I was trying to follow along with it as I was going here and grabbing all the new.
I want all of those, Terrence. Please.
Right? Like, yeah, why not? The more, the better.
We don't need any animals though, because I got another place where I get those. But...
You know what? Ace tonight, it's on point, but it's honestly a crapshoot.
You know what, Oz? I realized that it was not your internet connection, and I am just the bonehead. And I was looking at another window I had open, and your mouse was not lining up with stuff. But I'm trying to multitask here. But that was on me.
I've done that multiple times. I did that last night. I jumped into the pit, and I was like, "What is this weird thing happening?"
What is going on?
And I had in the other window, it was playing the audio, and I just messed up my brain.
So I went looking, and that he said he'd love to have a Birdman figure. The only thing I'm finding is like Mego.
Oh yeah, you can't find.
I see statues, but in terms of action figures, I don't know if a single company has ever taken him up seriously.
They might have, because they did like Space Ghost and a bunch of the old
Space Ghost and Blue Falcon and the Herculoids, right?
I did see Space Ghost stuff, but on him, all I'm finding is Mego, or Mego style.
Yeah. There's not a lot of love for the Hanna-Barbera superheroes.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's also some issues with licensing. Then that's
I'm sure.
I bet you it's probably because those things are so damn popular. I'd assume that's more so people have tried and had a challenge with a company or whatever.
Right.
But that's just an assumption.
This right here, Sonny, nailed it.
Looks really good.
What looks really good?
That new Space Ghost comic.
Oh yeah.
Did you all ever read the Hanna-Barbera people in here? There was a comic that where they kind of were all in the sort of same world.
I haven't read it.
They had crossovers.
No.
Oh, that was a really cool thing. I gotta find that again.
Yeah, I never read that, but I remember
platforms it might be on.
As I tried to figure out how to share the stuff I have on pre-order that's Warcraft.
Boom!
There it is.
I just hadn't scrolled down enough to see
it. You did it, Thanos. Look at that, man.
Oh, he did it fancy too. He put it as a slideshow. I'm digging it, Thanos. Good job. And that Illidan looks so sweet.
Yeah, Thanos, you could even just do like open up a browser and share a browser window and just take us to different sites. That thing is cool. That's like that's Wraith Mace's character right there.
Very similar.
The old that's the original PvP here for the Warriors.
Yep, it is.
Ooh, we got a bold statement here from Ace saying that he thinks that tomorrow night Roman retains the title. Ooh,
I'm sure.
Bavarian, that looks nice.
Yeah, and that's a company that I haven't seen.
I was gonna say it looks different.
Yeah,
I'm loving the sword sculpts. That is,
yeah. They have the combined sword.
I was just gonna say, do they?
Yeah, they have the combined sword, and then they have the because it pulls apart.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Did you read Thanos? Did you read the comic run of him when he was in the arena and stuff like that? Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would give him the Lagash look.
Yeah,
with that set too. That would have been great.
And we got the Murlocs.
Murloc boys.
I was just a little bit bummed that these Murlocs were a little bit. Wait, these are Hero. Is Hero the same as the Blade Master that you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, Hero Toys definitely skews more towards like the game, a little bit more on the animated set.
Right.
Yep.
That's the pet you could get from the very first BlizzCon with the code. That's Murky.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I have that. I went to the very first BlizzCon.
It's a great experience.
Guys, I am gonna head out because I gotta take my daughter in the morning to swimming again. It's gonna be nice and cold.
Hey,
yep.
Wait, before you leave.
Yep.
I want. Once you guys are done here, I want to talk about the power of the Force and what we're doing. So if there's anyone on here,
let's do it. Let's talk about it.
I got to cut out too. So
let's talk about it right now. Then we'll give you guys some Force space. Let's talk.
All right. So I've been talking about this for a while, and did it all happen on Punk's Pit?
Yeah, it started.
I'm pretty sure it started as just a joke.
Yeah. Someone said that we should just do.
Allison started it here one night at like 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, because she's doing something completely different. She's doing like a whole month of Star Wars stuff for me. And then someone made a comment in the chat that we should all review the Power of the Force figures from the 90s because they were so bad they were good. In all honesty, I had so much fun collecting them. I really did.
They're still fun to
collect.
So we so somehow it just took on a life of its own that we were going to start. I was going to coordinate it. So hopefully we can have one different creator every day throughout the month of May review a Star Wars Power of the Force. And right now we have about 21 people that have already committed. Doesn't mean people won't drop out, but so if anyone that's a creator is interested, it is just to have fun. You can do it serious, you can do a parody, you can be a comedian, but pick a figure. The whole point of it kind of is that they're $5 to $10. unless you're Wraith, and then he goes looking for
He's an overachiever.
Rancors.
I'm giving it to my son afterwards. That's my
He's paid.
Listen,
Wraith only
by
pays for the autograph. Lawrence. Wraith only pays for the autograph.
Yes. So, well, believe me, by the time that race comes out, that thing will be about $2,000 that he paid for it. So, the whole thing is just to have fun, because I think having fun with toys has really gotten away from a lot of people on YouTube. Everything is serious. No one wants to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
But mine will drop on May 1st. And right after that, Allison and I are going to do a live stream so we can discuss and let everyone know exactly what we're doing, and especially what she's doing, because I'm just kind of coordinating this. And if you guys know what Cobra Convergence is, it's kind of the same concept, except for you're reviewing Power of the Force from the 90s.
Sure.
So if you're interested, shoot me a message either on Instagram. It's probably the easiest way to get a hold of me. And once I have everyone set that wants to do it, I will give you a date and a time.
Cool.
They're all going to go out at the exact same time, but everyone will have a different date. So they're not all just going up whenever someone wants to. I'll have the whole itinerary where I can show everyone. There are some things. These have to be signed. These are all going to be. These will all be signed.
Hey, I paid $8 for that signature, bro. They're definitely.
But let me say that without laughing your ass off. That's pathetic.
That's the hard part.
And the reason for this is not everyone that watches this or is a member of mine that watched it yesterday is going to be watching these. There will be people all over. It just has to be signed. We don't want it signed by the actor who played it. It's just going to be signed, so we're not lying. So,
nope.
If you're interested and you want to pick up a figure for $5, let me know. You know who you want to do, and then when the time comes, I will shoot you out. And if you don't make a lot of content, understand all you have to do. Once you create a video, you can tell it to go out at whatever time and date that you want. So you can schedule something 3 months in advance, and then you're good to go. You don't need to worry about it again. But
yep. I swear to God, I'm doing my review
What was that?
Go for it, Wraith.
No, I'm saying I'm doing my review as just a heads up. It's going to be as a Grey Knight with the helmet on and the voice for Rancor. Okay, this is going to be fun. All right,
I have no problem with that. Like,
good, cool.
Again, it's yesterday it took on a life of its own. I haven't laughed that hard on one of the streams like this in a long ass time, because it was just organic. We were dying laughing. Brick, I think you had already bolted, right?
He was at least there
around
for
the thing.
part of.
Yeah,
no, because he was still there because he's doing a couple
I was
of special
the one who pointed out. Watch it back. I was the one who thought of it after seeing the
that's right.
Bullock thing, right? And
So
I was like, we should get them all.
So are you in?
Yeah, no, I'm in. I'm doing Muff Tack and
Right. Oh, that's right. Okay.
He's getting the muff.
And actually, Adam's in too. Highly articulated. He picked something up today at that Vancouver show.
Okay.
Totally have to have someone unbox a Star Trek figure.
Well,
who said they were doing the Bomar Monk?
That is Adam, or not Adam.
Aaron.
Nice.
Aaron
I saw
Paynes,
that
right?
today.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that today while I was at freaking Attorney a Dream, and I was like, ooh, they actually have one here.
How much?
And I'm like, it's 60. Which, again, when we're talking about Power of the Force, it sounds like super expensive. But people remember that was a really, that was a mail-away figure that not a lot of people got. So
The Bomar Monk, I thought everyone got it. I had it.
He was a mail away.
He was a mail away, and some people just didn't know you could mail away for him.
Some people don't know how to use the mail.
Other people have house fires and need to buy new ones.
the Slave Leia, I think the second, one of them that came out was a mail away also.
Was it a
convention? There was a convention one that I had or something. It was in a special box. It wasn't in a card. Shoot, what the hell was it? I have to look that up now.
Yeah, Slave Leia's at Sergeant Red's right now. I know that for a fact.
There was 3 Leias that came out in a 2-pack that had like one with Wicket, one with R2, and one with something else that were special because they had soft goods.
It was 4 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was 4 of those packs because they were.
That was
all
like the Leia
soft
collection or something they called.
and they were superior to the ones that they were releasing on card. Not just the ways of the soft goods. The sculpts were way
sculpts
better.
and all that were much better.
But yeah, you had the ceremony one that came with Luke. You had the Wicket where she wore the gear from Endor. You had R2 was like the classic look.
Yeah,
and then they had Bespin Leia as well.
I'm thinking of the dancer, the Jabba dancer. That's the one I had.
Ula.
That's right. He was in a special box.
Ula the green skin dancer.
Yep, that's it.
We used to play Star Wars Trivial Pursuit, and we had to answer it exactly how it was said on the Trivial Pursuit card because we all knew Star Wars so well. And I'll never forget, like, my buddy who was the huge Star Wars fan that I told you has like probably $500,000 worth of shit. That question came up of who was Jabba's dancer. It was like, oh, Ula. Like, he goes nuts, you know? And we're like, ooh, you got it wrong. And he's like, what? And we're like, my buddy turns the card. He's like, no, it's Ula the green skinned dancer.
Of course it is. Of course.
Well, what about the other dancer he had? His other favorite dancer had the 6-rack.
Oh my god!
The fat girl. What the hell was her name?
Everybody forgets her because she's just in that like 2 scenes, kicking the feet around and shimmy and everything. And like apparently, like in the Tales of Jabba's Palace book, they go a little bit more in depth why he loved her so much, and it wasn't just the fact that she had 6-rack. But that was. Oh man, like I'm sorry, the lore for the old stuff from the 90s, which is so rich, you know.
Damn, that is an ugly Princess Leia figure.
Oh yeah, yeah, that original one. Oh man, that has got to be.
She looks like a monkey. And she looks like a monkey.
Absolutely one of the worst sculpts of toys in general. Like,
I mean, the body is okay, but the
face sculpt. That's what I mean. Just
looks
strictly
like she's from Planet of the Apes or something.
Yeah,
that's what I thought when I got her.
Roseanne got canceled.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, listen, guys, I am gonna go to sleep. I have that Rancor coming this week. It was a good $80. And I got the Malik, so he'll be coming as well, the Rancor Keeper. And anybody that's interested, like I said, just message me for any of the Mythic Legions. 2 more days, I'll throw them up. So on the Cabal.
He's looking to get at least $80 for those Mythic Legions figures.
I heard he was selling his Dragonfly before he even comes in for like 150.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 150. Go to hell.
$5 shipping, flat rate across the U.S. International buyers.
YouTube Friends discount, right?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm gonna be selling that as well because the only thing I'm keeping is the hiss. So, have a good night, guys. Have a good week, and I'll be talking to you guys.
And Ray, thank you for participating.
Oh, dude, this is gonna be hysterical. I swear, you're. Afterwards, you'll be like, dude, you did too much. Knock it off. Come on.
You're not going to get that from me. Believe me.
All right, guys. Have a good night, guys.
Night, man.
Take care.
Good night. So if anyone is interested, just, hit me up. Brett, was Adam at the same show that Ken was?
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we know if Ken got one? Because Ken said, I'll look and see if I can find something.
I didn't.
Ken found something, but it was not Power of the Horses.
Wait, no, you know what? I did ask.
Doesn't Ken have a shit ton of them anyway? Like, I thought he sent you some, Oz. Or was that Black Figures he sent you?
Those were Black Series. Those were all modern. These weren't Power of the Horses.
He didn't find one because
that's right. When I asked him, he answered no, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I was in the middle of something, so I didn't get to be a smart ass back. But
there's always next time.
Well, I guess you didn't find one. I mean, Adam had no problem, but okay.
We kind of did this whole like, I'm not sure. Like,
you could have just walked over to like the $2 dump bin at somebody's table and been like, "Oh,
yeah,
there we go."
Horse figure there, you know that for sure.
And he does content all the time, so I'm like, dude, it's perfect. Like, but I got Michael from Toy Habits. He's gonna do Dengar. So
love Dengar.
He actually sent me a picture, and I wrote back. I'm like, it took me a second to figure out if that was the Power of the Force or the 80s, because they now at this point, like, they've just started to blend together, a lot of them. And he was like, I do the same thing when I looked at it. I had to double check that it's the same thing. So, but yeah, again, if you're interested, it's fun. Have Adam message me so I know exactly who he's doing, and that way I can, like I said, once I get a schedule to let everyone know. And there may be more. I mean, if more people want to do it, again, it's coming up close. And first, I didn't think we could get 31 different people, but I don't think it's going to be that difficult. But there's always going to be people that are going to back out and be like, "Oh, I didn't want to do it." And it's like, all right, I would have hated to waste 10 minutes of your time and $10. Thanks a lot, dude.
Right. I mean, in all seriousness, it's just like you said earlier. We're just trying to have some fun with the toys, right? Like, toys are supposed to be fun. We're supposed to be having fun across our toy channels here. And there is a vast majority of people out there that are taking this stuff way too seriously right now.
Oh, unreasonably so. Like, I've never seen so many angry people about things that are fun. Like, I have never seen it.
How dare they do this, or how dare they do, like, what's the matter to you, really? Like, if you don't want it, don't spend your money on it and move on with your day, because that's how easy it is.
I get pretty angry every time I hear Walmart exclusive. Not gonna lie.
Okay, maybe I'm okay.
Angry at the Walmart, not the toys.
I just can't believe, like, there is so much accessibility right now. Like, I know it's easy to be like, oh man, it used to be so much better, but it wasn't. Like, it just wasn't. Like, right now we have 2 Red Sonjas coming out. We have multiple Conan the Barbarians on the market. We have Mythic Legions. We have Star Wars. We have individual independent toy lines. We have independent new takes on Ninja Turtles. I mean, there is literally nothing that you can think of getting to that point anyway. I mean, I have figures on the shelf now that if you'd have told me just 5 years ago that it was going to, I have Dark Wolf on the shelf.
Tigra is coming. Tigra influenced me to go back and buy the Drizzt, because I had to get my 2-pack here.
Right.
Yeah, but see, none of that matters, because the one character that I want done exactly the way I want it when I want it isn't available. So fuck you.
Right.
Is that Black Star?
Exactly.
But do you know why it was better back in the 80s?
Why?
Because
everything was better back in my day.
Because we were kids. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know that there was, like, Action Force over somewhere else. I played with G.I. Joe. I didn't give a shit about anything else. Like, that's why it was better. But
what a head sculpt be.
Kids.
Well, Lawrence likes the 80s because he had a fucking flag and fucking 9 shipwrecks.
Whoa.
Also the same price as everybody
I did not have a flag.
I did not.
80s. I still have my flag from the 80s.
I did not have a flag.
The 9 shipwrecks. Yes. Shut up.
Let's face it, Lawrence.
I did not.
Lawrence truly liked the 80s because he was actually, like, the proper size for his body.
No, he wasn't.
Dang.
Saw that one coming from a mile away.
So I never had a flag.
Not tall enough too.
I've wondered almost my entire life, and I know he won't know, but my dad, he got me an aircraft carrier, and I don't know where he got it, or what it was not a flag, but it was big. I remember it was big enough that the side opened and I could fit every single GI Joe that I had in it. It was large enough that it fit 2 actual GI Joe planes. I don't know what this thing was, but it was like plastic. That's what I remember. And it was like really long, and I would pick it up like a toy chest and like walk it outside and then find an area. I've often wondered what that was that he found, where he found it. I've never seen it again. I've never come across it randomly at a toy store or anything like that. But I think I would buy it again. And I'm sure it's ridiculous knockoff or whatever, but like there's like these weird toys that fall into obscurity that you had when you were a kid. Because like you said, we didn't care. If they gave it to us, we'd play with it.
A matter of fact, here's a good one. And I know people had this, but I'm looking it up to find it for my show on Monday. Robo was showing off McFarlane. He has a Sergeant Rock figure coming out.
Yeah, I love Sergeant Rock as a kid.
That's cool.
Yeah, and I'm like, only thing that sucks is that's a 7-inch scale, so it won't fit with G.I. Joe. But I still have some of my Sergeant Rock figures.
Right. I wouldn't mind getting a Sergeant Rock that I could scale with lines. That'd be great.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I'm not
Sergeant Rock figures because my parents were too cheap to buy me fucking GI Joe, so I got the $1 Sergeant Rock figures from KB Toys.
But no, I mean, I think we have it great now for everything we have. But the only reason why, when you look back when it was so great, we weren't buying the toys; our parents were.
Right.
I didn't have to have 5 different lines. I collected GI Joe, and that's what I got. And again, I didn't know, like, oh my God, there's this Action Force figure that I don't have overseas. How am I going to get them?
Right.
It's also the entire internet hobby of stating your opinion about every single little bit of minutia on every single thing. Wow. And you're just drowned out all day long with everyone's opinions instead of just going about life and saying, oh, that's cool.
I feel like you're taking shots at my Monday stream.
I'm not. I wasn't intentionally. But
for me, it's not even the sort of like stating people's opinions, because that's kind of what I want to hear. But it's weird how people get upset and can't just hear an opinion, and they have to like fire back, or that's the shit. It's like I listen to opinions all the time. I don't even agree with a lot of them. And
when you were a kid, though, would you ever listen to people's opinions on the toys you were playing with, or you just played with them? Maybe your friend would be like, "This one sucks."
Oh, I see what you're saying. But
no, too much information. Information overload.
Fine. No, I think you're right. But I think the missing variable there is that we're fucking adults now. Like, I can take the opinions. So yeah, you're right. Maybe as a kid I couldn't, but as an adult, like, I got to move through the world and live with other people. So that's the part that trips me out, is that people just can't deal if somebody has an opinion that they don't like or whatever. It's just like, that's cool.
I think the problem is that in nowadays, like when it comes to a debate or discussion, some people actually have difficulties handling it. And then, you hear these typical like killer arguments, like there's this hate, or the problem is when you're using a word like this, not only the person tries to kill the conversation or the debate, but also tries to devalue the opposite side by placing him beneath him with something. Yeah, like your argument is invalid because you're a hater or something. That's basically. I think, in my opinion, or my humble opinion, the market, I feel it's in some way oversaturated. But on the other hand, I think some companies are doing like certain kinds of, for example, like Mattel Creations, they're going to that thing with the Origins and being exclusives now instead of putting them out in the regular market. So it feels a bit like Medicollect, and the problem is you have to be on your toes. Like with the Cyclone, he was like sold off in like half an hour. That's what people don't like, and in some way can understand it. Plus, you couldn't order him everywhere. Like, it wasn't international. It was like a few countries in Europe, USA, Canada, and that's about it. So,
well, these companies
and things that are, it's justified to criticize them and say, "Hey, Mattel, what you're doing there?"
Sure.
I wouldn't necessarily say those people are like nagging without reason or complaining without reason.
I'm not saying that the criticism isn't valid half the time. I'm just saying that it usually doesn't give you any value in life to just listen to all of it because you need your sanity. But
we don't need to listen to those criticisms. Mattel needs to listen to those criticisms.
A little bit. No, Mattel needs to stop doing things like saying we're going to back off on retail exclusives and then double down on it and start putting everything in retail.
Well, so the thing that gets me is, how do I put this? Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
You really are.
So like, and here's what I mean by that. Like, I understand that they're releasing something like, okay, like when Frogmonger came out, he was going fast. I was lucky. I did get one, but I know how quick he went. And so then people get like, oh, I'm mad because I never even had a chance. Like I had to go on lunch break or whatever. And by the time I got there, it had already been 10 minutes and he was gone. So I get that. But then at the exact same time, they're like, hey, this one goes to Walmart. I'm never getting it.
Right.
It's not going to happen because, and I don't know why, but the distribution, I live in easy distance of 5 different Walmarts, 5 of them. And I don't know why only 2 of those Walmarts carry Motu. One only carries it at the absolute bottom. It's not a peg. It's the bottom shelf. They will carry a box. That's it. So we got like 4 boxes in the entire time that he was out. Mossman was at that Walmart. Only one of them, 4 of him, and that was it. Mm-hmm. And I never saw another one. There's never been another one. And this is like the Walmart that I go to almost every other night after work to pick up 1 or 2 items, and then I go home. You know, nowhere.
I was actually looking for that Mossman. Never found him over here.
The second Walmart that does carry Motu carries 2 pegs, and that's it. And it's still Naked Stratos and Sorceress, and that's it. It's the only thing that's been on the peg.
I feel like 12 over my furniture right
now. I don't know why, but no other Walmart. So I got 3 other choices. They don't carry anything. And then one of my targets has dwindled the area down to be 1 spot on the rack, 2 pegs, and then the other target only carries Masterverse, which is strange to me, and still has the 2 Sunman packs sitting there that they can't get rid of.
Those are the 2 that I had on pre-order that they never shipped.
Maybe. Because it's been there for as long as I can remember. And you could tell like people go in there and they've like moved it to the side and then because it's the same one. And it's been there for as long as I can remember at this point. And there's 2 pegs above it that hold Masterverse. But there's no origin there.
What frustrates me with that whole situation is Mattel Creation, if something sells out, they've already had the model for Wondar and Grizzlord. It's like we'll just make made to order if it sells out too quick. Cool. Good solution. Let's never do it again. Walmart, like we have overstock in all these stores and we have all these stores that don't carry it. But if you go online to buy it, it's being sold by a third party for like 3 times the price.
Right.
Like if they would work out those 2 issues, none of it would be a problem. And I get why they do Walmart exclusive because Walmart gives them money because they're like, yeah, we want this thing and then we want to carry it. Cool. It helps the brand. But you don't get it into the people who want to buy its hands, then it's like, what is the point in the first place?
So I agree with you on this one point, absolutely, to the absolute nth degree. If you're going to do exclusives, and I have no problem with that. If you're going to do, hey, we're Mattel Creations, we're going to do Cyclones, and then if you're going to do a limited run, do 1 limited run, and then follow it up like you did with Wondar, follow it up like you did with Grizzlord. There's no reason that you can't just take the orders, take the money then. I mean, look, we waited. I'm not saying it was a great solution, but that's how I got Wondar. It's how I got Grizzlord. And I didn't miss out because as long as you have an order in, you'll get it.
So actually, that's the big advantage because the made-to-order strategy, it deters scalpers. That's the thing because they know, it doesn't matter if I shorten the availability because, I can order 30 of those or my bots can catch 30 of those, but still, the other guys who want that figure and are on time, they get theirs, you know?
Yeah.
So that's, so I think it's currently the best strategy against scalpers. And about the Masterverse thing, just please, sorry, Oz, but Masterverse isn't selling well. Look at the material creation side, like Dark Lin and Motherboard. They're still available. Even Vicron, which is a good figure, and Schnauzer. Masterverse is not selling well. I think the CGI cartoon was also cancelled because
that line is canceled.
The CGI figures don't sell well either. It's like,
yeah, that line I know is canceled.
Yeah, so the people want Origins for the most part. They want Origin figures, and
well, I mean the people, but I hear what you're saying. That the majority of people or whatever those sell better is what you're saying.
I wish I could see the numbers. That's where my mind goes.
Ultimately, I don't actually have the numbers, so that's where I kind of.
Mm-hmm. Now I've worked in logistics. I've worked in logistics for like 22 years, like literally as long as I've been working, and I know how the systems work to stock material, store material, ship material, and then and then run that algorithm back and say, okay, this is what we need for restock. This is how this item sells. And then when that goes wrong, I know how long an item will sit on my floor for the next 8 years before we actually ship it out or just destroy it ourselves because it's not actually going anywhere. Mm-hmm. And that makes me wonder, are they underproducing Origins to create a hype, or do they not know how much to actually sell? And then the secondary question also comes down to Masterverse. By now, if Masterverse is not selling, but it's still producing new figures, then it has to be selling. Exactly. But at the same time, there seems to be more than enough product for Masterverse, mm-hmm. but not more than enough product, even of the main retail figures, to the point where they have to reissue. Like, why are we getting? And it's not that I'm mad about it, because look, I just bought an Orco. I need an Orco. I could not get one. But therein lies the question: how come Trapjaw and Orco could sell at that rate and never get a reprint and then have to be reissued 6 waves in? If we, like, is nobody watching the sales math, or is this planned on purpose?
Yeah, and I don't know. Again, those are 2 options. I don't, none of us really knows.
Right.
And I think that's where, to kind of circle back, just, it's hard to stomach some of the conversations around this stuff when people speak so definitively, when, as you've identified, we don't have the data. Like, we actually don't know. So that's where, at the end of the day, to go back to what I was saying earlier, it's like, I don't understand why people get mad around different opinions, because at the end of the day, unless you're the dude who's sitting there looking at the books and you're saying definitively this is what's happening, I have a hard time sort of, taking these serious.
With the distribution, like when you think, like some figures like He-Man Skeller will be produced more than other figures because that's the main characters, basically.
Sure.
The other thing though is, when you look at how it's distributed, like they have the package, you have like 8 figures or something inside, but it can be any. It's like random. You can't buy, like, you buy a box of 8 Trapjaws, you buy a box of 8 Bokkos, like the shops, and then they can truly control what they are buying or what's in demand, and reorder it. Instead, you have a box and there could be in like 4 Beastmans, only 2 of that wave. It's irregular. And that's, I think, also problem. You end up maybe with a shop who sits on 4 of these figures, which would be better off at another shop, which could sell these figures because there's still people who hadn't gotten a chance to buy these at their local store. So that's a problem. They should offer each figure individual for the retailers.
That's kind of what they're doing with everything going to Mattel Creations now, right? Initially, when this line came out, aside from the crap that was going on with COVID and shipping getting all screwed up because of that. The line came out, Skeletor was an individual SKU, He-Man was an individual SKU. The rest of the wave was known as assorted.
Yeah,
and it stayed like that from waves 1 all the way up to past 8, like going into 9 or 10, right? It was all assorted. The SKU number was just assorted, right? So what's happening is the stores were getting them in, selling out of assorted SKU, right? Because the first peg warmers were He-Man and Skeletor. Every store had a ton of He-Man and Skeletor.
I'm glad those peg warmed because I fought like buying them. Like I would like look at them every time I went to the store. I was like,
I fought, didn't buy them all the way up until they were $4.99 a piece, and then I bought a bunch. So in any case, though, that assorted SKU, when they restocked it finally to meet the demand of the shorthanded product due to shipping issues because of COVID, everybody wanted more. Everybody wanted more. Well, they were up to wave 7, I believe it is the buzz off wave. And everybody rushed out and bought it, and they were so happy because they could find it. And then it sat and peg warmed because all these stores got an overstock of Masters of the Universe assorted. And that is when that went to crap. And Ace is saying here, He-Man and Skeletor must always be in abundance so that anyone at any time can start collecting. That was the issue they had in the 80s, right? Because they started doing all the variant He-Mans and Skeletors, but people wanted the core original ones with the 2 halves of the power sword, right? Even though later iterations of He-Man may still come with that power sword, Skeletors did not. And people wanted those originals, and they weren't like an individual SKU back then, and people weren't buying the new He-Man and Skeletors. They were looking for the older ones that were not in production anymore.
They did come with the power sword. I remember that even. I remember in Germany there were only 2 variants available of He-Man Skeletor. Was the Battle Armor He-Man?
Battle Armor? The first
Skeletor. Those 2 were released in Germany. The other one's Battle Armor Skeletor, Terror Claws, that wasn't available. Thunder Punch, nah. And they made it so they reversed the sword. So you got with the Battle Armor, you got the left side, if you will, and with the Dragon Blaster Skeletor, you got the other side. You could do sword, like one full grey sword and one full purple sword out of these when you had the original ones as well. So they did that.
Well, you know, one of the things I was just trying to make here about bringing that up is that they tried to combat this time by making He-Man and Skeletor individual SKUs so that they could continuously replenish those SKUs based off of sell-through, right? Because everything is based off of sell-through from the stores. That's how the stores know to order more from Mattel to get them back in stock. The only problem is after the main abundance of us collectors had He-Man and Skeletor, we weren't interested in buying another He-Man and Skeletor. You know, we finally got that original He-Man and Skeletor. And then that one wave clogged shelves and nobody could find anything except for like big bad toy stores. So they're like, all right, we got to sell to the fan channels more. We're going to, you know, Walmart's like, these toys aren't selling. We're going to stop ordering. And Target was pretty much in the same boat, I guess. So they've cut back their minimum order quantities and they switched to doing. Also, the other idea was, too, Mattel was doing a 3-pronged attack, right? You had your collector, your adult collector version of the toy, Masterverse. You had your nostalgia-driven toy, Origins. And then you had the toys for the new kiddos and the new customers, the CGI line, which was geared and marketed to bring new fans into the audience. The only problem is there wasn't enough people showing up to watch the new CGI show, right? There wasn't enough new kids looking at these new He-Man toys when nobody knew who it was.
On that note, how do you solve the problem of kids can get anything they want whenever they want it, and actually bring attention to a new line for them. Like
exactly,
because there was nothing wrong with the CGI show. It was a good show. It was a good show for kids and their parents.
So I don't have an answer for this, but I have witnessed in real time, watching my kid grow up and everything. And I'm not saying I'm the only one here with kids. I don't know anybody's backstories, but all I'm saying is that watching my kid grow up, I've noticed that there's one thing very different about her life as opposed to my life, and it's not a complaining thing. It's just an interest that I've had watching her grow up. When I was growing up, I played with toys, and I think there was a legit reason defined as to why I did it, as to why she didn't do it nearly the way I did. And I think it's because I remember growing up, and the two major, there were like a couple of them, but there were two major toy lines when I was growing up that really hit hard. And that was Ninja Turtles and Ghostbusters. And both of them had shows on television. So I would watch, but I would watch one episode of Ninja Turtles, one episode of Ghostbusters. And if I wanted more, I had to play myself. And then I would come back the next day and I'd watch another episode. And time invested is a very real thing. It's like a person that watches, and just to put this out there, it's like a person that watches The Walking Dead for every single season, but got tired of it at season 7. But like, I'm not going to quit now. I'm this far in, I'm going to watch it. And you people do that. We did it too as kids, because I've watched where my kid would find a show like Yokai Watch was one of them. And she binged it in like 2 weeks. She just watched everything there was. And then she asked for a couple toys. And then a month later, she was like, all right, I'm done. And it was over. And she moved on to a different show, because the accessibility, you're not investing time, and you're not investing time in the property. So you don't learn it in a slow pace. You binge it, you enjoy it, it's done, you move on. And we did have a small equivalent when we were growing up. Anime, when it first hit us here in the States and whatnot, it was in an early course of anime. People might remember something like Dragon Ball Z and be invested, but who remembers something like X or Iria, the Zerum Project? There were 4 episodes. You watched them, they were done, you moved on with your life. There's 13 episodes of Ikki Towson. Nobody, like at that point, maybe a grown-up wants a pretty girl to put on their shelf, but it's not a time-invested program. You watch it, you binge it, you're done, you move on with your life, it's over. Plus, and you put that out of your mind.
Plus, in the 80s, we didn't have the digital age. That's also a thing. Like, you have many kids today that don't watch TV at all. They go on, TikTok, YouTube, whatever. And that's where you have to actually place your product in them so that they will see it.
Well,
so
that's
TV
the thing. It's to kind of combine. There's a couple different things. The first one, I agree with you and appreciate that thought of the idea of time invested. You take that and then you multiply it with the fact that there are actually a million of other things that they can then move on to, right? So if you didn't have that and you didn't put the time in and they're like, well, I guess there's nothing else on, that's a different scenario, right? Because then maybe you'd still hold on to that thing. But because I invested my time, or I spent a little bit of time with this, I'm moving on now, and there's a million and other things to look at. Like, it just not much sticks in the same way, because why should it, right? There really is a million things. I've seen this all the time. I do have 2 kids. I teach high school, and I've taught high school since like 2001. The shift in media consumption period is different, not just for toys, but it's the same with music. Like, for a lot of us, we defined ourselves by music. Like, literally, you grow up and you create a channel and you're like, I'm a punk with toys. Or the one thing that I was really into, I skate. And so that really defines us. But nowadays, so many kids are like, yeah, no, I know about that band. Oh, yeah, I've heard of Bad Religion. Oh, yeah, I've heard of whatever. Like, all sorts of stuff. But it's not like I'm into punk. It's just like, yeah, I listen to music, because literally all of music is at their fingertips. The idea of defining yourself into one genre or one identity. It's just kind of not there. And the thing is, it's not reinforced. When a lot of us were, it sounds like we're at different ages, but when we were young, so much of like who you were identified by whatever bubble you fit in. And if that was, I like Ninja Turtles, and then the other kids who like He-Man, or I liked this music and they like this. Nowadays, it's just like, I like this. I've heard of that. Oh yeah, that's cool. Moving on with our lives, right? And so they don't fall into those same things. And at the end of the day, all these folks, these producers, whether it's content or toys, they're scrambling too. They're trying to figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
So in terms of using music, like the record companies, the record industry, radio had to all adjust to figure out like, what are we supposed to do? Toys have to do that too, and toy production. And I think that's where shit is just pretty far gone, that I always wonder about, like, what is the longevity of this hobby when the same sort of things that we've already addressed in terms of like getting people, pardon the term, addicted to these things, right? Or invested in.
Right. The word is addiction. I mean, it is fair. I mean, even the streaming sites now are purposely rolling episodes out only on Wednesday to force time investment.
But on that note, like in terms of toys, so if we don't have that aspect where people are getting into it. And then as Sonny pointed out, they're consuming things very differently. So like they have options that I didn't like. I could play with my action figures, and then by about 5th grade, this Nintendo thing hit. And sure, there was in television or whatever, but now it's like you got multiple PlayStations, next gen consoles or whatever they're called now. You've got Steam, you've got your phone, like everything is just, there's so much variety. So like, I just wonder about this idea of like, well, I'm going to go to a store and I'm going to buy this toy based on, I guess, something I saw at one point that I kind of am into. And then, I'm going to collect it. Wait, why am I going to collect it? I'm moving on to the next thing. Like, that's all weird. And then you're like, well, then now I'm competing. Like, I could spend my money there, or I could go home and put my video game and spend my money on the costume that I want for my character or the gun that I want. And so it's just like, I do genuinely wonder about the future of collecting in terms of the next generations. And then the last piece is, we're all nostalgic. Yep. Like, and I know I'm self-serving this with the AWOC thing. Take a drink, John. But we're a lot of us are just really into this nostalgia piece, that there aren't very many people trying to create new things that maybe other people can access. And of course, you throw in gatekeeping and all of these other issues that make it maybe less attractive for people to want to get into a new thing. So on
that note, with the new things though, I think a lot of the problem also is the fact that there's so many new things that pop up so fast nowadays, right? I mean, we grew up with G.I. Joe was around forever. Mego was around forever. Fisher Price Adventure People was around forever. These kids are getting bombarded with new things every minute of every day.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like our musical choices. You got to listen to the radio your parents listen to, and then when you got home at night, you put on your radio station. But they were all the same genre, right? When you put on rock music, it was rock. These kids can put on Pandora and get such a plethora of different styles of music. It's kind of funny. And then it's all new stuff, right?
There used to be only 3 TV channels at one point in America, right? 3 broadcast networks. So you're never going to have a monolithic captive audience like you used to before, unless we go through some kind of technology dark age, be it through culture or something like that. But I do think that there's room for toys. Right now are all made in old style mass production, and there are advances being made in 3D printing and resin printing. I know they don't hold up right now, but I think micro batch production to fit the micro style of everyone's attention, fractured attention, is probably going to catch up. And I think there's going to be more of that in the future. At least that's what I think. But
and I agree. I think some form of toy collecting will exist. I think, but some of the stuff that's come up tonight in terms of like, well, what's going on with the distribution and all of that, to me, that's all an old model trying to fit a new world. And that's what we're struggling with. And we can try and troubleshoot it all we want.
Right.
But it's
standing in a tar pit, man.
Yeah. It's like, you're too late. Like the world is.
Oh, what's that in the sky? Oh, that's cool.
And I think that's where I'm going to come back to the AWOC thing for a second. Helping out with this campaign is really fascinating to me because I think, and watching even HasLabs and all this, I know a lot of people have been frustrated with the new advent of like, why is HasLab crowdfunding? Why is Mattel Creations crowdfunding and all that? But I've said this elsewhere before, and I think what it is these companies are trying to adjust their business model. And part of the reason the crowdfunding thing is so attractive to them is, different levels of risk, right? They can, in one campaign, depending on who backs, they know they have literally a list of names of who the hardcore buyers are. Like if you go back and if I were at Hasbro, I'd be like, hey, who all paid that crazy amount of money for the frickin' and whatever Sentinel or Galactus? Okay. Those people clearly, one, have money, two, are willing to spend it. Can we continue to sell stuff to them? You couldn't do that before. It was like some random dude walked into a Target at one time and grabbed a bunch of stuff. Who are they?
Yeah,
so I think that's them adjusting, whether we like it or not. I think that's what we're seeing is some of like the dinosaurs and the Tarbits trying to adjust. And then you've got like the indies who are trying to figure it out too. And because they're a little bit more nimble and they don't have the same, I don't know, like they can pivot. We were talking earlier about like, I don't know, like Marvel Legends. How come they can't change their buck or whatever it is? It's like, dude, that's Hasbro. They have a way of doing things. They're not necessarily looking to try and constantly innovate their figure from wave to wave to wave to wave. And so where others can. And so that's why I've said before, like, I'm just fascinated by watching it all. Because it's not only like, I feel like the conversation has totally shifted because it's not even just like, well, Hasbro and Mattel, are they going to be able to do X, Y, Z? Not only do we have the indies, but now you've got all these companies from overseas doing third-party stuff, right? People doing stuff unlicensed in a way that didn't exist before. You've got all sorts of brand new smaller companies, right? How many Kickstarters are alive right now? Like, it's kind of wild. Galactic Valor, Savage Crucible is waiting. Like, I think we're just seeing this massive shift. And I agree with Random. I think at some point it's all going to settle. I don't think toys will disappear.
But I mean, with big companies and crowdfunding, that's a bit of a double-edged sword. And on one side, I agree with you. They try to test the market in that phase, but also it looks like a low-risk, high-reward strategy. Like instead of going with the typical thing, like you take a risk and being rewarded, like what they did in the 80s too, with some toylines. They're not willing to do it because they have the shareholders in their neck, and the problem is also that the amount they have to pay off the shareholders increased. Like when you had shares in the company, usually in the 80s you would get like 3 to 5% of revenue. Now the shareholders want to have 10 to 15%, and the money has to come from somewhere. That's a big problem. But,
and see my earlier comments about how the indies are doing better because they don't have to deal with that.
For the consumers, it's bad because the prime example I made a video about is the Eternia. I wasn't happy with it, and I didn't buy it because I had a deja vu. Because back in Germany in the 80s, when the original Eternia showed up, was priced in Germany at 400 Deutsche Marks. It was $220 at that time. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of money for a kid in Germany. That was like 4 Christmas or birthday presents rolled into one. And they had the chance, in my opinion, to reassess it and do an evaluation of what could we have done better in the past. And I would have said, split the whole play set into 3 different items, give it more play features, more accessories, sell each tower individually as a play set, working individually, and then afterwards sell the monorail as a coronation to it. Mm-hmm. And that you would have given more people access to it. Yeah. And you could have put it into retail that way.
Right. Lawrence, you had a point you wanted to make before. Go ahead.
Mick Murphy, who said toy collecting was sadly most likely die with us 40, 50-year-old collectors. I disagree 100%, and this is the reason why. kids like we have now, they will still collect toys. They will just be a Fortnite and the video games that they play. There won't be G.I. Joe. It won't be Motu. It won't be these things. It'll be something different, but it's just not going to be what we collect. My son, he likes that stuff as it is. So he sees stuff like that of video games that he plays, and he jumps on that and he wants to. He doesn't collect stuff. He just likes things.
There'll be timeless properties too.
It might not be action figures though. It might be a different medium entirely. Could be like hollow projected Fortnite characters or something.
Well, we've already seen them try that with the
NFTs.
Not just the NFTs, but the crypt toys. Those crypt toys. They were the worst damn idea I've ever seen. But I could do a whole different rant about that.
But it's like a new model trying to fit it into, in many ways, like still old contexts. And I don't know. The whole idea of the next generation thing trips me out. My wife is a 5th grade teacher, and I'm always kind of curious to ask her about stuff. Like the idea of playing with physical toys is just not something that a lot of kids in school do at all. And granted, it's an inner city San Francisco school, so the demographics are obviously at play, accessibility, etc. But there's not even like, oh, I'm interested in that stuff, especially when, again, we've said it, you can play on a screen, and sometimes
culturally we'll probably in the long term have a swing back to that as people realize more and more, because people already know how bad it is really for kids to just not have any physical interaction in the real world, because we're not digital beings, we're physical beings. So
are we though?
We're a mixture.
Well, and that brings up a very interesting point that I've talked about, because with my son, at least, when he's at his mom's, he's got all of his video games and everything like that over there. And then when he comes over here, we do games, we do toys and everything like that. Like, we have this much more fun, and he's growing this respect. But also when he goes back to his mom's, right? When he comes over here, he's got me to play with. Okay. And kids like playing with toys with other kids. Now, a lot of us may have been a little bit more antisocial. I know, as especially like I got older, and it was brought up earlier in the chat too about like being the lonely kid that was still into Star Wars after all of his other friends had moved on from toys. And like that was me too, right? Like, I'm bringing Star Wars toys into a 5th grade class like it's kindergarten show and tell, so I can play with them at recess. And so for me, like, toys were always a factor, right? And then for Connor, when he goes home with his mom, he's playing with his friends online because his friends are playing online. It's a very generational thing with that. Kids want to play with other kids. And if the kids are all playing online, we all ran outside into the neighborhoods. We all played with the other kids in the neighborhoods with toys, bikes, riding around. As a matter of fact, like, here Turkish Murphy has posted out and said, bicycles, homemade ramps. Like, this is the kind of stuff that we all kind of grew up doing, because that's how we played with one another. It's how we played with the other kids. Kids these days, they mostly play online with their other friends. And again, it's not saying you're wrong doing that, letting your kids have screen time and everything out. That's the new reality, right? We're becoming the older folks now that things were just better in my day. And
exactly.
I'm guilty of that now, though.
I'm saying the idea isn't right, but I agree with you. That's what we've become, and we're here. Yeah.
But here's the whole thing with the whole toys, and people aren't going to, kids aren't going to collect it. I've listened to kids, or not kids, but I've listened to guys my age go, skateboarders are just going to skate skate parks because they're in every single city now. No one's going to skate streets. Bullshit. I can't walk through. I
got kids riding down my street every day on skateboards.
Yeah, I can't walk through a city and not see those stupid skate stoppers on ledges, so kids can't skate.
It's a relatively short period of time. I mean, how long has the skateboard even been a thing? Like, has it even been like 80 years? No.
60s?
Yeah. Well, Marty McFly started it in 1955, right?
That's right.
There we go.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm not at all trying to declare the end of toy collecting period. There will always be toys. There will always be toy collectors. There will always, believe you, like, there will be action figures.
Hipsters.
But But well, exactly. At the end of the day, right now, like the price of used CDs have gone up because people are buying CDs. Same with vinyl. Same like, and then of course your corporate folks have repackaged vinyl and turned that into a $30, $40 purchase now.
Right.
But so I think there's always going to be room for it. But what will be different is sort of like how these the dinosaurs, the big companies are going to have to adjust. They're going to have to do the rate of consumption will go down. Like there's just no way that people will be buying action figures the way that our generation did, or even people after. And we saw that. Like I saw that in the 80s and going into the 90s and going into the 2000s.
I gotta say this, right? You guys all know Luke, my son, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has his own collection of figures, right? But seriously, since Luke was little, he has been a collector.
Yep.
He didn't really play with any of his action figures. He collected them. He had the, Fisher Price Batman figures with the Bat Cave and all that stuff, right? He barely played with them. He'd pose them, set them on his shelf, and that's the way he's been his whole life since he was tiny, right? I didn't teach him that. It's just how he played with his toys. He posed them, liked to look at them, but he didn't play with them. He'd go outside and play. And it was physical stuff. Right? It was, right. It was basically, and I didn't teach him that, but his sister that's a couple years old is the same way. She never played with like any of her toys, her dolls and stuff. She'd dress them and pose them, and that's they stood on her shelf.
So
it's like a
another
totally
thing
different
is
thing. Go ahead, Oz. Sorry.
No, Ed, you go ahead and finish your thought, brother.
No, I'm done. I'm good.
Okay. Again, with collecting today, right? So like I'm a bit younger than most of you guys. I grew up in the age where Magic the Gathering was coming out, and then like the Pokemon card game hit based off the popularity of the video game, right? Pokemon cards are still a hard going collectible item.
Oh,
and mind you, huge. Now Magic the Gathering still caters more towards our age, right? But kids today still love grabbing Pokemon cards like crazy. My son has no idea how to play the game, but today one of the things he wanted while we were at Eternity and Dreams, he wanted Pokemon cards. He asked me, he goes, "Dad, can I get that?" He got I was so proud of him. He got a Super Powers Flash, one of the new ones, one of the toddies. And then he was like, okay. And, I was like, yeah, sure, let's go grab him. Because I know you can't find him at Walmart anymore, at least not around me. So I was like, yeah, let's get you Flash. That's like his favorite DC hero is the Flash. And then he was asking like about Pokemon cards. I was like, yeah, I told him no at first, but then I ended up getting him one anyway because I let a kid and I convinced him he needed to clean out his mother's car. So, but in any case, like, he collects those cards. He has no idea how to play the game. And to be honest, after reading a couple of the cards, I have no idea how to play the game anymore either. Mind you, I used to go to the Pokemon League, which was a local thing that Toys R Us had where kids would get together. And by kids, they didn't mean 16-year-olds like
there
me
are
coming
some
in there.
Similar, if you know how to play Magic, there are some similar aspects.
There is. It's a little less complicated.
Using lands
and right, like you got the
points on the
and stuff.
Abilities with the energy /lands and all that. But yeah,
right. Yeah, exactly. Like I used to go to that. Now, being a Magic player, I had a leg up on most of the kids with the Pokemon card game. But like, I thought it was cool. Me and my cousin did it, and he was only a year younger than I was. But he was really into like the Pokemon card game, so I went with him because everybody else there was like 8, and we were teenagers. And, it looked a little odd, and he was like kind of about it, but like I wanted to jump in on that with him so he didn't feel so long. I had a lot of fun with it. But Connor just collects the cards. He knows about the different rarities and all like that, which I couldn't even tell you about anymore. It's still the same basic, but they've added different levels of rarities now. But like he doesn't play the game. He just collects the cards. So like people will always collect whatever catches the eye. Sure. That's just how it goes. And they do different things to entice the, you to collect like this or that, or this is short pack kind of thing. But you're right. It's going to be a difference of media. For us, it's toys. And for them, it's going to be toys of a different thing. Because there were people who were collecting like the old die-cast cars and everything like that. That was more popular with the ages above us, even, right? Like the old Tinker Toys and stuff like that.
My dad had a stamp collection.
There you go, stamp collection.
My grandpa had a coin collection.
Could you tell us a little bit more about how you as a teenager would go take advantage of 8-year-olds by outsmarting them? I really like this play.
Dude, man, I sat down
no.
and,
I was
like,
totally
they had you
just letting that go, but
no. This is great. I'll talk about it because I love.
And then afterwards, I also have a story.
I was just like, fuck you, you little fucking 8-year-old.
And you know what? When that one little 7-year-old piece of shit beat me because he somehow got a lucky card, I would flip that table. So no, like I totally would go. And there was stuff like as simple as like you earned points to get the badges by like coloring pictures and all like that. Like that was the kind of stuff. It wasn't just all like straight. Let me, first off, I was working and could buy my own cards, so I would always buy like the newest, latest sets out, and then totally stomp. I earned my badges, all right? They didn't have age rules. It's not my fault I could manipulate the system to work for me. Everybody will tell you that's how you do it.
between that and Matthew yesterday trying to trick a kid with his fake Michael Jordan autograph, I'm trying to figure out which one's worse.
It's like me, like me on the mini when I snake a little fucking 10-year-old that wants to drop in, that has like, he's like all scared. I fucking drop him like, fuck you, get off the goddamn ramp, man.
This is exactly what it was like, Kenzo. Exactly what it was like. I'd just go in there and murk. And then I did the same thing with like Yu-Gi-Oh! When that came out too, because I was still a bit older than most kids playing that game, and I used to go out and buy all the nice cards and like all the little boxes, and then I would come in and
I had Traveler Pokemon cards, Digimon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh! In fact, Yu-Gi-Oh! I still have them, and I found I still have an arm and a leg of like Zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
I only played Magic the Gathering. That was back in the 90s when it was released. Even attended convention, but as a referee for was called Conspiracy. It was a convention with an official tournament. Even Magic the Gathering. It was back in '95, and I had Rage. That was the card game.
White Wolf.
Yeah, for the werewolf.
I played it. Yeah, I used to play Rage.
Me too.
It was all about Magic
on ESPN. That was fun.
I play Rage every Monday night at 9 p.m.
Especially when there's steroids involved. Rage was, man, was that by the same company that made Vampire the Masquerade?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
yes,
that
it
was.
was.
A great game too.
That was fun. I tried to get a werewolf campaign going.
There was even a trading card game for that one as well. The role-playing games, the pen and paper games like Vampire and Werewolf, they were compatible.
So let me, while we're talking about this topic real quick, I want to plug this. We are getting things moving forward with the D&D game for online. Anybody who is interested, hit me up so I could drop you into the group. Pretty soon we're going to do like kind of an alpha test to see how we can get this running. But we are going to get those game elements going, and we will start at least once a month be doing an online streaming game that we want to get everybody or as many people that are interested in involved in, where we're going to create characters, we're going to have fun. We've figured out like map systems. It's going to go.
Now, by the way, for me, for like me playing, it's going to depend on the day, because my sister is also very big into D&D, and she has like 4 games she's playing in.
Well, one's on hold. I play in 3.
Okay, so 3 current, and some are like off week or bi-weekly, some are every week.
Yeah, I basically play twice a week. So like one week it's Tuesday and Saturday, the other week it's Wednesday and Saturday.
Yeah. So like depending on the day, I'm still might play, but if it concurs on one of those days, which is totally fine, I'll just watch.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like if you want to play at the same time.
I always like to respect it.
Play too. I know you're.
I was like, Edge, you could play too.
When is it?
It's D&D, I think.
When?
Well, when I don't know the day.
We haven't gotten quite that far yet, but I'll drop you in the
They
group.
haven't gotten the day.
Okay.
He'll invite you to the group. We're just
Yeah.
figuring things out.
Yeah, and if it works, then I'll join. If not, I'm really knowledgeable and I can help people, like if they need help.
Yeah.
The game's going to be great, and it's going to be open to everybody who wants to join. So, Sonny, Radnam, you're already in the group. You're being involved in this. We pulled you into our shenanigans.
If it's okay, I send you maybe some DMs later. We can talk later because I'm working like irregular.
Okay.
I would be interested, but I'm not sure if I can attend every time. But otherwise, I would join.
We got you. We got plans for that. Now, I'm going to back out of this and get back on the laptop.
My bad. Sonny, did you say I know you're German, but are you based? Where are you based?
Where I'm living?
Currently living, yeah.
Western Australia.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Well, I hope your D&D game will be on Mondays at 9 p.m. Because
Larry, I feel like you've never played D&D, but I think you would like it.
I played it. It's not really my thing. I mean, I kind of enjoy the idea of it. My friends used to play it.
Yeah.
To me, it's like video games. It's a rabbit hole I don't want to go down.
I do understand.
No. Lawrence has to play, and he has to be a Goliath giant. Just because.
Yeah, I remember playing, and it was kind of fun. But I also know the rabbit holes things that I can go down. Magic was the one that I couldn't get into.
I mean, Dungeons and Dragons, though, you can. It depends on the DM and how the campaign is run, but it's basically just.
Yeah, but I wouldn't
pretending. So you can just be a jerk the whole entire time to everyone.
Well, you don't have to pretend for that.
I wouldn't compare a pen and pen game with like something like an MMO, like on a digital. People getting sucked into those like the Dark Age of Camelot, World of Warcraft, and all that stuff, playing for hours. Like 12, 16 hours a day.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Pen and paper is like you meet up with friends. I remember back in the day when I was in school, I started playing first pen and paper in 1984. We hung out like usually in school holidays, like almost every day. Yeah, but then when you get older, like and then you have jobs, you might only meet up like once or maybe once in a fortnight. So you can actually easily dose it without becoming addicted to it. Like at least pick up pen and paper.
People can.
You don't know Lauren.
I'm saying I know how. Like, listen, you can kind of see what's behind me and understand.
But straight edge with an addictive personality.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the straight edge thing.
But it's way easier to get that with online or computer role playing games. I remember.
Yeah, you can't just play it whenever you.
Every winter nights and
right. Sure.
Yeah,
I played Ultima Online for a long time.
Classic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hop out. It's for me. I don't know where you guys are. For me, it's midnight. I got to be up at like 6 a.m.
Yeah,
that's that's not fair. I got to be up at 5 a.m. every single day without question. It doesn't matter. Every day, 7 days a week, 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. My dog's diabetic. He gets a shot 5 a.m., 5 p.m. So that puts me up at 4:30 every single day. So I'm kind of pushing it right now, but I enjoy hopping in when I get the chance. So
and
I'll talk to everybody later.
Take care, man.
For sure.
Right.
Unfortunately, I have to hop out too because I'm on split shift. So I did my first thing in the morning. Thank you very much for the host for the online hospitality. Really enjoyed it here.
Always fun.
Oh, no.
Yes. And
I like meeting you, man.
Maybe another time. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love the conversation. See ya.
Take care, Sonny.
Is that did he say what city? Melbourne by any chance? No.
He didn't.
I didn't hear city because I was backing out at that point.
My guest tomorrow is actually from Melbourne, Australia. So like that's what I was thinking about the game. That's why I asked him if like trying to figure out time stuff would be fun.
Right, coordinate it. Well, one of the best things about the game is that the way we are designing it, it will be for you to not have to be here each and every week to play. We are specifically working on a system that'll work so it is drop in, drop out too, because it's the other thing, right? We do 6-7 hour long live streams and people can't hang the whole time. So we need a way for them to be able to drop in and drop out, right? You know, we can't just have it be like, oh, we've lost a member of our party. Now we have to end the game now.
Well,
and it'll pick up whenever.
You're going to do the game on this live stream?
Yeah. It's going to replace, it's going to replace one of the Clubhouse lives, essentially once a month.
Okay.
Oh, so not like every week. Got it. Yeah.
Well, that way it just makes it easier because like most of us are all here presently, like we plan to be here kind of thing. So it makes it easier to like organize, be like, okay, well, I know it's going to be on a Saturday night or depending on where you are, a Sunday. Perth. He lives in Perth. He just posted in the chat.
So you're saying that the sessions are going to be probably 6 or 7 hours and you're just going to because that seems kind of...
Gosh, no. Like most of us are just starting out with little to no experience. I've tried to do a werewolf campaign, but just couldn't get it going. I've tried to jump into other people's campaigns. I know what a pain in the butt that can be. Mm-hmm. So it's not like ever going to be planned for like this to run for like a 6 hour thing. It'll probably be like the game itself will last for a couple hours and then we'll just hang out and devolve into what we usually do with our usual shenanigans. Yeah. But who knows, depending on how like we all like to talk off in tangents and go run amok. Who knows how long the games will last, you know, kind of thing. But we're going to make it so that it can be like easily translatable to basically how we do the streams here. And then also just in general, being able to have people in the chat interact as well as the people who are on stream and being able to jump in and jump out. There's one of the reasons why we kind of need to do a couple of alpha tests to check and make sure we can get things to run. You know, and it might be where I post an unlisted stream and send out a couple of invites for people to just be in the chat as well as people to be on screen so that we can work the mechanics because there's going to be a lot of moving parts for it.
You know, that's a good idea with the timing because as I was reading in the group, I was like, man, getting people together on a different time that everyone's not already used to is going to be really difficult. But
yeah, if we already know the time and place, it's a little easier to work around it. Right. Then we just got to figure out what week a month we do it or something like that kind of thing. Because, you know, we're all adults. We all have schedules. And as much as I like to joke about, you know, this is our escape from adulting and getting into kidulting for the weekend so that we can all unwind and get ready for the bull crap that's ahead of us. You know, it just doesn't always work. Like, you know, there have been weeks where stuff's come up and I can't even make it to my own stream. And then Ed's got to find out like an hour later or 45 minutes later that I've, you know,
20 minutes after we were supposed to start.
Right. Yeah. Like, hey, could you take this over? I mean, I'm sorry. Like I couldn't be more attentive to the chat and trying to get things re-going because it was very sudden. So, you know, it's just the way it goes sometimes, but we do the best that we can.
Can I change the subject for a second?
No.
You sure can, Lawrence.
Thank you.
You've had
as long as you make it short.
I think that's the first time anyone's asked.
I asked earlier.
You reached your limit already.
I know.
I did the one time that OnlyFans star came up. But anyways.
So this does not make it okay that Hasbro is producing O-ring Ghostbusters and not G.I. Joe. But I really enjoyed the movie.
Excellent. I don't want to give away spoilers. I don't know how many people intend on seeing it. I saw it 2 weekends ago with Connor, and I know Dawn watched it today. I am waiting for enough of us to see it so we can discuss it.
I thought it did such a good job of touching enough of the nostalgia without laying into it where that's all that it is. And I know that's stuff like Matthew and I talk about with different shows. Like I think Cobra Kai is perfect. They did a wonderful job of bringing in the nostalgia, but not oversaturating it where it's like, well, this is just doing what, let's say, a lot of people think Classified is doing, where they're just giving us the exact same figure. But I thought they did a really good job. It wasn't like they crammed in the original cast too much. I think they did a really good job of explaining it, and it was just a fun movie to sit back and watch. So I just want to mention that. I don't hate Ghostbusters. I just hate that they're O-rings and they're not making G.I. Joe O-rings. And I don't even want to buy O-rings. It just drives me nuts that they don't fucking have them.
There's a pretty good price on that pack too. I saw on your stream.
Yeah, well, that's even another
kick
in the balls to Joe fans.
I love the price because I'm not crying. Like, I spent the same amount on the bigger Ghostbusters that I just bought, and honestly, I kind of like these O-ring ones better.
I even thought about buying them. I was like, man, that's reasonable.
They'd look great in some dios, like a Firehouse dio.
I have a soft spot for Ghostbusters, so yeah.
And now you don't have to make it for 6-inch scale. You can make it for 1/18 scale. So much easier to work with.
Very true.
Ish.
Can I change the subject for a minute?
No.
You make it short like Larry did.
I just want to know, did you paint the other pieces, Brad, now?
Sort of. Here, I'll show him.
What is that? Yeah, what does sort of mean? Like you got the base coat down?
Yeah. So I did base coat, and I just did like some simple red lights. This thing I don't know. I'm probably going to paint this some kind of metallic color, and then we got the chair.
I hadn't caught up on last night's stream because, as I said earlier, I was on Larry's stream last night. Did you get a Nintendo controller on that other piece?
Oh, you mean the D-pad?
Well, I was talking about the one that was on the other side, but now that you mention it, on that one too, that looks just like you modified a Game Boy.
Yeah, well, that's a laser cut piece of wood that I just have a little drawer of those D-pads because I just found it as a nice, easy shape to just kind of add something besides just round buttons all the time.
Yeah, I like it. But I also saw one on like that other bench you got right there.
Oh yeah, there's another one right there. Yeah. Oh, right? You know what? It does look like a Nintendo controller.
Just missing some start and select action.
You know what? Maybe I will actually make one. Because I have the start and select size buttons as well, the ovals. So maybe I'll just kind of throw that in as a Easter egg on something now that you mentioned it.
I dig it. It's got to go on the back of a glove.
Yeah. And these were just random builds. They're just thrown together. I mean, I had no idea. I have a bunch of scrap, and I was like, let's just take some scrap and make something because I have no freaking plans. So that's what we did.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Great work. Adam, how are you this evening, sir?
I'm good. Do you guys mind if I change the subject for a second?
We're all about that here.
Yeah, tell us why your hair looks so red.
Why the hell did I buy these today? Can somebody explain to me why I bought these today?
Lawrence, would you mind shipping in again with what we're doing?
He knows why. He's joking.
No, I genuinely don't. Brick was like, "Hey, you should get some Power of the Force today," and I was like, "Okay."
I'm pretty sure if you read,
I did not read it.
He's a first sentence kind of guy.
So Allison and Lawrence are doing this thing for me. They're the blah blah blah. Read it. But anyways, go ahead. Go for it.
Who knew that Adam was so easy? All you have to do is say, "Hey, pick some of this up today," and he's like, "Okay."
Well, I mean, full disclosure, like I drove 4 hours to go to a toy show with my family. So it was if that had come in yesterday, it would have been fun. Like if that came in tomorrow, I would have been out of luck. So it actually worked out really well. Brick knew I was on my way to a toy show. So yeah.
Look, we're all doing it. We've all talked about it a little bit. We've talked about it a couple times tonight because I picked up my haul today. 2 out of my 3. I just and before we went live tonight, I ordered the third Boba Fett from Power of the Force, as well as I put in another order because we were talking about it last night on Lawrence's stream, and now I'm doing it. I'll just throw it in here. It's going to be a bonus video. We're going to recreate some Empire the Strikes Back scenes. They were there, and I couldn't not. I had to grab the other bounty hunters. And now
I can't believe you're going to open up those holographic cards, man. What a shame!
Oh man, not only am I going to open up holographic cards, they're all signed.
Hey, they could be worse. They could be worth something someday.
Hey, I forgot to tell you
May,
that
they're all going to jump in price.
I forgot to tell you, you got signed ones, right? They all have to be signed.
You got to be signed.
I mean, I could sign them.
Exactly. See, you understand.
Somebody caught on quick.
You understand the premise, and then we're all going to open up signed Power of the Force figures.
Should I pull that auction up just so
The worst part was I was like, maybe I need more. Like I was like, maybe this is my gateway into like buying.
I've seen that.
My wife just opened the door. Like, you better not.
But I've seen the picture you sent me.
Yeah. We did pretty well at the toy show today. Full disclosure, my wife opens the door to say like, you better not. But this is 100% factual story. So we get to the toy show, which is 4 hours, away from where we live. And like 4 highway hours. Like we drove like almost like 300 miles to get to this toy show. And I go, oh yeah, we left really early and I forgot to stop at the bank to get cash. She goes, don't worry, I got $300. And I was like, for toys? We spent all of it. And she was not, she was all aboard. It was amazing.
What a great wife you have there.
But we got, I mean, man, the stuff that we got is pretty good.
Very good.
I hope it wasn't $300 on Power of the Force stuff.
No, we only spent about $250 on Power of the Force.
Oh, you're up with Wraith then.
No, you want to see some of the stuff that we got? Some of you got
Any chance? Is Amanda listening or no? Because you got your headset in.
She was there the whole time. She might be watching. She might be. Yeah.
Only because I want to like lay out the facts here. One, you didn't read the description, so it took all of Power of the Force figure. Okay, cool. For you to come home with 2 Power of the Force figures, when really I'm pretty sure my thing only said buy 1, and you didn't even know what you're doing it for.
I 100% did not read the whole thing.
Cool.
I saw Power of Force videos, and I was like, okay,
this one on me.
No, not at all. That's all I bought. I bought two. I wanted to buy more, but I was like, I should probably not.
And those are vehicles.
Did you note what he?
Yeah, it's 2 figures and 2 vehicles.
Lawrence.
He has a speeder bike, Luke, and speeder biking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll message and send pictures because I did read that. Brick did say message Lawrence on Instagram. I literally got home 20 minutes ago.
I figured you were driving too, but
yeah.
So I'll quickly say what it is, and if anyone else is interested, just message me. So on one of the streams,
I'm being blamed.
Okay. And someone said that you guys should all do reviews of Power of the Force. Allison is going to do a whole thing the whole month on Star Wars. So somehow I ended up trying to coordinate it. So trying to have 31 days in May, I believe, right? 31 different content creators do a review in any form, whether it's serious, fun, parody, just again, toys are supposed to be fun, right? On old 90s Power of the Force stuff. And I said, all I need is let me know which one, when it is, and then I'll let you, and then I'll coordinate it. So there's a different one that drops every single day, different creator. I have a whole itinerary, and I'll let you know what date and what time, to do your review, or to drop it, not to do it, but to drop it. And then somehow yesterday it came up. What, Oz, do you have it up?
Yeah, I've got them. I was just about to share here. So everybody who's wondering, the signed card, guys. So if y'all want to see what I'm going to be opening up, okay, maybe not, but this rare gem right here. Look at that beautiful price tag. The very rare signed Jeremy Bullock Boba Fett, where, for those of you who also don't know, normally there's a picture of the action or the character from the movie here, and on this it's a picture of the actor, because it was a Toy Expo exclusive numbered item signed by, mind you, Jeremy Bullock is no longer with us. You can't get more of these. And I like to make mint on card collectors cry. So I was saying I was going to go this. And now, because of that, we all have to open signed toys.
Okay, so, and this is the part that Allison doesn't know about yet. I don't think
Sorry,
she was
Allison.
earlier. So
dropping bombs.
During the stream, someone mentioned, because, well, Oz talked about how he likes to make people cry, and one of us was like, we should all sign them. And then we'll put out that we are opening mint on card, Power of the Force from the 90s, signed cards.
You know what I just realized? So I don't mean to interrupt you, Lawrence. Like if like I could easily find Mark Hamill's signature online, like a picture of it, and mock it up on this. But wouldn't it be way funnier if I find some random name of a guy who played one of the speeder bike guys from Return of the Jedi, and I'm like, this was signed by Steve Smith. Don't know him? Shame on you. Like,
so I signed Harrison Ford last night. And there's going to be other people that aren't watching the stream that will see these, and the comments will start. That's not his signature, or how could you do that? Yep. And then I thought at the end of the month, we'll basically tell everyone that, well, we just said we're going to open signed ones. We didn't say that.
We didn't say signed by who.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact,
I feel like we're giving too much away, but
yeah, I mean, at least on yours it was a private stream right behind the paywall. The other piece is like we don't have to say it's signed. Like it's there, you can see it. We just don't say it's signed, and then people are like, wait, was that?
Wait, did it have a signature?
Did you?
The problem is most of the people that are going to watch mine are here, so it doesn't really that joke wouldn't really take.
Well,
judge is acting then.
Yeah.
For me, I don't do casual content like that yet, and so for me, that's going to be a big eye opener. As it hopefully may attract new people. Now, our good buddy Down South 77 here is asking, Oz, did you buy the Boba Fett cosplay costume? So if everybody is wondering about this comment, I may or may not going to confirm or deny. You'll have to watch the video to find out. Maybe purchasing this to wear for my video.
That's the thing. There's so much good Power of the Force stuff out there. It really was a great line. I don't care what anybody says. Like, they had great figures.
God damn it! Listen. Anyway, what you're saying,
take a drink.
I absolutely loved collecting this, and even though some of the sculpts are not the greatest, Princess Leia, and the
head sculpt on this Luke. Oh my goodness.
Oh, they're rough.
They can never get Mark Hamill's face either.
But I had so much fun collecting this stuff. I really did, and it was just fun. But I have to say right now, Adam, that speeder bike is probably still my favorite. I have the figure. I just don't have the speeder bike anymore.
I was actually excited to buy it, and it like the price was good, and they had the two, and I was like, how much for both of them? I was like, I probably only need one. I'll read the text later. I probably only need one, but how much cooler is two? So
yeah, it didn't take much pushing, man.
No, not at all.
It takes one sale of Motu Origins figures, and like all of a sudden he's got this giant. Yeah, see.
I got two Palace Guards today. I bought one from Ken Poe, Toy Connections.
Speaking
and I bought another one from a guy who sold me a bunch of Mythic Legions, who I am 100% certain had no idea what he had, because I got a ridiculous deal on some first Kickstarter Mythic Legions today.
Nice. I got my first Kickstarter Mythic Legions today too, with that Work Legion builder. Of course, mine's probably one of the re-release ones, but you know.
What'd you get?
Was it this one? Did you get Urku?
No, I didn't. See, I'm looking for more of the ones without the armor chest. I want ones with the bare chest.
Yeah, this is one of the only ones that has that, and he's worth. I think he's going for about $3 bills.
Yeah.
And I paid 40 Canadian dollars for this figure.
Oh my god, he definitely thought he sold you this guy.
No, he had that guy too for the same price. I was like, I got a couple of those already. So
yeah, I'm trying to get some orcs. I'm building up the horde as we've gone completely off the topic of horde tonight, but that's okay because we're having fun, and that's what really matters.
Hey, in your credit, Oz, you touched on the topic more than Larry ever touches on his on Monday nights.
I do have something shared
I was
on topic again, but
so we'll bring it back briefly to the topic because I've still got another toy I want to open up, and then I want to play with the other toys that I opened up from the toy that I opened up. So this guy.
I need to click through this?
Oh,
can you click through it?
No, this is a share screen. You're going to need to click through it.
Okay, so this is just some of the stuff that they've shown that's not out yet. So there's like an undead. There's a panda.
They got undead.
There's a Tauren hiding out back here.
Oh, nice.
Goblin.
What the bear?
That guy looks awesome.
And these are those are memory, right?
Memory.
Yeah, these are all memory. And then there's the
ogre.
I'm
ready. I'm not ready.
Warbear. And then they've shown something for Rexar, and that bear was Misha, but I couldn't find the Rexar picture.
All right, I need to know how much that war bear is going to be.
I don't know. Super cool though.
All right,
right,
I haven't
we can be
released
done
any
with the horde.
prices on this stuff yet, Oz.
But I'm sold. That's why I need to know the price. I'm sold. They showed another bear mount with epic horde armor on it. Like,
Had
now
goblin heads hanging off the helmet and stuff.
I got a mount today too.
You got a
dewback. Nice.
I got so much stuff today. It's crazy.
Which dewback you get? I missed it.
The Black Series dewback.
Oh, that's a good one.
I kind of got this to be an AWOC mount, to be honest.
Yeah, how much was that?
I don't blame you.
BC Sasquatch Jay hooked me up with this. He's like, I got two. You can have one.
Nice.
Oh, it's nice, man.
I thought that was another Power of the Force.
That'll make a great mount for it.
No, but I saw the Power of the Force one in box, and I almost bought that one.
Well, because it only could have cost you another $3 Canadian.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly.
Like 3
It was
months.
cheaper than a slice of pizza.
3 months, Adam comes on and he's like, "Look at all this Power of the Force stuff that I have," and it'd be like,
I'm just gonna replace everything back here with Power of the Force. I could do it for probably $100.
Oh, sorry, Amanda. Or you're welcome. I don't know.
Oh, it's super cheap.
Hey.
Better than collecting other shit.
Speaking of Amanda, we did get some stuff for her, and I just wanted to show a couple pieces. We got Katra with a mask.
Yes.
So she's got the figure that she wanted.
Nice.
And then this I insisted that we buy.
I knew you were gonna bring it up.
The perm kitty, Katra's mount, beautifully flocked, includes the comb, or includes the brush, so you can brush her hair. I don't think you can really brush a perm, but regardless, this I insisted that she buy. So, but yeah, we got good deals. So
amazing.
You know, we kept it rolling. I got I'm full screen. Should I keep going? I got Tebow, so I now have all 3 of the Black Series Ewoks that they've done in Black Series, which I was pretty excited about. Not Power of the Force, but adjacent, I suppose. I already mentioned that I got Urku, the other Mythic Legions that I got, and these were, so I got 5 of them for 200 Canadian dollars, which is, I believe, about 160, give or take, US dollars. Then I also got Hera.
Oh, wow.
Oh, is that your first?
Hera? Yeah, I've been looking for a while.
Sorry, I'm looking for her. I just remembered. Sorry, this came up earlier. I'm getting those wings from Wraith Mace because you sell them. That was what was stolen off my porch. The only time I've ever been hit by a porch pirate. And Hera's Hera.
Nice.
Ooh.
Snag. Nubnik.
Yub Nub T2.
and King Noglin. I got a bunch of goblins. He had a couple more too that I didn't get. And BC Sasquatch Jay, who hooked me up with that dewback. He also hooked me up with Masterverse Fisto and Stinkor, and then a Kronos. Is that the guy's name?
Kronos.
He picked up from the same guy for the same price. Attila, the original Barbarian Legion builder.
Yeah.
Vorgus Vermilius version 1. And now I forget the other two, but Brother Mandibulus.
Another good one.
And then like one more. And it was like just outrageous. The guy was super nice. I picked out 5, and he had, on his little thing, it was like $60 each or 4 for 200. And I was like, I found 5. Like, how much do you want for 5? And he said $250. And I said, I gotta go get the cash for my wife because she has to okay the decisions. So I went and I said, hey, this guy's got Mythic Legions and they're a really good price. I need all the money. And she said, yeah, that's fine. And I went back with $250. And I was like, okay, I'll take those Mythic Legion. Or sorry, I got to backtrack. Before I left his table, he said, are you going to open all these and pose them up? I was like, yeah, man, I got a whole bunch of these. Like, I got a whole display of them. And he's like, cool. So I went back, 15 minutes later or so. And I was like, okay, I'll take those Mythic Legions. He's like, okay, awesome. He goes, $200. And I was like, okay.
I ain't arguing.
Yeah, I was like, okay, $200. Got it. And he handed me the 5. So I was like, all right, you set the pricing. I'm not going to argue with you.
Right? Like, we're done haggling here. I'm not.
I had a bunch of. It was a weird toy show because I was expecting to pay more for a lot of stuff, and when they said prices, I was like, yes, please. Like there was only one time where like the items that I had were like $85, and we were like, we'll give you 75, and they're like, yep. And I was like, all right. I mean, I guess I tried to haggle. Like I
haggled them.
It was good. It was the weirdest easiest toy show.
Sometimes though it's like such a pain. You got to appreciate when you can do the low. Like, all right, let's just roll. Like, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, part of me is like, should we have gone? Should we have gone lower on some of this stuff? But
right, like should whatever. I have just tried?
Well, I was saying to Amanda, because Amanda also bought a few other like vintage She-Ra figures, and it was kind of we had sort of separated because the show was huge and we had all 3 kids and we were like, we can't stay together for the toy show. We're still together despite the spending, but. Good. But she went sort of one way and I went the other way, and she messaged me and she's like, there's She-Ra figures that I really want, but I don't know if their pricing is good. And I was like, I'll be there. I'll be right there. Hold on. So by the time I got there, she had moved on because the kids were not having it. They didn't want to stand it, in front of bagged figures for more than 30 seconds. But I was like, yeah, these prices seem fine. I mean, and she came back and my advice was if you see the price, if you see the value reflected in the price, then the price is fine. There's no, it could be over, it could be under, it doesn't matter. If the price is fine, then that works. And that's how I feel about new toys, vintage toys, whatever. Like and we still got $10 off. So it worked out for everybody.
What's like Thanos and I have, said a couple times over this past week, because I got this guy, right? I mentioned I was getting him for the retail price from, BBTS. Like, I was like, all right, they've got them for retail price. I'm picking them up. And you know what? Thanos like, yeah, but he's pricey. And I'm like, to me, he's worth that price, though. So it's it's good. Like
I
for me,
pricey, but then I'm like buying these guys too. So.
Right. The man who lectures me is he's just pre-ordered everything they got. He not only has he done an epic all-in for AWOC, he's pre-ordered everything they have. All those little pictures, he sent them money for already. He's like,
well, that's the reality, right? Like everybody is going to place different values on everything, and so the prices, the price for one person lines up with their value of the item, but it doesn't line up for somebody else. So the whole sort of concept of price shaming and the whole idea of like you shouldn't buy this thing because the price is wrong is based on someone's opinion and perspective. It's not, I mean, if we're talking about like, how many hours of work did I do and how many hours of work was required to make this, do they equal something? That's not the way the economy works. Like that's such a weird way to kind of look at it. So if it makes sense and you can afford it and you want it, just buy it. Like if it makes you happy, buy it.
All right. So the unofficial rules of the Saturday night clubhouse drinking game, just throwing this out there, is if anybody mentions AWOC, if Lawrence says, listen, trying to think of what other ones we have. If you hear background noise when Bud turns on his mic.
Man, people are going to be drunk.
Mind you, Lawrence is completely straight edge. I'm sober.
That's not fair. I mean, you can't really have a drinking game that's predicated on straight edge people's behavior.
I don't drink here. I don't drink.
But it's for the people that are actually.
It's for the people.
Like they're the ones that bring it up. I've never brought it up.
Right.
Although I think every time Roman shakes and you hear him or he barks, you should take a drink.
And look, for all of us that aren't, All About the Villains has nominated himself to drink double for us. Not only is he drinking for himself, he's taking one for me and one for Lawrence. So it all works.
Listen, that's a great rule.
That is a great rule.
That's not a great rule. Let me sort of fulfill the same rule that I do with Jason. That is not a good idea. Don't.
It's really not. It's really not a good idea. There's a reason I was out.
People will be dead before this video is done.
Yeah,
it's true.
Games in general aren't a good idea. Like,
I'll be completely honest. That was my rule. Like everybody used to play drinking games at parties, right? And I'm like, why do you all want to slow yourselves down that much? And they're like, what do you mean? And I was like, okay, here's how we're gonna do this. Every time one of you takes a drink, I have to take a drink. And that's literally every time somebody was drinking, and then I would start drinking. And that's why one of my fun stories to tell is that I came into a party after working a shift at Walmart unloading trucks. I'm showing up about 4 hours late to my own party because I organized it while I was at work by text, and everybody just kind of showed up there with my roommates, and then I showed up later. I walked right into the kitchen, grabbed a 6-pack of Natty Boh out of the fridge, lined them up on top of the microwave, cracked each and every one of them, and hit them all like they were shots. And, oh God, what was his name? See, I'm having trouble remembering his name because of this. Was sitting at the table, and he goes, that was awesome. I've never seen anybody down beers like shots before. Can you do it again? And I did it again. And you know what? This is why I had a problem.
I was going to say, and this is why Oz had to quit drinking 14 years ago. But I was very similar to that. So
yeah, I was just like, this is what I do. And like I said, a lot of people were like, dude, I didn't realize you had a problem. I was like, that's because you never saw me sober.
Yeah, you didn't know the difference between
drunk me and sober me.
Dude, I used to unload those trucks drunk sometimes back in the day, to be quite honest.
I did it.
I would get in there and I was like, come on, guys, we got to get this guy. I'd be pulling pallets all nutso. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, man. There was one night, like after we did a rolling party where I went in and I was still really freaking messed up from that. And anybody who's wondering what that means, that's the ecstasy. So, yeah. And my sister knows how I party because she came to my 3-day Oztoberfest party that I had. That was, I was like 11th grade, 10th grade, or whatever, and I had an Oztoberfest party that lasted all weekend long. Those big parties you see at people's houses and movies that don't ever happen, they happen. And by the way, Carol says, Lawrence has said, listen, Linda.
God,
you guys have seen that little kid.
Well, I am going to bolt because we have to wake up at 8 in the morning. Well, I don't have to wake up, but I got to wake up at 8 so we can go do some B-roll footage at Sergeant Red's tomorrow. Just doing one video is taking longer than I had thought. So, but it's gonna be
I can't believe that coming from such a professional like yourself with 4,000 fucking subs.
But let me explain this to you.
Listen, I don't want to hear it. Listen.
We don't understand all the way down here from your lofty pedestal of 4,000. We can't comprehend. Cannot comprehend it.
We did the whole walkthrough of Sergeant Red's. And since it's the first toy store that we're doing, and it's a larger one, and I know the guy, I thought an hour and a half will be good. We sit down to interview that with him and his wife, and it was going great. He is such a character, and him and his wife, the stories they had, and it was getting close to open, and he had to take a phone call. Well, he didn't have to, but he took the phone call because it was close to open. And his wife's telling this awesome story about what she does and why she does it. And as soon as she finished, I looked at my son and I go, he's mic'd up. So even though, because there's not a boom there. So the whole time, if we went back and listened to it, you're gonna hear his phone call. So Andrew was like, you know what, that's gonna be outtake, but we'll go back and we'll do it. But we're not gonna do that till next week. And next week we're going to do that on Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday we're both filming at 2 different stores. So I won't be on here next week.
All right.
I mean, I probably will, but
we'll somehow manage to survive.
What are you doing? Like a documentary on it or something? It sounds like a lot of footage.
Okay, so have you seen a toy store near you on Amazon? Okay, so basically, I was gonna do walkthroughs of Sergeant Red's and a couple other toy stores, just so people could see the stores that I'm talking about. And there's a lot of people that don't have one good toy store. If I drive 45 minutes, I can honestly hit at least 10 good toy stores.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
So my son, he's doing filming and he's doing editing, and that's what he wants to do. And I was like, hey, you know what? This would be a perfect project for us. So I reached out to 4 of the stores that I have some sort of a relationship with, and asked them if they would be cool with me coming through with Andrew and filming the whole store, and then sitting down and having some questions and talking to them and everything. And then the goal is to put them out just like a TV series, one a week. I want to have 8 done for the first season. And then I was like, well, let's do 4. And then I can walk into a few other toy stores in the area that I don't have a relationship with and be like, hey, here's what I did. This is what I would like to do for you guys. It's not going to be, I'm not trying to tear down a store or anything. It's to show everyone. And if it goes well, maybe, next year go out, him and I take a few weekend trips and hit a couple stores in let's say New Jersey, Ohio, places that are close.
Yeah, come back down here.
Well,
I'll get you over to Eternity Dream.
Well, and that's what I was gonna. That's one of the ones that I would think about. But I know, New Jersey, where I was at, there's 2 that I went to that were pretty good. So that could be an easy weekend trip. But it would obviously be burning a lot of my vacation time next year, which I get a lot of. I mean, I get a good amount of it that I don't use. And then when he's not in school, so it's cool. I think it's just, and I want it to be, even though it's going to be on my channel, because I don't want to start a whole other channel and then see how long it takes to get monetized. That's the biggest thing. Because I'm like, we'll split the profits after we start. We'll have to buy more equipment. We're pushing the first 4 because he can get, the first 3, maybe 4. because he can take the equipment out of school. But he graduates. So he has a camera. He's got to see if that's something he can use, but then we got to get mics for it and a few different things like that. Because it doesn't have to be perfect, but I want it to be more professional than what you see with my reviews and different things like that. So we're going in tomorrow, and again, it just took longer. And I think that a lot of it had to do with it was the first time we did it. So the next 2 stores that we're doing after this one, that's next week, they're smaller stores. One is just a Funko Pop store, which the one thing that I said is, even though I'm not a Funko Pop collector, if this is something that I look at that I want to make it an actual series, I can't pigeonhole that.
Sure.
Well, it's not a toy. I can't consider that a toy because I don't collect it.
Right. Well, your reaction to it is part of the intrigue of it. So either way, it's fine.
Yeah. And the Funko Pop store actually has, again, you'll hear it. They all know it, and Ed will roll his eyes if I say, but it has a story, because it's in the suite that the skate shop that I worked at and bought many, many things from is in. And I only noticed it because I was driving to a job and I looked over, and I always would look over at this suite. Like, the skate shop's magically going to be there, and it'll be 30 years ago, and I can go in there and I see this, My Pops collectibles. And I just told the kids, this was a couple years ago, just told the kids, no more Funko Pops till Christmas, right? No more. And then I see it, I stop in there, and I go home, and I'm like, hey, we're going out to eat, and we got to stop somewhere else. And of course, I got to let them get something.
Yeah.
So, but it's I don't know, it's just something different.
No, it's a good idea. Yeah, it is different. I like it. Support local business, all that too. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Is that the store you actually bought stuff at, or the one you worked for all your stuff at?
Both. See, I bought all my stuff there, and then I started working there, and then I just had a tab. So technically, I did make money, but I didn't make as much money as I would have because I just took product and I wrote it down, and I just had a tab.
You got a discount?
I got everything at cost.
Yeah, so of course you're gonna shop there. Yeah.
So it would be funny that kids would come in and they'd be like, "Yeah, I was here yesterday, and Diane said that there was a shipment coming." I'm like, "Nothing's come in," and they're like, "We just saw UPS leave," and I go, "Yeah." "We saw him come in here." I go, "Yeah," and they go, "So it came in?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's in the back." And they're like, "Well, you gonna pull it out?" I'm like, "I haven't gone through it yet." And they go, "Oh, so you get to look at it? You get to look at it first and pick out?" I'm like, "I make $4.25 an hour. You're damn right I get to look at everything first." Decide.
So Lawrence, you just basically explained why Target employees take all the toys.
I was gonna say he's like the prototype for employee toy scalper.
But I wasn't selling it.
Yeah, but still, it doesn't matter.
Well,
I don't think Target employees do that. For the record, I don't think they do that. I think that's a urban legend.
If you work at Target, Walmart, or wherever, you get first dibs if you want to collect it yourself. If you're getting it to give to your friends or to turn around and sell it on eBay, that's bullshit. But I can't be mad at someone for doing that. And yeah, I guess you're right. Now that you said it. The sad part was I was buying at least one deck a week, if not more. And it didn't even seem like a problem until I had opened up my trunk to get something out, and an old friend of mine just happened to be there, and he goes, "What are those?" I go, "They're old decks." And he goes, "Can I buy one off you?" And I'm like, "Oh, they're all shitty." And I had probably 12 to 15 decks that I had rode just stacked up, and he's looking at them. He's like, "These are like brand new." I'm like, "Man, I rode them for like at least a week." And that's when I realized I got a fucking problem.
If I rode a deck through a puddle, I would get a new deck because I knew people that worked at the shop, and it was just like, yeah, it was bad. I was the same way. I was like, no, I think I need a new one.
Won't go down the rabbit hole of Magic the Gathering cards because
there were a few days, there were a few times that I bought a deck and I couldn't stand it, and a couple hours later I went back and I just grabbed another one because as much as I skated, if I didn't like it, it was going to be absolutely miserable for me to skate it.
So I got a story about crazy employees, and this was not me, but I did hear about it, and I knew the guy. The guy's no longer with us, and it was 20 years ago. So he was a Hot Wheels collector, and so you already know this is going to be wild. Man, how do I even say all this? They would order more Hot Wheels into this store so he can get the T-Hunts. Okay, and then this was a something mart, and his family members, I think, would come by and buy a bunch of the ones that weren't T-Hunts and return them at other stores. So it artificially jacked up the rate of sale in that store to where they were getting. It became the #1 Hot Wheels store. I mean, there were like reps in there walking around. We got like special displays and stuff because they didn't know what the heck was going on. But this guy had his like family in there like buying all. I mean, he was like the Hot Wheel T-Hunt capital of. Yeah. Anyway, it's just wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I said I'm gonna get going. Andrew, you can tune in on Monday and ask me again. I will tell you how much I think that guy's a piece of shit for the whole straight edge thing. That's a whole nother story for a whole nother rant on another day and another stream.
I'm straight edge too, and I know nothing about CM Punk.
I'm just not a fan. And if you're straight edge, you realize like I have a problem with people trying to financially gain, from their exes and stuff that they're selling. I don't wear Marlboro shirts.
So clarify. So he actually is like, was he in like into punk and stuff, or was this like
CM Punk? He's straight edge, but his shirts sell X's and X's on the hands.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what really pissed me off was I walked up to a guy and I'm like, "Oh, dude, you're straight edge too?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't even know what that is. This is CM Punk." And I was like, "Well, fuck that guy."
Yeah, but doesn't a straight edge band sell themselves on the fact that they're straight edge if they're labeled as a straight edge band?
Well, you can label. I mean, you can call yourself a straight edge band, but if someone's buying the merchandise because they like the band, that's different. I wouldn't want.
How is that different than somebody buying a CM Punk product?
He's trying to go, but real quick, what city did he grow up? What was he in? Do you know?
Chicago.
Oh.
Yeah, you're asking a question you might not want the answer to.
No, I'm genuinely curious. I'm not like Lawrence. I'm not trying to troll or anything. I promise.
I have no problem. No, okay. So the way that I would see it, like if Judge, okay, Slapshot right here, right, straight edge band. Well, at least the singer's straight edge. They sing straight edge songs, but the whole band isn't about being straight edge. So you like Slapshot, you don't have to be a straight edge. Be straight edge to like it. Now, if you're buying a shirt that has X's, and Judge is a perfect example, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of weird because Judge is all X's all over it. But he sold a product that he's straight edge, and he's marketing something that, even though I didn't like kids that put the X's on their hands, it's not a big fan. I wasn't a big fan of that because I don't need to have a tattoo of straight edge to say that I don't smoke, drink, or do drugs. I don't know. It's like it's a lifestyle that I live.
You mean like this one? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't have and there was a girl that I ran into a while back, and she had a straight edge tattoo, and she goes, I've been straight edge forever. I go, why don't you get it covered up? And she goes, because it tells a story of part of my life. And I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. Like that. But I also knew a couple guys that had X's tattooed on their faces, or at least one guy had X's tattooed on his faces. You've probably seen memes of them go around. And now he's a big steroid guy and a high on, and he's had them removed. And, I've known the guy for years. But again, it's a weird thing, and I think it's because being straight edge meant so much to me that when I see someone when I see someone trying to profit and sell it to other people who don't even understand it, it drives me nuts. But I'm the same way. Like, if I see someone wearing a Bad Religion shirt and they're like, I have no idea what it was, I just don't like religion, I'd be like, fuck. But I'm not walking around with Motley Crue shirt because I don't like Motley Crue. I'm that guy. I am that guy.
I don't wear Molly Crew shirts because I don't like how they use umlauts.
But otherwise, you would.
Appreciate that.
I have quirks, and I can readily admit it.
It's the wrong.
But I'm not. But I will say this: I have calmed down in the years. You know, there was a day that I
wait. You're calm.
Listen,
He's calmer than he was, is what he's saying.
Yeah,
calmer than he was.
There was a day and age that if you were trying to get,
Can you imagine, Oz?
If you were trying to merge in front of me or get in, and you drove a foreign car, fuck you. You live in Detroit. Like my whole family worked
Oh, that part was coming.
You know,
Do you know
but
Vincent Shin? I'm just curious.
What?
You know the story of Vincent Shin? No, that's later. We'll talk later. Okay, keep going.
But I've calmed down in my old age. All right.
Larry is like the current version of Archie Bunker. Like a more modern
Archie Bunker of the toy world.
So, first off, I don't really like being compared to that. With that said, where
Right
I'm
on.
going tomorrow, Sergeant Reds, they have Archie Bunker's grandson up top. So I'm gonna take a picture of it for you.
Right
Like
on.
his ashes or what? What do you mean?
There was a doll that was Archie Bunker.
Oh, okay, okay. Like not a human. Like it's
No, not the toy.
his likeness. His likeness. They have his likeness.
Yeah, from the TV show. I don't know if it was actually in the TV show, but they have it in box behind the counter. So I'll take a picture for you.
I mean, for the record, I love that show, but you know,
I don't have a problem with the
Real
show. And in actuality, when you look at who Archie Bunker was,
Mhm.
he was someone who didn't know, and they made him progress, which is awesome because that's how we're all supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
But I don't like
Supposed
you
to
saying
learn
you like the
things?
Archie Bunker because then people look and go, "Oh,
I know.
all right, you need to go outside, huh? All right, I'm gonna go. Thank you
All
guys
right.
for having me again.
Later.
Care, Lawrence.
I will see you all soon. Bye.
I'm gonna actually pop out. I just want to show one thing. I added Mythic Legion effects to my Cyclone.
Let me get
Oh,
you
that's
here.
rad.
Cool.
Hey, don't leave yet. There's something that I'm trying to share that it was
Okay.
something relevant to what you were trying to share earlier. That
That looks awesome, actually.
so there's
I
the
really
mythic around the arms, and this is
Around
what
the
you
arms and then the lightning on the.
you should get the red tornado figure too. That thing's cool.
Was that
Actually,
I would probably pick him up if I ran into him. but-
Thanos? Was that somewhat inspired by the new Eternia reveal?
Not really. I kind of had these like laying around because I was playing with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I was like, just threw them on there.
Oh, you mean like those little red?
Yeah. The new Eternia one has like the energy effects with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is-
Those are cool
Looks
though. I
good.
like the new Eternias.
I like
Cyclone quite a
this
bit.
one. I like that red thing behind him. I wish that came with a new Eternia. Like instead of those little, the effects are fine, but like I love the big kind of weapon thing, that ring from 2000X. I wish they
Yeah.
did the new Eternia one like that.
This is a really good figure. Like, I'm impressed with even like his spinning action. Kind of
Now-
hard to spin him with the one thing on, but
Yeah.
When he's hula hooping there like that, do his butt cheeks hang out?
he's got a little gap there. Looks a little bit awkward, but you can't tell when he's going. But he's
All right,
like solid. Like even
Wait.
with like all this stuff on him, like he stands good. He looks good. The lenticular sticker is really nice. Like
Lenticular.
he's a fun figure.
Excellent.
Here, before you go, this is the one you're trying to. Is this the image you were trying to show earlier?
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Love
like
that.
where that was at, but I know I had
Yeah,
seen
it's on a
it.
disc. It's still on a Discord server. That's the only place I'd seen it. Actually, no. Sorry, it's Patrick Chow. What am I saying? But I found it on the
Right.
news links.
Yeah, I know
actually-
you had shared it.
Yeah, no, I was just like, oh yeah, it's become my easy way of trying to remember the things because I can actually search, right? I can search for names.
Search
and stuff.
better than me looking for 2.5 hours for a teacup fucking night.
But I love the sculpt on this body, and I hope it stays, and I hope I hope it comes out soon.
Is that also the Hero Toys or Memory or whatever?
Hard to say, but Patrick Chow often does Memory Toy stuff and shares Memory Toy stuff. But it definitely looks more Memory than Hero, right?
Yeah, well, it's more solid than the like rubbery soft overlay or whatever.
That too. Yeah, I don't know. I dig it though. I like this guy a lot, and I like the wait. Are they this color and then turn green? Yeah, this is the before they.
But he's like half ogre, I think. I want to say.
Well, that was the reason for the different skin tone, and he was bigger than the rest, weren't they?
Well, the orcs originally were that skin tone, and then when they drank the demon blood, they became green, and then
green
they got extra.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
It's all Warcraft stuff.
Oh, okay. That's I was like, what lore is this? That
we get you some computer games, Adam. You can join us on that too.
You should see it early.
No, I didn't play computer games either. That's the thing. Like, there's so many IPs that I have no idea what the lore is. Like IPs where I had like a handful of toys, but I was like, I don't know what this is from. It's just a cool toy, and then like later on, I found out about some of the IPs and stuff, and it's just like, whoa, this is crazy. This stuff is crazy.
If you ever get a chance, they remastered Warcraft 3, and the story is really, really good. It's a strategy.
Oh, I will not have a chance.
It's a long playthrough.
I mean, I'll add it to the list, which is like 37 games long.
He's got this Captain America style list.
The cutscenes and stuff.
It's fun.
Yeah,
it's
that's a good idea, Brick. This is sort of a new thing to me that you can watch a video game's cutscenes and just basically get a 40-minute long movie and stuff like that. The first one I did that for was what was the Star Wars game? Fallen Order. Yeah, I think it was that one. Yeah, where it introduced the new character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check out the Battlefront one too with what's her name?
Battlefront 2.
I am out though, guys.
Oh no, that's the one I watched. The Battlefront 2 one.
See it, Thanos.
Iden Verzo.
Jump in here quick, Thanos. Thanos.
Yep.
Wait a second. Okay. Can I quick jump in? Can you put me at full screen?
Thanos, before you go.
Oh yeah.
No, Bud. I knew Bud was waiting.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it looks good, man. I dig it.
I like the things around the shoulders. That's really cool.
Is that modeled after something? Is that after the?
So it's 2000X-ish. Yeah.
It's cool.
I thought maybe
Still
Bud
got
had like
like,
wind tunnel
paint in
tested
it,
Cyclone and found that was more aerodynamic version.
All right, I am out of here. You guys have a good night.
Wait, Thanos, I got one more thing.
Take care, Thanos.
What's up, man?
No, I'm just messing with you, man. Have a good night.
Don't take it seriously.
Before you go, can I change the topic?
Wait, before I go, everybody go back another epic all in.
Yes.
All right, I'm out of here.
Almost choked.
Guys, it is 1 a.m. here, and I have to be up at 6 o'clock to go to work in the morning. So,
all right, man.
Take care, everyone.
The next time we see you, can you mimic Oz's beard? I really need to see it, man.
Oh man, that would be pretty wild, but I don't have the bead skill, so
okay.
I'll come bead your hair for you.
Is there some sort of like holiday or like festival Oz going on in Baltimore? Is that like a local thing or what's?
No,
Amanda asked me, so I figured I'd ask you.
My beard's
Take care,
finally
guys.
long enough that I can do something with it. And I used to like braid and cornrow my hair back when I had it. So it's finally long enough to do it. I've been wanting to do beads for a long time, putting them in my beard. So I've got runes as well as I've got, you can't see it from here. Let me see if I blow myself up big enough if that'll help. Probably not. But you guys have heard me say that bears are my spirit animals a couple of times.
You got a couple of them in there?
Yeah. Like the 3 going across here are bears. Uh-oh, I've lost one. Not one of the bears. I've lost one of the runes. I'll have to find that later. Hang on a sec. Let me.
All I gotta say is that Oz, when you go to braid Radnom's hair, we need a video of that with some really sensual music playing. And you're staring deeply into each other's eyes. Okay.
Sensual nothing. It's gonna be straight 70s porn.
I think that could just be like a that straight like a Saturday clubhouse video,
right?
Just live.
You get like 100 million followers and be monetized in no time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a lot of people that do live streams that's essentially what they do.
Well, if I can find my kit.
Allegedly, I've never seen them. I'm just saying.
Hang on a second. Let me take myself off full screen and I'll do one live for everybody so they can see just how easy it is. But I'll be back. I'm not going to be able to hear anything outside of the headset.
I could braid my hair up until yesterday when I got the brick, but now I can't.
Yeah. So what was this for work or is this just for fun?
Felt like something different.
Good stuff, man.
Did you say, can I get the brick?
Yep, that's what I told the barber, and they just did this, right?
He said, "Brick me."
They knew. They knew what to do.
Yep, exactly.
Brick me. Oh,
get bricked.
Yeah. Well, okay, so we lost Lawrence. So I guess the drinking game, we're down to like
Lawrence
two of the three, right? Because Bud's still here. So
you got backup Lawrence.
Is your hair redder than usual?
Adams?
Yeah.
no, it's probably just my camera settings.
Oh, okay.
I adjust the white balance all the time because otherwise I like I live in Western
That fair Canadian
Canada.
skin gets washed
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
All right, so I've got my kit here, and I'm just going to grab an extra rune bead real quick. But it's actually surprisingly easy when you have the right tools. They came with a couple of plastic threaders when I originally got the kit, and I broke all of those because plastic sucks. Well, that cheap plastic they were using for the threading pool was terrible. And then I went on.
What is this kit?
Yeah, just different.
Oh, the kit is just. Is it specifically designed for beards?
Well, it's hair beads. Period. You can put them dreadlocks or regular hair, beard.
Anywhere else?
I bought. Yep, you definitely can. I mean, if you got enough hair, I mean,
If you're going to like a music festival or something, you go.
right. Hold on a second. I gotta see what side it is. It's this side that came on. Right, and you want that special.
I'm thinking
look.
like Burning Man or something. Maybe you might go a little.
Depending on how
exotic.
wild you get, you might come home burning. But then, yeah. See, I just got this wired threader right here, and you loop it through, and it's done. And I did that all while it was tiny screen, so nobody could actually see what I was doing.
Exactly.
But see, I just added it back in there, and then I can tighten it up. So for the folks at home that missed it, I'll just pop it back off.
How did it slip off? Don't you have like a rubber band or anything that holds it on there?
I do have a rubber band underneath. I can get it to hold in, like if I do enough of them, I can get it to hold in place with just the hair, but it takes quite a bit of hair. But yeah, I mean, there's a rubber band right there that it can kind of rest on. I'm thinking there still might not be enough thickness with that particular rubber band at this one, because the bear beads are actually bigger than the rune beads as far as diameter goes. But there, I just popped it out and I put it back in again. It was super fast. And because I don't want to lose another one, mind you, they're cheap to get. I'm going to put another rubber band on that one. But I want it to help pull my beard down so it's not as crazy and bushy. And that will help directionally. It'll grow straighter that way because of gravity and weight. Very scientific.
Sorry, Cobb. Cobb and Allison cracked me up. I'm going back through the through the chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing it here. White girl vacation braids going on.
And then Allison earlier, I guess this was during the straight edge thing to answer your question. Adam, you there?
He's here.
Okay. No, she was saying it would be like someone in AA using symbols from AA and putting it on their merch and then selling it as people were wearing AA stuff on it, but aren't in AA and don't give a fuck about AA. Oh my god.
Fairly accurate. But yeah, there we go.
Nice. I can't tell because your shirt's kind of dark, but how long are the tufts at the end? Oh, they're a little shorter. Okay.
I could probably slip another bead on each one, but
And then when you're done with them, you can cut them off and use those to like as paintbrushes to customize action figures.
Now you need to grow your mustache a little longer so you can put some beads in your mustache too.
some on the sides.
Yeah.
Well, I trimmed this part, but this part's actually long and pulled into this one. I want to get the longer ones that'll come down further.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's future Oz's problem when it grows out a little bit longer. But also, like, eventually too, by doing it in these sections, like the middle part here is actually going to end up being braided.
That's awesome.
We got hair tips too, folks.
Speaking of hair tips, I just realized, team, we go back to Ed. So remember last time I pointed out I liked your sideburns? What'd you do with the shorter hair? Do you still have them?
Oh, they're still there.
Oh, kind of. Oh, they're lighter. Yeah, they're great. They seem more like pronounced. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I used to have some big old mutton chops, you know, but
I did that once.
Yep.
I've had sideburns since I was in 11th grade, though.
Mm.
So that was a long time ago, 1989.
Hey, that Sasquatch movie's out this weekend.
Yeah, I know. I'm so excited for that.
Sasquatch Sunset, baby.
Yeah, that looks awesome. So, hey, Brick, I was going to ask, on that Zezre Minotaur, does that have butterfly joints?
Mm-hmm.
Are they better than the Memory Toys Warbear? Or about the same?
Well, I don't have that guy here to fully confirm if I remember. But
hold on, Brick.
No, let me just make sure it's loose. All right. My Minotaur just went to Star Wars and got his hand cut off.
Oh.
No, I just fell off. So, they'll bend back. It's not a ton. I mean,
He's a bulky dude. That's pretty good.
Here, but yeah, it'll move. I don't know if you can see. Where's the angle?
Did you get both of them or just the black one?
I am dumb. Dumb.
So which one do you like better?
This one is actually a lot looser. Oops. The thing is I like elements from both, which is why I ended up getting both.
Because I want to get one of them, but I'm having a hard time deciding which one I want to get because I love the face of the brown one.
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say. I like the face of this one, and I like the armor bits too. This guy, I love the chain. But,
of course, I like the double-bladed axe too, which is
the chain on this guy. I think that's just really cool that it's like wrapped around his arm and he's just kind of dealing with this thing. I love the way, they're both great. I prefer the horns and stuff on the other guy. I love the all black. I really love the feet, the hoof feet, but it's just unfortunately hard to. I don't feel like
get up well.
I just don't feel like I can leave it and trust it. But I love their knees too. They do a good job with this.
Yeah.
Sculpt.
So thanks. You helped me make my decision. Not at all.
I mean that would be off brand if I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's a trip. Per our conversation earlier, like just things are shifting, right, in the sort of toy collecting space and toy manufacturing space. But like, I just keep going like, oh, here's Zezre, and here's Awok, and here's Mythic Legions, and they're all like pushing the game in terms of design, engineering, paint, sculpt, whatever. Like each of them in different, yeah. But and then we see what we get from Mattel. Like I'm a Masterverse fan, and I dig them. But it's just like I look at that, and then the conversation we had earlier about the changing market.
Yeah,
I see
Travis. That's one of Travis and mine's topic for Tuesday's Toy Elite show is we're just going to discuss what actually makes a toy line successful and what makes them fail. You know, it's mostly based on opinion and experience, but
yeah,
associated medias and like what can help it.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely associated media.
Achieve
how much
more.
does articulation count? You know, some people really focus on that, right?
And I feel like even just like I know a lot. That's where some of the conversation is so. Excuse me. Piece of ginger. Like anachronistic. Like we keep saying, like, oh my god, they need entertainment, and I was like, yeah, I think there was a need for that to develop the kinds of things that we're used to and understand now. I don't think that's like one possible or true necessarily, because Mythic Legions, like, where's the cartoon? Where's the comic
no
book?
cartoon. There's
book that's like kinda. There's a website with kinda some stuff. You're muted, Adam. I think maybe not.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Where's anything apart from the figures? Like there's a Facebook group and there's action figures, and that's more than enough to keep that line like sustaining and growing.
Yeah.
Wave over wave over wave.
But again, to my point earlier, it just depends on when you say sustaining what, and the scale that a Mattel's trying to do and a Hasbro is very different, obviously. And my point is that I just don't think that scale's possible. I think I take music as the example. It's like musicians today, record labels today, are not operating in the same way that they did before. They're not at the same scale, same as bands' expectations or understandings of what could be potentially like big or a hit or whatever. It's different. And of course it's like it's truly different in that, like, I'm not saying that it's impossible to get as big as you were in the past, because that's not true, clearly, Taylor Swift. But the landscape is different, and I just often find our conversations with toy stuff is doesn't take that into consideration, and we're kind of like using old metrics or often nostalgia. So
yeah, we sort of got home, and I turned the video on sort of right when everybody was talking about kids don't play with toys, and I'm like just getting home from a toy show with 3 kids that love action figures and love toys and like know all the lines that people are talking about and enjoy most of them. Mm-hmm. But they have their own opinions, and they like things, you know, that, you know, they like things for their own reasons. And I think that, you know, what I've experienced, what I've seen, and it's perspective bias. This is the other thing that has to be accounted for, because everybody wants to speak for all children don't play with toys, which is absolutely not true.
Right.
And it's sort of like, my kids love toys and love to play with action figures. Mm-hmm. I let them play with a lot of mine, and I think by extension, you know, you know, we spent a day today. You know, like I said, we drove about 4 hours, went to a toy show for about 4 hours, then drove to another toy store and you know, went through the whole toy store. They love going to that toy store every time we're down in Vancouver. And then we drove 4 hours back. Like, they have core memories that are related to toys.
Sure.
Not every kid does.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but that doesn't mean that, like, you know, it's good or bad. But
so, Adam, do your kids though play with toys the way that you used to? Like, are they that involved with their world build and, you know, take out the cardboard boxes and all sorts of shit like we all did when we were kids?
Yes. Yeah, they do.
That's good.
And that's, you know, but I mean, they you know, they get too much screen time, and they have YouTube, so, and they have Netflix, so they you know, the points that people were making about, like, you don't invest the same time are, you know, relevant, but I don't know that it necessarily is framing their argument the way that they think it is, because there's also not 4, you know, lines. You know, if you look at boys' toys, right? There isn't 3 or 4 lines that are supported by 3 or 4 cartoons that have commercials that go with them, and then when you go to the toy store, that's all there is in the toy store.
Yeah.
There's now a landscape where Kickstarter exists. So if you have an idea for a toy line, it can exist. Like the way that all of this works isn't the same. So when people that are, you know, collectors of you know, a certain age, right? Like, I would say 30 plus, right? Grown adult males predominantly. They have this idea that because they talk about it and I'll say we, because I'm in that group, right? I don't sort of I won't pretend I'm not part of that.
Yet, but sure, you can say that.
You know, we have perspective bias, and we have these blinders on to anything that we don't participate in. Yeah. And so when people go, well, yeah, but what about Fortnite, or what about Roblox, or what about Minecraft, or what, like, there are so many things that kids are into that we're just not into because we just never experienced them. Yeah. And people, and then the argument, like, well, toy collecting will die. It won't die. It doesn't mean that G.I. Joe won't die, or Transformers won't die, or one of these IPs won't die. Because if they don't adapt and they don't sort of market themselves to the market, and I don't just mean, you know, they go to that quick cut thing, like the you know, media is different now than it was 20 years ago, right?
You know, that's what I've said, right? Like, one of the biggest things as like you said, 30 plus collectors, right? All the toy companies had captive audiences.
Yeah.
Saturday mornings for 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever it was. And then pretty much every day after school for 2 or 3 hours, when every single one of us was watching cartoons. That's not the way it is anymore. There's not a captive audience like that. So it was really easy to market to all of us and just brainwash us into thinking, I need that thing right there.
No, and market was changed, right? It's changed. And I mean, you know, Brick sort of mentioned that, like, you know, the idea that if you don't have a cartoon, somehow your toy line isn't viable anymore. Right. That's just not just not accurate. It's sort of like, you know, Brick and I are sort of working with Jason on Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. There's no cartoon, but awesome we're doing every YouTube channel that will give us the time,
right. Totally.
because that's kind of the current venue for toy collectors. Yep. Now, it's not going to reach 10-year-olds, right? Like, 10-year-olds aren't watching Pixel Dan or Unparalleled Universe or whatever. So you have to be realistic. You have to be realistic with, like, who's watching what and sort of how you can, and like Brick said, it's, you know, the Hasbro and Mattel model is just not a feasible model in 2024.
No.
And
times have changed way
the
too
idea
much.
that you're gonna sort of get a quarter of a toy aisle at a toy store, I mean,
well, that's why
a lot of brands aren't even trying to get into toy stores in a way, you know what I mean? Right. Like, because everything can be sold online. You don't have to have a physical space to do any of this anymore. The world is a different place. So the idea that the old model, you know, oh, it's done. It's like, that's like saying, like, oh, you know, I can't even think of, like, but it's it's like hanging on to a rotary phone, right? Like, people just don't have rotary phones and being like, that's the only way you can make a phone call. It's like, that's literally not true. Yeah. That's just like, if you just never bought a cell phone, you would believe that, but it's just not true.
And I don't mean to, we don't need to not retread necessarily, but the idea that, like, you know, your kids play with toys, and mine play with essentially Lego, and I've given them other toys, but they're just not into it in the same way. And obviously every kid is different, But
Yeah.
I think, but the thing is, you know, just the landscape has changed, as we said before, and everything is, there's all sorts of little tiny silos that people can fall into.
Yeah.
And as such, even if they're playing now, I personally suspect that it's not, will they become, I don't know. I doubt that they'll be 40-year-olds collecting the old bluey toys that they had in the same way. I just feel like that culture has shifted so much. That said, like, I agree that like there are other properties that they might be into, but then you enter into that piece that we were saying before, is there's just so much content. There's so many things to be into that they might be into something for now and then move on and maybe circle back. But by that time, that stuff may just not be around. And then the whole peer pressure thing. There's no monolithic culture or brands, as I forget who was saying that earlier. So peer pressure is just different. Like there's not that peer pressure about that stuff. I mean,
well, it still comes down to the parents though, right? If you don't watch what your kid's doing and limit their screen time, or like I let Luke play with all my toys, you guys probably let your kids play with your toys. I know Adam just said he did, right?
Most of my toys, not all.
Yeah, most of them, right? But like if you don't introduce your kids to that stuff, how are they ever going to want to do it, right? Because they're going to go with what their friends want to do if you don't introduce that stuff to them, or you don't. I think there's the fact that they're on the screen for 24 hours a day.
I think there's a funny thing happening where there's like, I mean, I encourage it, right? Like I'm literally, I'm not even kidding. I'm literally going through different online retailers to try to find the Spider-Gwen figure that my 5-year-old was like, I want to buy this, but it was at the toy show and they wanted like a ridiculous amount for a figure that should just be a retail priced figure.
Right.
And I was like, I'll get it for you. I'm just not buying it at the toy show. And she wants the I can't remember the name of the character from the Dungeons and Dragons movie that just came out, but the druid character. She wants that action figure. And I was like, I can get that for you. And it's like, you know, the whole argument that like kids don't want these things is sort of like a self-perpetuating thing. I feel like it feels as though like I encourage it in my kids and I want them to play with action figures and I want them to take them outside and I want them to, like you said, you know, like I want them to get cardboard boxes and be creative and toy domination. Dom is a guy that he and I have like very sort of similar sort of attitudes about, like, you know, it will die if we keep telling our kids that you're not into this. And if you sort of don't encourage that creative, imaginative behavior and just sort of like, you know, curl up and die ourselves and be like, I guess this is the end. It's sort of like,
and I don't know that you're saying that I've sinned or whatever, but I'm not sure that anybody's saying that just like no one's interested in toy collecting and that I can understand the idea that, well, if we keep saying that, then no one will play with it. 100%. I get that. It's more so that like the social factors that perpetuate it and have driven all of us to be in our 40s and continue to want
oh sure yeah
I'm saying that part of it's gone. So to me, I think, I mean, sure, it can happen, and like I said before, I'm not saying it's gone forever, because like people collect records now. There are ways that things can come back. It's just not going to be the same and at the same scale, and it just it's different. It's really hard for me to wrap my head around the possibility of that in a world where, like,
I think it'll be very different. I agree. I agree completely, Brick. I mean, you and I are you know, we have very similar sort of approaches to sort of how this all works too, right? So it's, do I think that my kids are going to collect Masters of the Universe, G.I. Joe, X, Y, and Z? No. But do I think that they will sort of appreciate and enjoy toys for their whole lives? I genuinely believe that they will. But I also think, to your point, these sort of monolithic brands, I think that will die, right? That is dead. Like, let's be realistic. It's dead insofar as there's only so many of us, and it's not, I don't think 12-year-olds are picking up G.I. Joe in the way that we did when we were 8, 10, or 12 years old. So there's an aspect of what people say about like it's dead, it's over, it's not it. Yeah, sure, but Mythic Legions is 10 years old, and Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, take a shot, is a year into the Primal series, but sort of a few years into existence. Ironically though, like my kids loved Mutant Mayhem, they love Spider-Verse. Like so there are IPs that have existed for decades that are still able to perpetuate themselves by reinventing themselves. And then you get all the 40-year-olds that are like, Mutant Mayhem is shit, it looks terrible and blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, come on, you don't get this.
Talk about that phenomenon.
I don't want to talk about that because I don't care.
Such a messy area to tread. And Adam, I asked you about trying to talk about it once, and like when you were like, no, and this is my reasons, I was like, those are some good reasons. I think I'm good not discussing it.
Yeah, I have no interest in talking about why IPs like aren't gonna like continue. It's sort of like, no, for you they don't, and that's fine. If you see Mutant Mayhem and all of a sudden you don't like Ninja Turtles because they've ruined your childhood.
No, what I want to talk about
that's fine. Move on. I'll watch it. What's that?
Talk about how whack that behavior is.
Yeah, it's absurd. It's absurd.
We were kind of talking about that earlier about just how like people have opinions, and like we kind of went back and forth just around the phenomenon of people not being able to like.
But that gatekeeping is nothing new, because I remember being a kid when I was what, 9 when 82 came about and G.I. Joe Real American Hero came out.
I was 9 when 82 came about.
Yeah. So I mean, it was
sounds like somebody that was 9 when 82 came about would say.
Yeah. So but the point is that Real American Hero got launched, and I remember my uncles who both grew up playing with
the 12-inch. Yeah.
We're like, that's not G.I. Joe. Look at this piece of shit. It's tiny.
Yeah.
Just little
clothes don't come off. You can't take the arm. The hunt guns aren't right. Blah blah blah. Right. The whole thing. It's been going on forever.
You can't change his outfit.
Yeah.
That's because your uncles never saw Lawrence's shipwreck or 8 shipwrecks and his flag. Okay. And then what do they got to say? Right? But,
I feel like it's the last dying grasp of a way of thinking too, because again, I don't think that kind of gatekeeping in that way where it's going to have much of an effect can continue to exist when people don't have the shared touch points that they do. What I mean?
Agreed.
You know what I think though? I think that kids don't give a shit about those people saying that stuff.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is they don't give a shit. But my point is, as we move forward, I think less and less people will be affected by that kind of behavior, because they're kind of like, oh my God, that's not like the stuff. It's like, dude, whatever. I'm going to go over here now because there's other things that I pay attention to. I think I don't really care about it that much.
Right.
So.
I think so many of these things will continue despite the people that say that they won't continue.
Oh, sorry. The behavior will continue. The response and the effectiveness of it, I think.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I have this running sort of theory that a lot of like the negativity of brands or fandoms or whatever, like it's just echoed and amplified. And I really struggle with conversations sometimes around, I think it was Reploid Bill earlier who was like saying, I just really want the numbers. And that's what really resonates with me, because it's like I have a difficult time engaging in conversations where we often assume certain things to be true that I'm just like, wait, so much of what we're talking about like it's not true, or we don't know true. And so I don't know, I just sort of feel like as a culture and everything evolves, it's gonna get harder and harder to kind of continue that sort of behavior. I
think though for the kids that nowadays, it's not the same as it used to be. The biggest thing is like when G.I. Joe came out in 82, 83, right? It exploded. right? Everybody that was that age wanted GI Joe. My brother, who's 2 years older than me, was 11 years old.
Your uncles didn't, but everybody
right. My
else.
uncles, but the kids did, right?
Yeah.
But my brother, who was 13, or 11, thought GI Joe, A Real American Hero, was cool. He even got some figures for the first couple of years that they were out, right? And that was past the time that we consider toy age, right? Because it was such an explosion. We don't have those kind of things that come out for these kids anymore. That is so broad, like, right? I mean, it's like every kid in America, in Canada, UK, all that, right? Wanted GI Joe wherever it was.
Right. Yes.
It's not that way anymore, right? These kids are all little pockets of this, because you got the kids that are like you said, Spider-Man, Turtles, and you got the other kids that are Dragon Ball Z, Fortnite, whatever, right? There's more isolated pockets, I think, is what one of the biggest things is. And I think that's what Brick was kind of alluding to earlier.
Yeah, you won't see the numbers, but I mean, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It means that it's not as it's not as specific, right? Like
exactly.
In 1983, every kid was into GI Joe.
Right.
In 1980, whatever, it was He-Man. I don't know the
85, 86, maybe.
In like 1989, it was Ninja Turtles, right? Like you don't have these things because you don't have the. We chased Cobweb away. You don't have these venues and these platforms where you're just absolutely bombarding people about one specific thing at a time.
We've said that, and I just want to keep adding this point. It's not just that we don't have these things bombarding you. It's also that in many ways there's a bunch of other things bombarding us, or there's just other options. So
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is that like
we're stuck in these with
it's like you've got instead of like you have this, you have 10 different things.
Right.
And then everybody is able to sort of pick and choose which one of those kind of appeals to them and speaks to them, and they can almost go like, imagine if Ninja Turtles came out and there was a whole bunch of others, you could be like, well, the turtle thing doesn't do it for me, but this thing really does. So yeah, exactly.
And that sort of speaks to the impact, because it's like, oh, I'm really upset. No, you shouldn't be into this. That's not as good as the one. And you're like, wait, okay, cool. Sorry, I gotta go check this out real quick. I feel like that's kind of like, it's not even like I'm not affected. It's not like I'm even gonna engage with you. It's like I don't even know why you're tripping. Like, because there's this other thing around the corner. Oh yeah, there's this, and like, okay, whatever. Because I see that a lot in my kid, but I see that a lot in a lot of like teenagers these days. They're kind of all over the map with the things they pay attention to. Someone will be talking about something cool, and they'll look at it together. They might get into it for a little bit, but eventually things will shift, and there just isn't the sort of the idea of zeitgeist is very different.
Yeah.
Because a bunch of little like microclimates, if you will, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, one thing I wanted to bring in here, and it goes to say with like what Adam was mentioning before, and bringing that real life experience with the kids and all. So Adam's at a toy show today, surrounded by toys, and they're in one place too long looking at something, and the kids are like, let's go. We want to go look at something else. Leads right into that consumption of media in small doses. Like, okay, we've looked at this enough. We want to go look at this other thing. Because again, kids don't want to look at the bagged action figures, right? So like today, we go in, we're looking for Orcs. They don't have Orcs. I'm like, okay, well, I need to go do this thing for this project that we're doing. You want to help Daddy go find what he's looking for? And he's like, yeah. So we go over to the Star Wars line, right? We find the 2-pack that's sitting over there. We grab that, and then I'm like, okay, well, let's look around, see if we can find the single-carded Boba Fett. And we're looking through all of these Power of the Force action figures. And, like, I'm digging through a wall that's, like, 7 feet tall, going card by card looking for Boba Fett. He's got me covered on the bottom. Thankfully, I don't get down as easily as I used to those low levels. I've got everything up high. I'm good. And then, like, he's done looking through everything at the bottom. He knows who he's looking for because we had the comic pack, so he knew what the guy looks like. He knows Boba Fett. And after a while he's looking, and then I'm like, okay, well, we can't find that. But then I'm noticing they got the rest of the bounty hunters, like I showed off. I got, 3 out of the 7 bounty hunters on single card. And I'm like, all right, let me go ahead and start looking and seeing if I can find Zuckuss. So now we're looking for Zuckuss. We're still looking to see if we can find maybe a Boba Fett. And after a while, Connor's like, can we move on now? We've been here for like an hour. And it's like, I bring you to a toy store and you're a kid that's just not amused. And he's like, I'm just not that into Star Wars. And then I was like, I have failed as a father. My kid's not into Star Wars. But at the same point in time, it's also like, he doesn't relate to the Star Wars like I do. I'm reliving memories as I'm combing through all these carded figures from when I was getting them as a kid. The nostalgia factor that we all like to talk about and we know exists with it. And then it was like, okay, you know what? You're absolutely right. I've got these 3. When we get home, I'll order Boba Fett and I'll order Zuckuss online. Not a big deal. They're cheap as hell on eBay. Let's go look at some of the stuff you're interested in. Connor, what do you want to go look at? And so we go look. What are we looking at? We're looking at Marvel toys, right? We're down the Spider-Man aisle looking at all of that. We're going down the DC aisle. The superheroes are kind of like the hot thing right now, again, because of... I was
going to say that earlier.
Yeah, the extra media that surrounds it in a way. We were programmed, like you guys were saying, and Ryan Dole said it this way, and that's the way I like to think of it. We were programmed with a couple of key different factors, like at least the group here on screen, maybe with the exception of Cobweb here, are pretty good about cherry picking. But Cobweb's getting better because he's cherry picked a few things now. He's not as completionist as he used to be. That's when he collected one line anyway. But the one thing that we do like to say is that, like, that completionist idea, most of us are kind of like, nah, we can cherry pick and we do okay. But we were trained from the back of the car, the cross cells on every single toy we bought as kids. Collect all 12, collect all 6, always collect all that. And then programming by, again, sitting down Saturday morning cartoons, watching a half an hour to 20-minute toy commercial cartoon, broken up with several 2 to 3 minute toy commercials in between, just again cramming it down our throats. And we literally just sat there and we watched it, and we were okay with it, and our parents were okay with it because it kept us occupied for a while. So it's our idea was programmed in by Hasbro and Mattel and all these other companies that had this stuff. And they knew what they were doing because they went and talked to psychological researchers about, like, well, what are these? And then when they were looking at those long-term effects, they made laws to change it, which is why we don't have Saturday morning cartoons anymore and after-school programming like we did. So of course it's obvious to say that it's not going to exist in the same way it did for us, and that the way we care about these brands, because we were programmed to, our kids aren't going to care about it as the same way. You know what? Connor loves Dragon Ball Z, and it has nothing to do with me introducing him to it. You know what introduced him to Dragon Ball? Fortnite.
Yeah.
They did that crossover event, and he was like, oh, look at these cool dudes with, like, blue hair. And then he wanted to go back and watch with me because he found out I was into it. He wanted to watch the whole series. So every time he's come over, we've watched. We've made it through the Boo Saga. Now we're about to get ready to go into Dragon Ball Super. I don't know if I want to introduce him to GT. I might just tell him to play Xenoverse and be done with it.
GT is awesome.
GT is cool in its own realm, but I don't know if it works as well for him. I'll see, because there's a lot of
Super Saiyan 4 made it worth it.
Super Saiyan 4.
I love the Super. Oh, so cool looking. Like, honestly, like the best looking Super Saiyan form. I'm actually one of the people that kind of despises Super. Just because it was like Dragon Ball. It's good, but it's kind of a typical anime where they take forever to get to the point, and you have to watch. It's a 16-minute episode with 10 minutes of flashback, and then like 3 to 4 minutes of actual plot. And it's like I just want to see the fight, but I gotta wait like 20 episodes. But that's just me nitpicking and bitching.
It's all good, but I mean, you know, we get a lot of filler while they're trying to do stuff, and I understand it because they got to meet.
And some of the filler's good.
Yeah,
some of it's really good. But like some of the times it's just like, come on, fight Freeze already. It took you 5 episodes to walk out of the ship.
Have either of you guys or any of you guys watched the I can't remember what the name of it is, but like they did Dragon Ball Z as an abridged version.
Dragon Ball Z Kai.
Yes.
That's the one that Connor and I are watching, so that he doesn't.
I thought you were talking about the actual Dragon Ball Z abridged.
Oh
no, Z Kai is basically Z, but they like the Frieza, like the Namek saga is like 4 episodes.
It's a lot shorter because they don't have. Oh, we're going to repeat everything that just happened 3 episodes ago for 2.5 episodes now. And then we're going to make you watch something. And now we're going to go recap the other 3 episodes. And, you know, they cut out a lot of that filler arc that was just waiting for stuff to be translated, but we still need an episode out this week. And I love the fact that they did that because it made it a lot easier for me to get Connor through parts of it, you know. When he's older, we'll watch Abridged from Team 4-Star because that's also worth a watch once you're older. Actually, it's almost just to watch the Cell versus skits on Team 4-Star. Those are also really great. Cell versus whatever means
Vegeta. I'm haunting you. Love that so much.
All right, I wanted to show these off because earlier tonight we actually had a theme about the Horde. And so I've gone ahead here and I took that Orc Legion builder, I took the Deluxe Legion builder, I started breaking out some parts, and I have now made 2 custom orcs. So I got my champion here with his war paint because, again, I love the war paint, the face paint.
I do, yeah.
With the amazing hammer that was donated by Joe. Thank you. As he also did the regular Legion builder, who I popped on the new torso from the Deluxe. So it's got the more paint apps on it, as well as shoulder pauldrons, the little side skirts, his greaves, new center loincloth piece. Went with the buckles and the fur there because, you know, buckles with the fur. And I gave him the bony weapons and, of course, the snapping turtle shell because that's a cool-ass shield. But, yeah, so, I mean,
so
again,
fun. That's
just,
cool.
Right? Like, I got a whole bunch of parts, so now I'm ready to play and make my own characters out of it. Now I got this neat little orc tribe. Still looking for a few more orcs to add into this, you know, faction. I got to get some goblins, so that's why I'm going to be hitting up. And because I seem to want to collect all the ogre scale figures, I got to talk to Wraith about an ogre.
Yeah. Did you get the... I asked him for the images and stuff because it went pretty fast. If you need those, I can send you those too.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Brick, so that way I can go through it and be like, all right, I want this. And Bud, message him about that freaking Goblin King because it's probably going to be the best chance
probably,
to get it at a decent price.
Yeah, sorry, I'm probably not going to be able to grab it at this time because I just got my Cyclone.
Gotcha.
But
well,
that's fine.
I'm going to pop myself off a full screen here because it's about that time for me to go hop in the back.
What you do over there? No, I'm just kidding.
So
I got a question for
that
you.
Stuff.
X-Men 97, anybody?
I haven't seen it yet.
I watched the first episode. I was okay.
It's amazing.
You
But
said
I'm not a
first
big
episode?
X-Men fan, so
Did you say a first episode, Ed?
yeah, I watched the first episode. But I'm not a
Did you
big
check it?
X-Men fan, so it was just kind of a cartoon to watch.
Mm-hmm. How did it hit you as just a cartoon to watch? Like compared to your cartoons of your youth or whatever?
I enjoyed it. I'm definitely a bigger fan of like 70s animation, just the style of the animation itself. But I mean, it was definitely good, right? The storyline was decent. I liked it. It was, had I been a fan of the few episodes I remember watching of the original X-Men 97, I think it tied in really well with that whole series too. So I'm definitely going to keep watching it. So
I was up in the air about. Originally, I was going to just sign up real quick and do some Disney Plus for like a month or so.
Oh, that's right.
Because I wanted to do the 97. And then everybody started showing me some sweet stuff that's coming out on Paramount. So I haven't made my decision yet of which one I'm going to go with for a month.
Oh, yeah.
But basically what I'll do is I'll sign up for 1 month and then I'll cancel it. And then I'll go sign up for the other one the next month so I can catch everything.
Yeah.
Because, instant gratification, I can actually cram all that in a month like I did with all the seasons of Game of Thrones when I got HBO Go for that 1 month all those years back right before the last episodes aired. Managed to cram it all in the week before the last episode hit. I crammed the entire series in 1 week.
I watched all those on one of those rigged up Fire Sticks back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these had those Fire Sticks where you could watch anything on them. I watched all the Game of Thrones that way.
Oh, I haven't even heard of those. Is that like the old?
I don't know. This was back in like when Game of Thrones was out. I don't know. It was a Fire Stick. You just hooked up and you could watch.
Yeah, I have Cody on it and all like that, so that you can stream
everything.
Stuff that you shouldn't be able to stream, but you can.
Movies that were in theaters and all kinds of stuff. There's a pain in the ass though, because there'd be like 10 different movies, and you'd have to find the best one, whichever one actually worked.
Yeah, some of them being like other languages and
all that crap. Oh, that's cool, but
well, I won't.
Here's my custom.
X-Men, so I'll just keep quiet. Nice,
dude. Oh man, nicely done, bud. I love the fact that you've been working on that all night. Like, Bud laid out a project tonight before we went live and was like explaining it in the Patreon chat.
I only did one thing.
Well, you know, there's only so much you can do, and what are we at? 5 hours for a live stream?
Well, I also didn't finish the second weapon here, but I'm working on it. So I still got to finish that.
All right, let me go pop on the mobile here. Brick, check your DMs on IG.
Yeah, I caught it.
All right. I'll be right back, everybody.
Word. Yeah, X-Men, it's been a challenge for me, but I didn't like the 90s cartoon, and I was like a avid comic reader. So as an avid comic reader from like, what is that? Maybe 1981, 82 or 3 on of like X stuff. Uncanny X-Men and X Factor, I think, were the only things there at the beginning, and then New Mutants, I think, that existed at that time. So like the X-Men 90s show was always tough for me because I always felt like it moved fast, and that was my biggest gripe. And I'm getting the same vibes on this one. Like it feels like clip showy to me.
Yeah, it definitely had that appeal to it, or appeal to it, not appeal.
It's cool though. I mean, like I think it's introducing a bunch of people to. It's introducing a bunch of people to X-Men, and I'm assuming that's why they're doing it, right? Because I know that they want to move into X-Men in the MCU. It's a pretty big concept and a big ass cast.
Yes.
So, and then the only other thing before that were those Foxmen movies. So that's what I'm assuming they're trying to do with this cartoon, and I think it's probably working. People are into it, so I like this animation.
Well, there's also
so it's cleaner.
There were 2 other X-Men cartoons. There's X-Men Evolution, and then the Astonishing X-Men.
There was actually
Wolverine in the X-Men too.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Wolverine, the X-Men, the one where they were kids, the school, whatever that one was called.
Evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was like that pilot for Kitty Pryde and the X-Men. Anyway, it's cool. It's fun to check out.
going back to the thing of the kids at the toy show. My 8-year-old, I say 8 and 9. It's the same. It's the same person. She's 8. She'll be 9. But anyway, she, in terms of what they wanted to buy with their money, they wanted to buy like weird 3D printed things that people are just pulling STL files and printing toys. But she wanted to buy art from like original artists, and she had a lengthy conversation with an artist. She bought Rogue and Nami from One Piece, and she was chatting with this artist, and she was like, who knew that, spoiler alert for anybody, on a 20-plus-year-old story arc in a comic, who knew that Jean Grey had a clone, and that it would that Scott Summers and this clone would have
This is your kid saying this, or the artist?
This is my kid saying this to somebody who clearly knew that was like a thing. And
I didn't know she was. So she's watching X-Men 97.
Yeah. Oh, Victoria absolutely loves X-Men 97. Yeah. And I mean, I knew, we, as toy collectors, the Goblin Queen had been revealed for Marvel Legends. And so it was pretty obvious what was going on in those first couple episodes. And I said nothing, knowing full well that this was the Inferno storyline, and that this was Madeline Pryor, the Goblin Queen, and this was not Jean Grey at all, and that this massive bombshell was about to be dropped. And so in episode 2 where they kind of figured that out, and then episode 3 is sort of where Inferno basically just takes place.
Episode 2 is the tease at the end, the cliffhanger.
Yeah. It blew her mind, and it was like the most fun thing, knowing that like a 30-year-old storyline was about to just rock an 8-year-old's world because she watched the X-Men animated series, but she's 8. She's not read the full run of the Dark Phoenix saga, and then Inferno, and like all these storylines that the X-Men have had through the last 4, 5, 6 decades. And again, it's sort of that idea of like we assume that like this is for adults, but like an 8-year-old is just like, this story is crazy, like, can you believe this happened? And I'm like, I can absolutely believe it happened, because it's it already happened.
It happened before.
I think I was 9, or even 8. I was 8. It must have been 8 or 9 when Inferno started. In that X Factor started.
When they switched from X-Men to X Factor.
Well, they split off, and X Factor was released, and then it was like, oh, he's with Madeline, and then Jean Grey appears. And so, I was exactly that age, I think.
Well, it's absolutely great, again, that they're finding a way to, because, I mean, let's face it, ever since the Fox rights, Marvel thing happened, they've kind of dogged on the X-Men a lot, as far as, like, giving it, I don't want to say that they haven't given it enough support in extra media, but they weren't giving it the support, like, all of a sudden they were dumping everything into the Avengers because they were doing the movies with it, the tie-ins. Yeah, it was big money for them to do that. So they weren't giving the extra care that we had all seen on X-Men being their top-selling book for most of our lives, right?
And there actually was, sorry, just to back that up, that was a directive.
Yeah, they were told, like, that Fantastic Four and anything that wasn't under the MCU wheelhouse, they were like, all right, we're just not going to give it as much backing. Like, we're still going to put it out because it's still money for us, but we're not going to do it like we normally do. Yep. So is really great to finally see them giving that love back to the X-Men again, because that was one that I've always liked. And now trying to help reacquaint young audiences with some pretty heavy topics too. Like, I remember watching X-Men, and even with the cartoon, the animated series, like that was my first real look at like the Friends of Humanity, you know, kind of thing. And seeing something like that, that is a heavy topic for a kid to get into, of just this hate. And you know, one thing that I definitely remember being as a kid is like, wow, these guys are a bunch of assholes. It'd be cool as shit to have blue fur and, you know, hop around, but okay, you know.
But I genuinely believe that like a lot of my worldview is based on things that I learned from like the X-Men. You know what I mean? Like, there's sort of no end to tolerance in my mind. Like as a result of sort of seeing people being discriminated against in a comic book, and it's sort of like I was like, yeah, this is terrible. Like, I hope this doesn't exist in the real world. And then you learn that it does in fact exist in the real world, and you're kind of like, wow, this is even worse than I thought it was.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Seems
like
just
it's
so
weird.
Like it can't be real.
Yeah, like you think it's like, oh, only in comic books or like only in a cartoon or something, and then you realize that it's
reality.
It's pulled 100% from reality, and you sort of kind of go, yeah, how do people get away with this kind of shit? But I think
that's where I struggled with the whole idea of like the clip show, and it's related to what we were talking about earlier, where it's like I was just like you, like a lot of this stuff resonated with me for all sorts of reasons, but it was also the way that the stories played out and the relationships that you built up with characters over issue over issue over issue, right?
Yeah.
Even like when you say it was split, like when they split.
Oh, the cartoon is inferior to
and so when it's split like to X Factor, for example, like to me that meant more the fact that they were leaving, because it's like, oh my god, the original X-Men are no longer the X-Men, and Jean Grey got and oh, that makes sense. They're like reeling over the drama of people lost, and like so my issue, the biggest concern I've always had about the original X-Men the 90s version and this one, is that you're absolutely right. It deals with heavy things and all the great things that were in the comics, but things move so fast.
Yes.
That it doesn't resonate. That's why it just feels like, oh, okay, that was a throwaway thing. And so I kind of offhandedly joked, I think it was in Wade's chat, in Parallel Universes chat, where they were just talking about X-Men. He really likes it. And me and Trevor, 1-6 shooter, were like the old guys in the room, were like, and trying to get this thought out then, where it's like, I was joking because they're like, oh, you know, what's going on? Was that Jean Grey or was that Madeline? And then it was kind of being a dick. Like, yeah, we know who that is. Yeah. And we're going to find out. And then Inferno is going to take place in about 2 episodes. Then that's going to be done. At the same time, we just learned about Storm. So in probably the next episode, Life Death's going to happen. And it did. You know, and it's just like, they're just cycling through stuff so quick that the weight of stuff is just kind of like, whoa, how is this gonna feel?
Well, hopefully what it'll do is it can look at the animated series as like an appetizer, right? Because you're right, the stories are way more fleshed out and way better within the comics.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, you can't take most of Byron and Claremont and put it into a 3-part story arc in a story when they told that story over 7-8 months.
Right.
You know, so like hopefully what it'll do is it'll whet the palate, and they'll be like, oh, I want to really see these, because that's what it did for me. Like, I was watching the cartoon and then I was like, I love these. I want to go get into the books. And I started collecting comics, and Carol knows I had a pretty big comic collection. And it ranged across like older media, because you can find like a lot of the stuff, not the big books, you know, because even at my younger years, like, you know, Dark Phoenix and everything like that, they were pricey books. But, you know, you can find a lot of the other story arcs and everything and like get into it. And then from other context cues and stuff from like Wizard, because we didn't have Wikipedia at the time to give us the crash course. So like Wizard Comics could help fill me in on issues that I was missing of like those elements within that story, right? So it's hopefully younger audiences can see it and they'll be like, wow, this is pretty neat. Where can I get is there more? and hopefully it'll help them dive into the other media for that. But as one of our other loyal Saturday night friends, Ken, how you feeling, buddy?
I was gonna say pro wrestling sucks. I was gonna try and get him to respond.
Oh, I literally just came here to say good night.
Well, sorry you had to wait so long for us to
How
say
was
good
your
night.
WrestleMania?
I barely saw Mania. I kind of had it in the background, and then night 2's tomorrow with the title fight. I was just tired from the show that the show that Adam is not tired.
Hey,
from.
bud, can you mute your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ken was probably like sound asleep during most of WrestleMania.
Yeah.
So, but Ken, Adam had to drive like however many hours. You had to drive how much?
Adam is superhuman. I'm like subhuman strength of nothing.
Not subhuman. No, I don't want to hear that. You don't talk. We don't talk about ourselves like that here. You're not subhuman. You are our peak humanity, and you're right.
Today, I walked by the booth and Ken said, "Hey, can you watch the booth for a minute? I'm gonna go take a nap."
I can believe that. I can totally believe that. And hey, if he was looking for somebody,
he was joking, but I think if I'd taken him up on it, he probably would have gone and had a nap.
I was gonna go to the car, take a nap.
So Ken, you were selling stuff today too?
Yeah. I had to set up last night. I set up this morning for a few hours, and then I was there pretty much until closing, and then I'm back tomorrow for day 2. So.
Gotcha. And was it a good day?
Oh yeah. Got a couple
any
things. The thing is, there's so much stuff there, right? Like, so
it's crazy.
So so Adam, that was your first time down at the show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how big was this selection?
I was trying to think of. So the weird thing is that venue is it's like an arena sort of coliseum thing, but then there's a wall, and they open the wall, and then it just keeps going. And I was trying to compare it to other shows that I've been to, and a lot of other shows have like separate rooms. So you'll have like a main venue, and then there's sort of like other rooms. If it's at a hotel, you get like the conference room, and then you get a couple smaller sort of offshoot rooms and stuff. It's a massive space. And there was so much good stuff, and a lot of stuff that I saw that I might have bought when I went back was thankfully gone when I went back to certain tables, and so I think stuff was moving too, which is cool to see.
I mean, when we first moved into the P&E, that back wall was not down yet, so they only had the front half. So now that they've expanded to the back half, there's now 400 tables total, and the whole venue is 45. No, it's 400.
Oh, they lied.
Yeah, sorry to disappoint you. And it was 45,000 square feet. Now, there was so much stuff there, right? Like before, like some of you saw the photo I posted of the Visionaries Dagger Assault, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the funniest part was I went to the booth at the back and I grabbed Panther for a good price. I grabbed vintage Panther and vintage Zor or Zoar, depending on which end of the grammar police you're on. I grabbed those two, and Adam brought me the Mausers from Super 7. And then there was a booth in the back that had some of the rare Motu stuff. They had Turbodactyl complete. They had Binotaps complete. And then they had Tyrannosaur without the gun, but then somebody said, Ken, if you buy that, I have a broken gun that I can send you, so you'll have a complete figure with a condition issue. I'm like, okay. And then I see a Sorceress, like a complete, fully white Sorceress, 2 of them.
Toy Lords?
With the staff. Yeah, Toy Lords. So
they have all a great booth.
Yes, that's who I got my Panther from, and my Zoar from. But because all those powers of Grayskull, not Gigantosaur, Tyrannosaurus, Binotaps, and Turbodactyl and Sorceress are also pricey. I was mulling all those over, trying to decide which one I wanted when that Dagger Assault came by my booth, and somebody was like, "Yo, I'm trying to sell this. Do you want it?" I'm just like, "Are you kidding me right now?"
Hey, right, Ken, I went to Toy Traders today, and they had one of those in the case.
I know, wasn't it $900?
It was $7.95 or something.
Was that in the box too?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, no box. No box.
No box, and it was $800.
Think so.
Okay. So we can call this Keldor Part 2 for me as far as what I
come on, not again.
With the box. Should I even say what I paid for, or should I just say
Probably not.
Okay. All right then.
And we'll also pretend you're lying.
Then let's just say I took a photo of it, and let's just pretend it was never mine.
Ken, did you see what I picked up today?
What did you get?
Did it? Did you find that table with the Mythic Legions?
Oh, you got the stuff.
I got a bunch, and Jay got a bunch.
So
Adam
okay, that's who got them, because there was somebody said that the Mythic Legion stuff suddenly disappeared before some of us could even get to that table.
It's true.
It was a bunch of wave. I heard it was a bunch of Wave 1 stuff.
Yeah, first Kickstarter stuff.
Wow.
Oh man.
Any
So
PowerCon
good.
exclusives?
No. That guy wasn't messing with that stuff. He was only doing the old stuff. He was just doing vintage Mythic Legions.
No, but I mean like the early PowerCon exclusives, like Adamon.
Yeah, that's.
No, he didn't have an Adamon, but Jay picked up Attila.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice. So, Ken, I want to ask a very serious question here, because we're all dying to know, as most of us have now started to lock in our May the Power of the Force figures for review. While perusing today, have we found a Power of the Force 2 subject?
No, there wasn't a single Power of the Force figure in that whole 400 table venue whatsoever. None.
I bought the only two. So.
I was going to say,
there you
it's
go.
because
You
Adam
bought
bought
the
them all up.
only two, and they were all like way over market price.
Yeah, they were $2 instead of $1.
Well,
I've been to your house,
as I
Ken.
said on the
feel like
chat,
you
it was
just,
expensive.
Open up a cabinet, you might find a Power of the Force figure.
It might just fall out from behind something else.
Shuffle one of those boxes. I bet you a couple of pieces are gonna fall out.
So, yeah,
shake some of your recycling boxes.
Like I said, it's a little rich for my blood. I'm not really feeling like the splurge on the Power of the Force stuff. I love all these people to death, and Allison and the plans to do the Power of the Force thing, but just a little, we all got a budget, right? I mean,
look, I know I spent $20 like U.S. American, which I know is like 400 Canadian. So I get it, Ken.
Yeah. So you totally feel my pain, right?
Yeah. But I did get myself like an epic haul today with like a small centralized collection of Power of the Force. So I am all Adam. Ooh.
Hey Adam, you were at one point asking me to look for an Elf Ranger, but that was you would just want that for convention prices, right? You're not trying to pay.
Oh, I got my Elf Ranger, Dennis Derby, at Legion's Con.
Because Wraith Mace has one for sale.
You know what?
Wraith Mace has such a cool collection.
I need to hit up Wraith Mace because there's still a few. There's like 2 or 3 that I still need. And
are these all from Wave 1?
I'll send you two.
No, some of them are at Bend Up Decay.
You scored big today.
Yeah,
Right.
You don't want to know what I paid for these.
You paid a lot, or you didn't pay that much?
Dude, the guy was practically giving them away.
What are you looking for, Adam?
All right, Adam. You say how much you paid for those. I'll tell you how much I paid for the Dagger Assault.
I got these 5 Mythic Legions figures that have a current market value of about 600 US, probably. Probably more. For more. 200 Canadian dollars.
You have me beat on the Dagger Assault.
I know I do.
I paid 3. I paid 3 Canadian for the Dagger Assault.
It's pretty good though. That's good. I saw that. I saw it, and it's in great quality. Or in great condition.
Oh, did I open it up to show you? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got the Mythic Legions on the way out.
And you whipped it out behind the. You asked me to come behind the table, and you whipped it out.
I whipped it out.
Oh, whoa.
Just for you. Just for your eyes.
Remix. That's a short.
That's the Osley Fans exclusive, folks. Subscribe now. So, Adam, can I ask you a favor?
Facebook.
Are you going to whip it out? What's going on here?
Not going to whip it out. I might
He
pop
wants
some
the
beans
size
in it. I don't
comparison.
know.
He wants your honest opinion, Adam.
Right? Is this a good size? No.
How do I compare to Ken?
What's infected to you?
Depends on Ken's mood.
And I got to message you because I there was one more figure that I should have picked up. I thought I had, but I don't. But
so
check Facebook, Adam.
I started doing this, and Ken's my first video, and I've still got to put everything together for it. I want to do like a short series of people's tales of hunting grails. Now, it doesn't exactly have to be like some white whale of yours necessarily, but like this epic steal. Would you mind taking pictures of what you picked up today and kind of talking about the story of it like you did here tonight? Like just record it and then send that stuff over to me. Yeah, because I'm gonna post these tales from like shows and stuff like that of getting these epic finds because they deserve to be told, and it's exciting when we as collectors can actually do, when we can get a hold of a grail. Like I've got to put together a video now for the Lords of Power 5-pack, right? Yeah, that's a huge grail for me that I never thought I would have, and now I do. So it's like I've got that piece to enter in. Ken's Keltis, like anybody who's got like a grail like that, take a couple pictures, record a soundbite like a minute or two of just the tale of how you got it, and boom, that's it.
Yeah,
for sure.
The dagger assault got a great story to it as well. The guy tried to get an extra few dollars off me after the deal was agreed upon,
and you told him no because I need to. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, here's the thing, right? Adam, he shopped it over to B from Cherry Bomb, who actually negotiated the 300. The guy was about to agree, and then B said, "Actually, you know what, Ken? I've already got a dagger assault." So he went over to me and said, "Why don't you just match the guy's 300?" And I don't know where the miscommunication was, but as I handed the dude the 300 and he counted it, he said, "So can you do 330?" And I
with
said,
the money in his hands,
and I'm like, well, the agreement was 300. He goes, well, I didn't really say 3. I was kind of mulling it over. I'm like, yeah, but you've got my money in your hand, and the dagger assault in front of me. I could take it and run. And he said, yeah, but I had to pay $30 for admission for 2 days. And I said, here, I can't get rid of your. I can't offset your admission. And I handed him a bag of chips that I got from the concession stand. And I said, let me offset your gas. And he took it. At that point, I'm expecting him to say, no, I'm sorry. No, he took the bag of chips and said, thank you. So I paid $300 and a bag of chips that cost me $2.50.
You know what I was saying earlier, Ken, before you jumped on, was that like this toy show, like after being at Toylanta and sort of looking at prices for certain things that I had sort of wanted to get, the prices at the Vancouver Comic and Toy Show were like ridiculously low. It felt like.
I was gonna say, I think I need to start doing toy shows.
It's almost
in
like
Canada.
people are trying to sell things at that show.
You got ripped off on that Eternian Palace Guard, so
Yeah, by you. I didn't tell you that I paid $5 less from the guy that sold me these Mythic Legions as well. I bought 2 of them today.
Which is great. You gotta have 2. You gotta have 2.
Yeah,
but I was happy to pay. I was happy to pay your price, Ken, because it was very reasonable. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I paid ridiculously low price on one.
Didn't I list the price and you said keep the change?
Yes.
So
it
there
was
you
still
go.
a very good price. I'm just saying I paid less from the other guy.
You would have paid the same amount if you didn't say keep the
his own
change.
friend. Listen to that. Boy.
No.
Guy drove 4 hours to see him, and look what he did to him.
I said how much for the what is it even called? Eternian Palace Guard. I said how much for the Eternian Palace Guard. I could just see the back of it. I didn't, and he goes, you can have it for whatever I paid for it. And I was like, I don't know what you paid for it. And I pulled it off the table. This was when I was behind the table after Ken had whipped it out.
Whipped it all out.
And I think you had it listed for like 48 and you sold it to me for $30. So it's not as though.
No, I had it listed for 38 and I say take $10 off the 28.
Yeah.
And you said keep the change.
I'll give you 30. Yeah, I was fine with 30.
So 28 was going to be your price.
Yeah.
And that's Canadian. So that's like
Yeah.
$4 US. You got to
Exactly. The other guy sold me one for $3 US though.
Oh, what a nice guy.
Yeah, but I wasn't complaining. I bought it. I told you to keep the change. That was fun.
There you go.
Take note of what that seller's name was, Adam, because you need to make sure you see that guy.
I should have.
Right?
Well,
I
I'm the one
should've.
that's going to be there tomorrow. So, you know.
He had, he still got a few things. Ken, you should go buy everything he's got left because it was way underpriced.
How do I know which table it is, though?
I'll draw you a map.
No, you won't. All right. All right, boys. I got an early start tomorrow, but thanks for entertaining and letting me on late. You know.
Night, Ken.
And when you wake up, the treasure map will be in your messenger.
You were serious?
Yeah, I'll draw a map. It's not. It wasn't. It, I mean, it wasn't like hidden.
I thought you were
It was
gonna
pretty
like.
easy to find.
His
Okay.
art skills are top notch.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, Rick's seen my artistic endeavors. It's it'll be very descriptive.
Take care.
Start at the point where he whipped it out, and then going from there.
Exactly.
You whipped it out here.
I'll draw that. First. That'll be a very small part of the picture. And then we'll move. It just in terms of the overall map. I mean.
Oh, okay.
It won't be to scale.
It's a good size. All right, it's a good size.
It's functional.
Yeah, Adam, were you looking for a motherboard at all in the future?
I don't know.
I got a good price.
At the rate that I'm going, probably.
I picked up some stuff.
At the rate you're going, you're going to have a Masters of the Universe collection, a Power of the Horse collection.
Man, at the rate that I'm going, I'm gonna have an Eternia. I feel like
Bunch of
He's gonna have to
this.
Oh, is that the 2-pack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good prices on a bunch of random stuff.
Oh, right. You can stop by the store or whatever. What is that?
Oh,
that is.
I don't need that, but Amanda needs that.
Yeah.
She doesn't know it yet, and I think she's gone to bed. So
she's gone to bed at this point.
It's 100th anniversary something.
Something.
I don't know.
I love the like just nonchalant like.
Natty Collector. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Oh.
The wall.
What's that shirt you got there, Brick?
It's a Modi Collector. You should check it
yeah.
out. ModiCollector.com.
That's right. You can pick up this shirt now. Looks just like him. I mean,
I see some of the wall shelves though. They were from plastic.
In the chat, Frankie Rivera was saying I grabbed 5 Origins Mossmans. Where?
Yes.
I need one. I still need one.
I was gonna say I highlighted that earlier, and I wanted
Daryl's
to
been
bring
finding them cheap.
They're $5 now. Damn.
Oh, $5.
They're
This is
$25 at my Walmart right now.
Mossman.
God damn! I'll take one. I got one.
I was
I'll
gonna
take
say-
another one. $5. Whatever.
Adam's playing catch up here on Origins. So
Yeah, I still. I mean,
I have
I
a box of them for him.
Yeah, Frankie said they were $25.50, but they matched some other numbers, so they gave it to him for $5 because that's what they are at my Walmart is $25.50.
Yeah, that's what they are for most. So
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Allison's got another plug for the show here. I've got to really go through and collect all these from the last year or so that have been done and tie them in for commercials. Just little commercials to play.
Oh, I love I get my own call out. Thank you, Allison.
That's right.
It's the brick something hairdo. It's helping me out today.
Well, it's funny. The smell of Old Spice, that is actually my smell. Thank you.
Yep. Same here.
I never understood the brand Old Spice. I don't think either of those words are attractive or have,
That's the brand of deodorant I use, but
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's
Like,
the guy deodorant I use.
old, and I want to smell like spice. I just never understood it.
After you just watched Dune, you don't understand the spice appeal? Okay.
when Brick and I were youngsters, English leather was the man's cologne to wear.
English leathers
Was it though?
Non-existent for people anymore. They don't know. My dad liked what was it? Stetson came in like a horse bottle.
Oh yeah, that's
because it was named after the hat.
Yeah.
Still, those other. I have a bunch of classics. Eternity of Guards too. I picked up a bunch of those, and then.
I was about to say something about that, Alice.
That was also like a crazy deal too, right?
Yeah, and the Night Stalker too for classics. I got extra one of those. Got a whole pile of stuff everywhere.
I've still got a Valiant Knight to open up. Another one. I love the Valiant Knights.
That Valiant Knight's overrated.
No, I don't think it's overrated when you compare it to other Mythic Legions. It's
no, but that's
not
part
as
of the
good.
problem.
Yeah, it's not as good when you compare it to
anything
AWOC
else.
and some other brands that are just look. It's still better than quite a few of the Ultimates, but
Hey, it's still probably better than those Ninja Turtles because apparently the articulation is going to be still not very good.
that hurts because like they're ninjas. They should be articulated well. Then again, look at the ones we grew up with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When is Chuck Norris that toy line coming back?
Right.
Those are some good toys.
Karate Commandos.
Karate Commandos.
Karate Commandos.
So good.
Those were cool toys. That was one of the
Where's that?
later toy lines that I randomly got because everything was on clearance. So like parents were
They
cool
were in
to get
scale
it.
with the Rambo figures, weren't they?
Yes, they were. I was just about to say, like,
they were.
I saw some of those random Rambo figures like mint on card at the toy show today, and I was like, I was so tempted. I was like, these are terrible figures, but
They were horrible, but man,
I've got one of those downstairs, as a matter of fact, in my little box of vintage stuff.
Rambo
why don't we get a vintage action hero line, and they've got to be made just as
gaudy
crazy
as those
like-
ones were.
Yeah, like just as terribly gaudy.
Did they?
I seen people doing reviews of those Jean-Claude Van Damme figures, the new one that's come out from
The Syndicate ones.
Yeah, what the hell is
Was
that?
it Syndicate?
I don't remember who made it, but
Syndicate
Is it-
toys. It's
yeah.
what's his name? I forget. It's J. New toy line. They're doing like the True Romance.
Stuff. Syndicate collectibles. That's
you know what we need to do is we need to get Ken to make like a history of R-rated IPs that became toy lines sold to 8-year-olds.
Yeah,
because that's like
That was, like,
it's
most,
crazy how many cool designs of like characters were like appealing to kids, but like not kids weren't
Not
allowed to
meant
watch them.
for kids.
mid 80s,
Right.
man. RoboCop, Rambo, Conan,
Aliens.
all of it, right? Aliens,
Aliens is like one
Predator.
of the most graphic because they even had to come up with a comic concept to sell it to kids.
Mhm.
Because no kid should have seen Alien or Aliens, period. And they were like, well, considering the concept of this alien life form is that it impregnates somebody by jumping in their face, and if you try to remove it, it will kill the host. And then when it gives birth, it bursts from its body. And the comics are like, so have it go again, have it jump into animals. That's okay. Let's have it, massacre wild
Test it on
animals.
animals first.
Right. And like they're like, yeah, that'll sell it. That's okay. Like, no, it's not really that okay, but all right.
You should definitely bring that up to him, Adam, because that'd be definitely a cool thing to watch.
Well,
Yeah.
if you want somebody to collab on the Alien, I have the entire line with the exception. Was Alien and the Predator? I had the entire line except for some of the variant Predators, and I don't have any of the vehicles, sadly. But I've got every single carded figure. Well, Connor has every single. Let's face it, I bought it. But yeah, I've got all the figures except for the later Space Marines that came out because they ended up being like European exclusive for single card, but they came out here in 2-packs, and those 2-packs were just so high overpriced. I was like, I'm not buying these for my son. Sorry. Although I did buy him the Alien. That's like one of my Grail pieces is the Alien Queen Hive playset that I got brand new in box, factory shipper sealed for $400, and then opened it because when I said the other night, like, I've got no problems opening a $400 sealed figure. I totally meant it because I've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, it's a toy. It like that's
gotta be open and played with. I did leave the slime sealed. I did not want to take a chance at opening that. Slime from 1992, factory sealed. I'm pretty sure that was powder in there.
I feel like that slime, if it wasn't powder, it would have been R-rated if you opened it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to, release the Black Plague back into the world,
Yeah.
so I left that thing sealed. All right, here we go. I did pop the other head sculpt on the knight, so at least here are my orc fodder and vampire fodder.
Sweet.
Got them. Both heads on there. I still want to go back and find the silver bells because I want to. Actually, they're the same helmets, weren't they?
The silver bells from the.
Yeah, I think so.
Father Christmas. It was the same helmets. It was this helmet and then this helmet.
Yeah.
It's
from the first one. Okay.
It's like Marok.
This one reminds me of, like, you guys seen the movie Excalibur, right?
Yep.
That's what this one reminds me of, like
Absolutely.
the helmets from that movie. I'd like to get at least enough of these to do Arthur's Knights and then have helmets modeled after the armors the individual knights the round wore in that movie for these guys. Because that's what these guys really remind me of, that movie. And I love it.
So that Valiant Knight body is being used for like all the knights going forward, basically. So like all the Necronominous wave knights all have that body underneath the soft goods.
Right. And the soft goods are a slight, hey, we're giving you all this new articulation, but we're going to limit it by these really amazing C. Jessam soft goods. But they'll still move pretty nicely overall.
Yeah, they design them in a way so that they don't get in the way. Like they break up into two pieces so that the waist can still move and stuff. So they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like I've said many times, I'm not a knight guy, but some of those Necronominous knights look really, really good.
Oh yeah, the one from Necronominous Part 2, All-Star 6, Sir Andrew. Was that the one? The like new brown armored knight?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh man, he's definitely like one of those must-have figures because he just looks so good.
What's the sword look like that Valiant Knight comes with, Oz?
Oh, that's the one he's holding in his hands, just like one of their standard swords. Here, actually, I'll just
It's the thinner sword that Mythic Legions does.
Yeah, the one that fits into the scabbard nicely.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me make myself big over here. Got to play around a little bit, but you can see the paint deco on it's real nice, and it does it reminds me of Excalibur from.
I was going to say that definitely could pass for Excalibur. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's actually the same sword that came with Valak as well.
Yeah.
Actually, I just realized the one that I had in my Valiant Knight's hand is the one from Valak. This one, because you'll notice the leather wrapping for the Valiant Knight is that.
It's the brown.
Yeah. So same sword, but different paint apps. And Valak's came in the scabbard as well. But it's a nice sword. And no, the normal like knight sword. Hold on a second. Now I got one over here. Like the more regular common one, which is this one.
Oh, it's got the broadsword, yeah.
Yeah. So the thinner one for the scabbard, and then your typical broadsword. And then you've got your great swords. So like 5-6 different sword styles just sitting right in front of me from the figures I opened up tonight. You got this guy here, like a rune blade.
I'm not a big fan of that one.
Neither am I. I don't like the overall look of that one. I actually much rather prefer this style to this. But you know what though, for like an orc or something like that, to say this is like
even for the orc, I prefer there's that sort of that one, and then there's the it has a different name, like it has a historical name, but the one that has sort of the extra bit sort of in the center. The bone sword's awesome too. There's not that many of those out there though.
Right. When I opened this up, I was like, you know what? Never mind. I'm putting that sword with the orc, because originally I was going to use that battle axe, that double-bladed battle axe that came with it. But I was like, nah, I like the sword. It gives me an excuse to use the turtle shell shield.
Yeah, I love that shield.
And then I just thought, we'll go ahead and put that bone dagger in his, around his back here too. So I like that. But I also like the fact that the turtle shell shield has the adapter to go into the back slot too.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty neat. I popped it on the other one just to be like, how does this look on the orc body? And I was like, yeah, I'll save it for a goblin where he's real short, stumpy.
Well, that looked good on a goblin.
Right? Yeah. Just to having that as like his back plate armor or whatever, it'd be perfect. That's where that extra bog goblin head will help.
Eric Miller Customs did the Ninja Turtles with Mythic Legions figures, and he used the bear orc torsos and then used the turtle shield as the turtle shells, and they look phenomenal.
Yeah, I think I saw those was it a year or two ago? Like right around.
He did them a while ago, and he kind of like brings them out and sort of shows them off every once in a while. He did like Krang, and he's done Shredder. Like he did a whole Ninja Turtles thing.
Is that the guy that's done all the different things? Like he did a bunch of Disney cartoons and stuff that were in.
Yeah, Eric Miller does a lot of that stuff, and then Emil also does a whole bunch of that stuff. Yeah. And then I feel terrible because I can't remember the guy, but there's another guy that did the like Disney's Robin Hood. He did like the full.
Yeah, that guy was.
It was commissioned, so somebody said like do them all, and he kind of took that to mean like all of them, and he did like the hippos and the rhino, like he did everything, and he had it displayed at Legion's Con before the guy sort of picked it up.
Yeah, I saw those. That was just incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like the Mythic what you can do with Mythic Legions because of the pop and swap and because of kind of how simple they are. Like in a weird way, like they lend themselves very much to customizing. So,
well, that's what makes it so great, right? Like the Mythic Legions figures themselves with the paint apps, the detail they're doing, they look phenomenal. The articulation can definitely leave a little bit to be desired comparatively to most of the modern toy lines we're getting into as far as articulation is, right? But it's the community around it and how community driven it is with the customs that really just kind of push it to that extra level. That just make it like its own thing, right? Like you can't really compare it to too many other toy lines, with the exception of like what a handful of people are doing with G.I. Joe Classified as well. And I say handful because there's the vast majority of classified people are just buying the standard figures from the shelves, and that's all it is. But it seems like just about everybody within the Legions community is customizing in some way, shape, or form, right? Like tonight, I sat here and built up my own 2 orcs, completely different, with just a handful of parts from 2 different sets. And
yeah, even if it's just pop and swap. I mean, I think everybody, like the Mythic Legions community, very much. I think there's an aspect of that too, where because of how encouraging and open and sort of engaging that community is, I think it lends itself very, very well to customizing. A lot of people that have never customized figures before kind of do pop and swaps and then post them, get a really good positive reaction, and then they kind of go, I'm thinking about painting. And a lot of people, including Eric Miller and Emil, are sort of like, if you need tips, let us know. And it's genuine. It's not just like no one's trying to protect that knowledge, and so
right.
It's a good community for that.
Yeah, and that's what I like about it. It's a very good, very helpful community. Again, it reminds me of my roots with the Motu community and how helpful and how amazing everybody can be and supportive with it. that Adam, you've been fully embraced in that whole thing with how many of us are just like, oh yeah, no, I got you. We'll send you this, bro. We get you that, like, trying to grab everybody around to get you caught up. And it's that same kind of open and welcomeness that this community I've found that keeps me sticking with it so great, because I started off with a headless horseman. Now I have 2, and now I'm surrounded, like literally surrounded right now by mythic legions, and I've got some Ghostbusters over there and a D&D figure, but it's like, Brick, when we started talking about mythic legions, about a year and a half ago, I guess at this point almost, right around the time I was getting that headless horseman, like I didn't have anything, and now I'm like I said, I'm surrounded. I got 2 Dragaseer like over here. I've got like everywhere I look, I got some mythic legions around me, and I couldn't be happier because they're just amazing. Like, and again, it's part of it is the community too, and a lot of these things, it's not just something I went and bought, but there's a lot that's been helped sourced from the community to get me what I've been looking for too, which makes it just all the better.
Yeah, no, the quality of these guys are great. Just the sculpts and deco paint is just phenomenal. Like, to me, this is still the kind of gold standard in those areas. Less so in like articulation and movement.
Yep. Without a doubt. And that's one of those things I like, spreading the joy and love about it too, right? Like Cobb, you've recently come into several mythic legions and everything else, and
just
all
a
that.
couple.
And Ed, you've yourself had a couple of blessings over the last year with some legion-y goodness.
Hell yeah.
And that's just kind of the fun of it, right? Like, of course we all know it just takes one to get started, and then from there it's all downhill. It's really downhill after that. Unless your name's Kenzo.
I got that damn Dubin, and that was all over after that. Jesus.
It is such a good figure though.
It really is.
Yeah.
Oh, he's hands down to this day. He's like my favorite, like, human period out of the group.
He's a really great introduction to the line, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of an all-around great figure. But I just struggle because I'm like, for the last couple of waves, I'm like, okay, I just really need to chill. I can't get everything and cherry pick, but
and then they keep
the stuff they keep coming out with. Yeah, it's really great, and they're kind of seem to be in this mode of really trying to
pump it out,
sort of broaden.
Yeah.
Not that I wish this on you, Brick, but losing your job will help you cherry pick a lot better.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, but just in terms of, it seems like they're trying to broaden the line in terms of what it can be.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely. Just like those monks, that monk dude. I was like, I saw that. The Gaspar. I was like, that's exactly what I've been looking for. Cool, or even of course. First it was like Monkey King, and then it was just like everything in that last wave of Rising Suns. I was like, okay, big buff barbarian women. We've got a big ass bear.
Even those 2 the wizards and all that just came out. The magic,
right? With
Poxus too, right?
I just feel like it feels actually that it started sort of with Poxus. The waves prior, like, they're cool, but really it's just like
they were really standard, right?
Yeah, it was all the same kind of. I wouldn't say this. It was.
No, Lithia was the first wave that.
Yeah, but they're all kind of like, even if you look at, well, what else came in Alithia? Remind me.
So Alithia had like bear arms, and then the cuffs, like the wraps, and then Alithia had the removable chest plate, and like, so that was
like these guys here.
Yeah, fabric arms, fabric arms.
Cool. I'm
versus
just thinking
armored.
about,
I think, though, as far as characters go, there were still a lot of orcs and a lot of knights and a lot of barbarian
even
type
the vampires,
figures.
just
Right?
like, we're familiar with vampires. The djinn thing in high fantasy just hasn't really been a thing. Of course, like if you're deep in Dungeons and Dragons, everything's there.
Yeah.
But aside from like the mainstream high fantasy, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to think what else was in that?
So you're talking about characters more so than parts, then?
Like character types.
Yeah. Okay.
And,
Okay.
The palette of like what can be in this world, and so like this with that monk thing. When I saw that, I was like, oh my god, okay, cool. And I'm sure a lot of that's also fueled by Cosmic too. Some of the parts made things available, and I think Figure Obscura also just
Figure Obscura is definitely
the studio. But
well, I think those are also helping give them parts that they might not have been able to put into Mythic. Now they can put them in there. That makes more sense.
Totally.
Yeah.
I'm guessing based on how many Figure Obscura figures they're putting out now, like at the rate that they're putting them out, that I think that line's pretty successful.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'll tell you this much. Like, you know, we called it last year because we knew they were coming out with V2 of Monkey King and Red Death based off of like placeholder cards at one of the cons before Marley was even announced. And then it was like, oh man, now we got Marley coming out right before Christmas. We already just had the other ones. I was like, so we can already see the pattern here. We're going to get the retail exclusive versions of all three of these guys. And I was just priding myself on how much I just collected everything they had. And then it was like, and now I immediately know that next year I've got a V2 of each and every one of these ones I just got. And if they keep up that pace, I don't think I'm going to be able to repeat that every year. With, again, as much other good stuff as we're getting, right? Because, like, same as Brick, when I saw the two half-works, the new half-works announced, I was like, well, crap, there I go. I got to get these two.
But, you know, the thing with Figure Obscura, Oz, is like you said before, right? Like someone that's likes the Mythic Legion style figures, but doesn't want to go all in on all the orcs and stuff. Figure Obscura is the perfect line to collect really quality, good figures and not have to have, you know, 7 lots of, you know, 8 figures in each, you know, wave or whatever that they got to purchase, right? You're talking 4, maybe 6 figures a year, 7 maybe if they do a lot of redos.
Yeah, that's if they really pick up the pace. Because even last year was just 3, right? And then you figure, okay, so now this year, because the retail exclusives always come out after the new year.
Oh yeah.
So we've got
next year, right? Yeah.
Those 3 coming for like the end of this year going into next year. And then we're going to have whatever they announced this year. And who knows what that schedule's like. If we're looking at another 3, we might only be looking at 2. We don't know. Because there's still not a lot known about how they want to do the Figure Obscura. Because, of course, it all started with just 1. Like, Headless Horseman was planned before Krampus, but Krampus is the one that hit market before Headless Horseman, right? And then, of course, we had Father Christmas after the Headless Horseman. So it was like, all right, we had 3 over the course of, 2 years? And then last year they hit us with 3 all in, like, you know, here's one, 2 months later, here's another one, 2 months later, here's another one kind of thing. And now, you know, we're pushing these out. So who knows what their production schedule is going to look like with that or what they've got planned. The only thing I think we really know is that they definitely seem to be planning on doing more with A Christmas Carol, which is good because that means we might know what our Christmas figures are going to kind of look like for the next couple of years. We're going to get some more ghosts maybe or something Christmas themed to kind of make a set, but who knows what else we'll see because, you know, I definitely was not expecting Sun Wukong last year. And they have made good on reuse of all those parts already.
Yeah.
Man, seeing that stuff coming out again between the half-orcs, between the Rising Suns wave, and I'm just like, I want to get every single one of these guys because they all look so good.
Yeah, that's Legions is in a very cool place for a line of 10 years where it's like, I could easily see in a different world where they maybe got a little too iterative, but they haven't. It feels like they know to broaden it and give us new things, and I don't know. It's pretty fascinating to see where they're at.
Well, they've got a big dream in their head, clearly. Like Eric Treadaway is, you know, had ideas for ages, and he's able to really start getting them out now. He's kind of, to me, like what Jason is definitely doing for Spiro. And Jason, seeing the success of where 4 Horsemen went, has a better idea of how to implement. And then, of course, with help from you guys as well, even pushing for this current second Kickstarter and that idea of investing in the future of this, which is just, I think that is one of the neatest ideas ever as far as like fully like guys, we don't want you to just invest in what you see right here from this Kickstarter. We want you to invest money now so that we can bring you this stuff at a much more accelerated pace, and maybe we don't have to come back to another Kickstarter because we need that tooling is going to cost a lot for some of that stuff. But you know what, though? Once it's out there and it's in, then it's like, well, now these again, like the system we see here with Mythic Legions, right? Once you get that tooling cost up front, then you start being able to really broaden the horizons of what you can do. And I think, you know, this campaign with Jason is really going to set up AWOC to probably be the next Mythic Legions, right? Like that's really what I can see in its future, because it is that good and it's getting a lot of support from the surrounding community to be like, yes, we want more. Thank you. So again,
I think it's just a pyramid scheme, but I don't know. I still can't figure it out.
It's not a pyramid scheme. It's an upside down funnel scheme. That's it.
I obviously really like it. It's funny. It's like when we say the next Mythic Legions, the question is like, what does that mean? And again, it's a very different. It's by the nature of it, it's different. So like the articulation and all of that stuff, it's great. Flip side, you can't do pop and swap in the same way that you can with Mythic Legions. Like
no. And they don't recommend it either.
Well, you can do you can do armor and stuff, and you can definitely get cool looks. So I think that's. I actually think what I just described is awesome, because those are like two of my favorite lines. Love them for two very different reasons. And there is that feature, that pop and swap feature, that I think is really unique to Legions, that gives it just it's the Lego factor. It gives it you can infinite possibilities, right? And you can
with Mythic Legions, so you have more well-known characters types, right? As far as like you're going to reach a broader audience for sure, right? But
right. But yeah, exactly, Brick. You know, it's just really that it's when I meant to say like the next Mythic Legions, I see like that successful indie line that can really drive itself on almost that same level of the really big guys, without needing the mass retail support that the big guys survive. I hope so too.
That's what kind of this effort's kind of helping to, trying to do ultimately, especially like, I don't know. Again, I just trip out. It's like 2 years. It's been a year, and all of a sudden.
That's a good question.
Anyway,
let's discuss.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and discuss this here? What characters would you like to see for the Figure Obscura line? Because they pull from literature, they pull from lore and everything else.
If I was going to say from literature, I would love to see like either Blackbeard or maybe Long John Silver from like Treasure Island or
Treasure
something
Island. Like That's where I was going for it.
I mean, they could definitely use some of the Marley body parts for that, so it'd be a pretty easy one to go to.
I agree with you there. That's my pick too. I'd like to see like some Treasure Island stuff, like some more piratey things, and now they've really set themselves up with the Marley pieces to be able to delve into that a little bit. Or you can even go like Somali pirates again, because now that we're getting more of these Eastern influenced like decor and clothing and everything like that, like you could start looking at the, everybody thinks like Golden Age of piracy, and they think like the Pirates of the Caribbean and all like that, but it's like there was this whole other ocean on the other side of the world where piracy was happening, and honestly, some of their shit was like way cooler looking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, I think Nemo, right? I think pretty much
Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues. Yeah. Yeah.
Captain Nemo. That would be dope.
Let's do a 2-pack of Peter Pan and Captain Hook. That'd be freaking dope.
Ooh.
Why not? Why not, right? That would be great to see.
Oh, Nemo makes me think of, you know what? You could do like literally every single League of character. League of
yeah, from League Extraordinary Gentlemen. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all public domain.
Yep.
And that's perfect for the realm of Obscura. Yeah. What about you, Cobb? What do you think?
My favorite character in that anyway.
I don't know. I don't really have anything. My brain's kind of all over the place right now. I was talking about with somebody the other day. It'd be cool to get totally off subject time, but we were talking about figures from movies. I was like, I'm still hoping out for a Young Gun someday. For some Young Gun figures. I just love to have the whole crew of them, but
yeah, some Western figures would definitely be cool.
Yeah, some kind of Western. I was
Western figure, like Billy the Kid.
Like
I don't know if they do historical figures.
Look, they've done it in the past, right? I mean, it's just they've always tied it to some random license that was out at the time.
Oh no, I meant specifically as a figure Obscura. I was like, because there's a Legend of Billy the Kid.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if they would do an actual person. But
that'd be
What
exactly.
if they did Paul Bunyan on like
a Robin Hood
or oh, that'd be rad.
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood or something like that.
Robin feels.
Yeah, Robin Hood would definitely be up their alley for sure.
Yeah. But maybe a little on those. I don't know. Maybe rad.
A little too down.
It doesn't. Yeah, I mean, Robin Hood feels a little too easy, right? Like they would just take the Elf Ranger. And
So what about like?
I don't know what they would.
Really creative with it, and it's hard for me to just go, I want this, and then not be like, but would anybody else want it, and would they do it?
Yeah.
It's tough.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the figure Obscura line. I love Mythic Legions. But the figure Obscura to me just it's cool, and I love that it's bringing sort of new fans to the Four Horsemen figures, and it's kind of a gateway to people buying mythics and cosmics. But it's I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just that's not a set of characters and things that I really was like, I want a figure line of this. I bought the second version of Headless Horseman for pop and swap parts. I bought Santa and the second version of Santa because Santa's awesome. He's Santa.
Like,
I bought the Krampus again for parts. Like it was.
Let me challenge you on that, or push you. You said Santa's awesome. Is there anything else like that you can think of?
No Tooth Fairy?
Father? No, like that's the thing. Like other than like, I mean, and there's also the Naughty or Nice line, but like that one didn't sort of hit in the same way for me that the Father Christmas figure did. Like,
the
Tooth Fairy or like a St. Patrick's Day leprechaun or what. Like I'm thinking of just like the very obvious ones. Like none of them really. If they release it and it's good, I'll buy it. But I'm not like chomping at the bit for.
So you want Paul Bunyan on an
Saint Valentine or something,
right?
You know, like
with the challenge. I guess the challenge is like. You didn't know you wanted a Father Christmas, I'm sure, right? Until
I wasn't like waiting for a Father Christmas figure.
That's what I'm saying. So now knowing that, is there anything like that you can think of things that you care about or whatever that you'd be like, oh, if they did this, I would totally get it.
No, because I'd have to see it. Is what I'm saying. Is like I'm not like, and that's to your point of like I could imagine a figure. But because of the
more
nature
so character, if there's a nature of a character that you're
not really. Yeah, but I mean that's kind of I've said this before. Like I'm such a mark for toy brands because like I don't go like I need them to make X, Y, and Z. Mm-hmm. When they release X, Y, and Z, I'm like I need those now because they've made them. Like I don't. I mean, even with Jason, for like Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, like as much as there's like figures that I would love him to make, I'm not like sending him my laundry list of like, hey, here's what you should do.
You had one, and you know what? You've got it.
Yeah. In the grand scheme of things, though, do you think there's really a character more iconic than Santa Claus or Father Christmas? Probably
no,
not,
and that's
right?
the thing. That's just it. Is that like
In pop culture? There's just not, right. It's just.
But everybody's. I mean, there's a lot of people from like a lot of different backgrounds where like there's an iconic character that's yet to be made as an action figure.
Oh, for sure.
That's exactly who Sun Wukong is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
But the thing is, it's on the magnitude, just given the population of both, China and India, that makes sense to do. So you could probably find a character like that for other places that might not make sense to do.
Yeah, and yeah, there isn't anything in my sort of wheelhouse that I'm like, oh yeah, that should definitely get made because that's an obvious commercial success.
Yeah. So I think one for me that I'd like to see, but who knows if we'll see the Four Horsemen do it, would be something like a Gorgon, like Medusa, right? Because again, you guys know, if you guys have ever seen me mark out about the Snake Men or anything else like that, Masters Universe, and like how we're getting some of those parts now, I'd love to see what the Four Horsemen could do with like a snake body like that and making some kind of reptilian. And that's kind of like, again, in that wheelhouse of, is it in the realm of possibility for Figure Obscura? Yeah, possibly. It's that lore, myth, legend kind of thing. I'd love to see something like that. But
you mentioned Medusa. I mean, you could there's a whole like the whole sort of Greek mythology,
the whole pantheon of
like anything in like the Iliad or the Odyssey or whatever. You could do a whole. I mean, that could be a line, right?
Yeah.
The Four Horsemen could announce we're taking Homer's works and we're gonna do a figure line based on.
Some of it they've already got done, like the Cyclops, right? They've already
got Cyclops.
They've got tooling and parts for so much of that stuff already that they could very easily do that. Do I need that in my life? No, but if they did it and sort of executed it in a particular way, my bookshelf would suggest to most people that I would probably be into that. So
I would definitely be down for like the Iliad and the Odyssey.
I would definitely
be down for that representation.
Sailing ship, that would be
a ship. Yeah, exactly.
God, yes, you need the ship. Yeah, core vessel of 90% of the Odyssey. So we need the ship.
10, 15 oars on each side, whatever it was.
Build a yacht.
Yeah, there
you go. You get one oar per figure.
One oar.
12 years later, you finally got it all together.
You get the bow with one. You get the stern with one. You get the sail with one.
Here, since we're on the horsemen, actually, let me pull a Lawrence. Do you mind if I change the topic? No.
Before you change the topic, can I answer that question? Yes, it's absolutely still happening.
Bushido.
This is something
Samurai
that
and Oni.
Really
Gotta first things first and then get into that. But
get some Nobunaga out there.
Here's the shift. The dragon, is that do we honestly think that that's a possibility this year?
100%.
Yeah. And what are we thinking?
I won't buy it.
What it is?
Is that what you meant?
No, what it is? Like, what are we talking? A big ass ridiculous beast? Are we?
Well, it had to be bigger than the bear, and that bear is fucking gigantic, right?
I'm thinking like a chandelier.
Bigger than a troll.
So I'll share.
Have to be big.
I'll share a kind of insight based on, my personal experience, work experience, and sort of retail experience and stuff like that. There's a weird thing that happens where, sorry, I'm dropping toys as I'm trying to. I've got so many unopened toys in my office right now. It's bonkers. There's a weird thing that happens where people assume that companies develop ideas and then they have a concept and then they get an idea and then they sort of figure out what they're going to make and then they put a value on it. And that doesn't happen. The way that it works is brands and companies go, okay, there's a concept. They go, okay, people want us to make a dragon. The next step is, what's the price point? What is the acceptable price point? What is the threshold that we think we can sell these at? The math happens way before the execution of the concept happens. Absolutely. So when everybody sort of starts, theorizing what this dragon is going to look like, I think so many people go about it backwards because they go, oh, it's going to be 4 feet long and 3 feet wide and on. And then people go, and then how much will it cost? It doesn't work that way because that's
gotta be the cost first. That's what I'm asking. I'm like, what?
Yeah, what would the price point be? Yeah. So that's how I've thought about it. Like, how much would this dragon cost? And it's mythic legions and it's the 4 horsemen. And so it's sort of like, okay, how much would it be? He's $500 the price point.
Here's a problem.
Is it over under?
It's going to run into though is knowing how detail oriented and paint oriented they actually are.
Exactly.
It's going to be hard for them to put out something that's substandard, right? For them to do that.
Yeah.
So where does that, like you said, and like a lot of people are complaining about like Bobby Vallo and stuff, right? But he did that with his whatever his vehicle is called, Vanguard, right? He came up with a price point that he thought his consumers would be willing to pay for a vehicle. And then he went and saw the company and said, or the manufacturer and said, this is what I want. What's the price you can get me to? Right. And that's how he built it. And that's how it's done. Right. So did he put a lot into that vehicle for $185? You bet your ass he did. But can Mythic Legions do that with a dragon that's going to be somewhat to scale to their figures? That's going to be a tough call. Especially having articulation and the details that they want in that, right?
Well, because you look at the paint apps on Arakagor, right? Because again, the Dragosaur is like the standard template for what you can kind of think of for a dragon, right? You look at the amount of scaling and tooling that's involved in their ogre scale figure, and now again, how much does he cost? How much was the bear? Because again, like right now, the bear is basically the biggest thing in their line, right? Because he stands up taller than the troll, just slightly, but he's still taller than the troll. And that guy was going for what was he? I could look at the invoice.
He was $80.
He was $80, and then it was like
their price, right? So it's like $100.
It's 125 the retailers right now.
Right.
125 retail.
At retail, yeah. So,
and that bear, you have to keep in mind that bear could be retooled to do other bears, other mounts.
How many on their price? Does anybody know?
The troll, I can't remember, but they've also, again, to the point though, like the troll has been used for 4 different colored trolls.
Yeah, but
then they've re-released it with alternate heads. So they did 4 trolls, and then they've basically done 4 more.
Right.
So, but the troll hasn't changed. So they've done 8 trolls, give or take, with 1 mold.
Yeah.
How many dragons are people going to buy?
How many dragons can people fit, depending on how big they are? Right. That's
the other thing.
What's the reuse potential? What do you do with those molds once you've made the dragon?
Yeah.
And if you can't reuse it, then you have to recoup the tooling cost with the initial offer,
right?
Which is why I've been saying, if anything, it's going to be like I guess crowdfunder. Like it's essentially going to be a pre-order, made to order, maybe with a couple extra pieces.
That's why Hasbro does.
Why would you do multiple? Yeah, like you said, you really. I don't think. Well, I don't know. There could be multiple dragons.
It depends on how it depends on how they set up the lore.
But at the end of the day, the lore would probably be flexible. And at the end of the day, I guess my big question is, is this the kind of thing that people would buy multiples of, not just because of price, but also because of space?
Yeah.
That's the hardest thing,
Depending
right?
on
Because
dragon too, how big to make the head, they can get a bunch of different dragon heads, like two.
Yeah, you could definitely do
the multiple head swap.
Just head
got
swap,
multicolors and all
paint,
sorts of stuff.
Repaint.
Right. Exactly. Like you've got options, and we know that they can do the options because, like Adam pointed out perfectly, like how many times did you think they were going to reuse the troll? And it's like, well, you've actually got the ability to do a pretty good mix with the trolls, right?
You could do. I mean, you could do your dragon. You could do the standard sort of red dragon for the Mythic Legions one, which seems to be sort of the one that they've shown in the art. But there could be a green one, a blue one, a yellow one, a black one, a ice one that's white and blue. You know, you could do as many as you want.
But again, it comes down to that at that point, how much space do our collectors have?
Yeah.
Because you're pulling from that same crowd every time you re-release something.
How big is that Brontosaurus or whatever you got?
I got 2 his tanks. One's behind me, but one I don't even have space for.
How big is that? Is that bigger than the bear?
Oh yeah. Yep.
His tank's bigger than the bear.
Could a dragon be that size, or would it feel too small?
It would feel too small, in my opinion.
The Arctic dragon is going to be bigger than that, right? From Cyberzoic.
Yep.
Well,
but it's also 1/18 scale.
Yeah, that doesn't mess with me at all.
That Gigantosaurus.
No, but it would. I mean, when you put a humanoid figure next to it, I think it does.
It's not going to mess with me because in my head, dragons aren't real, so I'm not tripping. If dragons come in all shapes and sizes, they do.
But what I mean is more. I'm trying to find a Mythic Legion figure that has that dragon on it.
Hold on. Where's my?
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, no, I hear you. Less like because they've kind of established that
they've kind of set it up to be a big dragon.
Yeah.
Not a like a baby dragon that's 10 inches tall. Like a Rakagor is 10 inches tall. You couldn't do it. In my opinion, right? The 4 horsemen couldn't do the dragon and have it be the same size as a Rakagor, just with a tail and wings.
I kind of feel like they're not going to do the dragon. I feel like they're going to do a dragon. But I don't know. I just seen when Jeremy speaks about it, he seems kind of a little cagey and careful to make it seem like it could be technically a dragon, but not the dragon to Endo dragon. You know what I mean? Like a Rakagor.
Well, because you got to save that one up anyway for a later release.
Rakagor is phenomenal. I mean, I don't need the dragon because a Rakagor is ridiculously awesome. And
so this head and that size and just built a body off of it, maybe a little bit bigger.
So picture this, and Ed, I'm coming to you next.
Yeah.
Picture this.
Okay.
To that scale.
I have one of those. See, now you just call me a liar because you're right. I have 2 of those. I have the big old like Brontosaurus type thing. I forget what it's called.
Brontosaurus is probably like a perfect scale for the dragon that we need for Mythic Legion. Just throw some wings on that. Like this one's 3 feet long. I think that Brontosaurus is what, like 4.5 or 5 or something like that?
I actually would get it. So what am I saying? Yeah, you could do it. F it. It would be like the trolls. You approach it like the trolls, not like this in terms of
rotocast, and it's got 5 points of articulation.
Like this, maybe a little bit like.
That's what I was saying about Mythic Legions and their attention to detail, though. Are they?
But
willing
would they? I kind of feel you on that. Like, would Mythic Legions collectors be satisfied,
right,
with a rotocast 5 points of articulation?
About that because there's so much.
People love the trolls, though. You know, so it does.
Legions, period is, I guess, where I was going to say is like there's a lot.
Yeah, they buy it just because it is Mythic Legions.
Yeah, there's a lot that's embraced, and I'm sure they explained it, whatever. But like, yeah, if you took that freaking,
they've talked about the tail. They've said, if it had 2 points of articulation and then a wire tail, that would be relatively inexpensive to make, and
which is actually that what is it, Dilophosaurus? I forget what it is, but it's got kind of a bendy tail. You do it rotocast, you do it hollow, you have it stand there so it looks cool in front of the figures, and you just paint it like it's the freaking Mona Lisa.
You paint it like it's a Four Horsemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do like you did with Arachagor, because that the blues on the Arachagor, and it's blues. We're not just talking like two here. They've got like from this
that shimmer,
baby
like
blue
that,
to that
iridescent
indigo shimmer. Like we've got layers of blues on this guy to create a depth and shading to it and all like that. You put that on like heck, even one of the old Imperial mounts from the freaking, toys back in the day, like people will buy it because it looks so awesome, right? Picture your zero articulation battle cat, or even something more simplistic as this. And mind you, I say simplistic because we're
this thing's
thinking
really crazy articulation.
The other thing you got to think about though is like there's people that are Hot Toys fans that are paying $1,200 or the Batmobile or whatever the hell it is that they're putting out, I mean,
so do they go for that? That's the question. And I think that's the big question right now. Did they swing for the fences? Do they go for the $1,000 fully articulated 5 feet long with a 4-foot wingspan? Like, did they go all in on this dragon and make it so that it's like an absolute grail thing that they know that they're only going to sell 1,000 of,
right?
Or do they want to sell 20,000 of them?
But I mean, people are buying those dials for the Mythic Legions from like Mistack 5000 and all those guys for thousands of dollars just to have it.
How many people are buying those?
Right, but that's what I'm saying, right? So you're to your point, right? Do they want to sell 500 of them for $1,000, or do they want to sell 5,000 of them for a couple $100? I mean, that's just
How much is the Eternia?
$550
retail price.
plus
$550.
the 100.
They sold less than 1,000.
No, they sold like 10,000 units.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, really?
It was getting close to
that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, to get that fully crowd funded, it was like they were aiming like top tier 10,000, and it came just shy.
It was like 86 or something, wasn't it?
Almost 9.
Legions collectors tend to be willing to spend a lot of money.
That they do.
So
the amount of all-ins that some people get for these is and that's the other thing too. Like,
but there's also for better or worse, there's sort of a weird thing within Mythic Legions collectors where flipping is a very real thing, where people will back a Mythic Legions all in to sort of get 3 figures out of a wave that they want, and then they'll sell the rest of them, knowing full well that Mythic Legions have a habit of going above retail within like 2 or 3 months.
Yep. The moment it's
a dragon is a dragon, and if you back one dragon, what do you flip? Like the recoup doesn't really work. Like it like the whole economy of Mythic Legions is sort of called into question in some respects.
Yeah.
With the dragon, because so much of it is about the pop and swap potential, the buy and sell potential, all that kind of stuff. But it's sort of like, how does the dragon fit into that model?
Doing a test run of something like a Griffin or something mid-size with a bigger wingspan.
I feel like
that could be the bear.
Not that they need to make that, but just to see how well it, like where they could go for pricing, just to start out with.
Well, I think that precedent exists, right, between D20 Wolves and the Griffin itself. They can just sort of watch how those things are and be like,
Mythic Legions details, though. That's what I'm talking about, right? Like,
the bears precedents. Horses are precedent.
20 Wolf is Mythic Legion's quality.
Is it?
Yeah.
Paints. It really is. And same with this Griffin. Like, that's the trippy thing about those companies, right? I'm just like, whoa, this is no joke in terms of
that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the Griffin kind of come in at a lower price point than the Wolf?
I forget.
Well, we've seen the four horsemen do a griffin before. Let's not pretend like classics didn't have a griffin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like out of the realm of possibility for that.
I almost bought a classics Swiftwind today.
So they've done a griffin. Then I mean, like
but,
to Adam's point,
here's the other thing,
what are people willing to spend for it, and what are they willing to get for the return on investment for it?
Well, the Griffin almost had again, it's definitely got its own built-in fan base with the people who were collecting classics at the time that came out, and they kind of knew about the price points that they were going to sell because all that stuff's figured in with Mattel. Like they do the research for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And if they do the dragon, this is the 10-year anniversary of Mythic Legions, right? So it's sort of like this is the year for them to do the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
But is this a good year to do a dragon?
And like 25 years
economically, like the sort of the current climate of like what people are willing to spend and not just that, but able to spend.
That's the thing. That's the.
There's so many factors going on.
It's like you said, they're going to have to set $300 and then work backwards from there, right? That's.
I mean, that fan base is pretty well insulated. I think. Again,
that's what I was going to say. I feel like the Mythic Legions fan base in terms of spending and stuff is like San Francisco real estate. Like you wonder when it's going to burst, and it feels like all indications is that it should burst, and it never does.
But But I think it's a different, like there's a lot of, how do I say this? Mythic Legions collectors are typically rich, but there's a lot of Mythic Legions collectors that aren't rich that just back for like 1 or 2 figures.
Right.
They're not going to be able to buy a dragon.
Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like, I don't think this is necessarily going to be, they have 2 ways of doing it. They could do one where this is a really high ticket item.
Low volume.
That exactly is low volume.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be something special for those who can swing it or want to do it or whatever. Or the other option is to do what we've been talking about with these giant Mattel, the trolls, basically, just bigger. Because if you think about those things, the sculpts are really good on those dinosaurs.
Oh, for sure.
It just needs the paint love, right? And so that's where the money's gonna go. Even wings or whatever. It's like it's like, oh my gosh, how are they gonna do wings? And I'm like, well, other companies have done wings. Like the gargoyles' wings are not small. You can go a little bit bigger, and it's not like gonna break the bank on the tooling costs or whatever. So I could see them pulling something together for like a $400-$500 price tag, probably $400. And I feel like in the grand scheme of what people are used to spending for Mythic Legions, maybe if they cut out a wave or they lessen things, then it kind of slots into your budget. They could think of it that way.
Again, it really depends on what they want to do. Because if they go with the line like the Jurassic Park, I mean, I paid like $60 ship for my Giganosaurus, right? And it's gigantic. So I mean, if they went something like that and focused more on the paint, because the sculpts aren't bad, and then it just comes down to how big they want the wings. I mean, they could get it under a couple $100.
Yeah, sculpt is sculpt. At the end of the day, as long as it's the articulation that's going to kill you,
right?
But the sculpt, they can make it badass, right?
Yes,
like
absolutely.
So
I was going to try to pull it up. I'm sorry, we were talking about like the idea of them doing something like to scale as far as a griffin would go or something like that. And I remember, and I don't remember whose page it was on. It might have been the Four Horsemen itself, but I thought it was Mythic Customs, and I've just been scrolling all the way back to 2022. It's not there. The Terpiculi with the skeletal horse body, the centaur link in the beginning, for the chest reasons, so that you can put the Terpiculi torso on it, and then popping on the Necronominus wings. I mean, that's kind of like what we're talking about. There's something that size, and mind you, that's not small at all. That's big.
The other factor that may play into this is that it is their 10th anniversary. It is the year of the dragon. This is the year to do it.
And the 25 year of the studio.
Do they?
Big anniversary.
Is this a lost leader? Do they take a hit because they don't want to not take advantage of all of those things sort of playing into, this is if we're gonna make a dragon, it kind of has to be now. And then it's like, you're buying it at their cost or thereabouts.
It's really basically what that means is that it's already on its way if it's happening this year.
Well, that's what I mean, is that it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, it's all indications sort of suggest that this is the year that we would get a dragon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like since some of those first conversations I had with Jesse, Sean, and Brick about it, like that was the idea from the start, right? Like even when we were talking about it last year, it was like if they were going to do it, it would be next year.
In the year of the tiger, in the 12th anniversary of Mythic Legions and the 27th year of Four Horsemen, are people going to be like, well, that's God, why do I need this? I don't know. I mean, and I think, they're being cagey about it because it's a really complicated equation.
Yes.
Well, because you don't want to, you don't want to put out a dragon that people kind of go, huh?
You did it.
That's the best you could do. But at the same time, you don't want to put out a dragon and be like, and have people kind of not support it and it bomb. So it's kind of like what I'm suggesting is that like Four Horsemen are in a tough spot because this is kind of like it's like a pivotal thing. Like it's either a wild runaway success or it absolutely flops. I don't see it as being sort of like a mediocre offering that people kind of go, great.
You don't want to put out some substandard dragon for your 10th anniversary and be like, oh, this is our 10th anniversary special offering.
Yeah,
be like, yeah, that's great. So you made a dragon. What do you do?
Yeah.
How big is that Valaverse car? Bigger than his?
Way too big. It's ugly.
Way too big, but it's
double.
It's
double
scale.
Bigger.
Right?
It's like the size of a Hiss tank, but it's like 37 figures in it or something. Yeah. And it looks way out of scale in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I mean, regardless of I mean, I happen to think it's garbage. But just in terms of scale, I'm trying to figure out what the market will bear, because people have Galactus, people have Galactus.
Yeah, it's a hard one because
people actually bought the Cat's Lair and Eternia. So that's These are not the Mythic Legions people that we're talking about that you are used to spending that much money on. I think Super 7's probably.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the space, right? Because Hasbro intentionally designed the Dragonfly so the helicopter props could fold straight back to go in line with the helicopter, so it can sit on a shelf. Decently,
but then Eternia, that's the thing that I can't wrap my hand around, right? Because I can't figure out.
But then you got Eternia and the Cat's Lair, like you said, that take up a whole kitchen table, right? It's like,
I still can't find space for Eternia.
That's actually why Kenzo won't collect more Mythic Legions, because he's realized that with having Eternia and having a Cat's Lair on the way, he can't fit Mythic Legions in his collection. So there's no choice.
Pulled a Thanos.
Kenny, if you're watching, brother, love you. Yeah,
I really do hope they take the troll route. They look at those Jurassic Park things, but then just dope sculpt with hopefully a little, maybe more neck articulation or something, but not like
I would say, the neck and the tail, and then other than that, you work with the rest. I mean, if the legs don't articulate, you just need to make them stand and be balanced.
Get a jaw.
You need the wings to be able to, like a ratcheted wing, so that it can sort of hold its pose.
And now, do you make a spot so you can put a saddle on it, or does it come with a saddle, or do you make it so it's just a wild dragon that you're not having a rider on?
Again, I don't know. I mean, that's where I think the lore, right? And if they go the route of sort of a crowd-funded type thing, maybe the stretch goal is a saddle and a rider. Maybe there's a unique figure that goes with it. that kind of sweetens the deal a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I think
something
about
like
size
that.
wise. To have a figure sit on it and look right, it'd have to be at least like that good size to have a figure to be able to put
Yeah,
on.
that's what I'm thinking too. Is like if you go that route,
You're killing me
then,
over there.
Did you see
I
Frankie's
mean, like the bear,
comment?
because I was thinking because the bear with a figure on it looks so cool.
yeah, I don't think Frankie, are you buying the dragon too? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna get a Mythic
I don't want
Legions
to have a
dragon?
figure on the dragon, be a dragon rider.
I think I want, if I want a dragon, it's because I want somebody to ride that dragon.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
I want the dragon to be completely hollow so it can eat my valiant knights.
I want both of those. Yeah, I want it to be able to like belch out goblins.
But that's the other thing, right? Like if you're making that, think about how heavy the horses are. And if someone wants to put a dragon and fly it, it's got to be lightweight, right? And like
gotta be
hang
So it's gonna be like a chandelier hanging in your house.
You know, it's got to be like the Trolls, Rotocast, Hollow, or like the Dinosaur, just because. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. You can't put something that huge. Eternia is light. I mean, not light, but it's
it's a shell. Essentially, it's a shell.
Yeah.
If I may change the subject ever so slightly, we're talking about Eternia, and we can go back to this. But I've been Snake Mountain. Are they still out there, or like how hard are they to find? The Origins one.
Are we looking retail or non-retail? Or
I don't know. Like it's available on Amazon still. Is that my best bet? Should I grab one of those?
They're not at retail anymore. You won't find.
I want to say you should probably go for Amazon or, well, no, never mind. I was going to say Mattel Creations, but I forget you don't live in the U.S., so that's impossible.
Yeah, they're sold out on Mattel Creations.
Oh, really? Okay.
Otherwise, I would have grabbed one that way.
What is?
What are they on Amazon?
I did see people finding them at Target on clearance like a couple months back, but it wasn't like when people started finding Grayskull at clearance at Target, where it was like a kind of like this crazy phenomenon mass where like people were finding them not as cheap as Mega J at pennies on the dollar, but
yeah,
and it was like down to like $40. People
and I missed it. I missed it when it was like that. So there's a few still out there.
That's something that might pop up for me too.
Oh yeah.
Where I'm at, so.
Oh yeah, where you're at.
But you've got to gauge it with.
But then there's shipping and there's all that kind of stuff. So that was one thing I was looking for at the toy show, and I just did not see one. I saw a bunch of vintage ones, but I was like, I don't really want to pay that price for one.
Honestly,
it's
just
like you're coming to San Diego Comic-Con and you can carry it back on the plane.
I don't think I'm coming to San Diego Comic-Con. I don't think that's happening this year, but that could be a next year thing maybe, but
that's a
you mean just for you or the possibility?
I'm kind of thinking both. I think it's too short a time frame.
Yeah. No, because that thing is pretty. There's no tabling. None of that will happen. Literally, just come and do the panel, and then leave. And you can do that because Diamond will have everything, right? I'm hoping.
Yeah, Diamond's all set up for everything.
Yeah, so that's why it feels. That's why I even entertain it, because I feel like, yeah, just come speak. Give it was cool. Then you get to hang out at the con. And
I mean, that's the other thing. I don't want to. People have no idea what we're talking about. I have no interest in like paneling. I would like go and hang out, but I wouldn't want to be on the panel.
So this right here is what made me go back and pre-order the horse and
July.
I still need to get the Centaur figure, which I can technically pick up at some point.
It's a great figure.
Yeah. Oh, well, I've wanted it anyway, but the problem is I want to buy the whole figure just so I can get the part. And of course, if I take the part from him, then I can't have him.
Yeah.
So that kind of bums me out.
I want that too.
Because I want an extra one of the pieces. And for people who are wondering what I'm talking about, there's this small little extra segment.
Someone's got to print that. It's so simple.
I was gonna say that seems like such a
Just
such a
print it.
no-brainer to just have that adapter piece. So the centaur is effectively a horse, a torso, and an adapter piece.
The adapter's the bottom part of the head.
Yeah, that turd nugget there in the middle.
The Tootsie Roll they stuffed in the middle of this thing. But,
it's funny, you're looking at this the whole time we were talking. Once you got me back in the Griffin, I was like, oh yeah, I pre-ordered that. And I was like, I'm looking at it, and I was like, oh damn, this thing. You know, I always have that false notion in my head. It's like, I should just cancel it. Then I look, and I was like, no way, this thing is rad.
Yeah, that Griffin is awesome. I'm holding out for the Four Horsemen's Griffin, to be honest. When like that thing came up, I was like,
yeah.
I remember when you first
think
told me for Rick, I was like,
sells me is like, check out the picture with the actual Mythic Legions figure on top.
yeah. Yeah, because in the comic book, so the Mythic Legions did their like the Four Horsemen did the Mythic Legions comic book, and there's a Griffin in there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good? I've heard like mixed things.
It feels like the preface to a decent story, but not a great story. If I'm being honest.
I want it because I'm trying to work on doing lore videos for Mythic Legions. I want it for that purpose alone, because it's going to touch more on the wider world that there's just not as much information out there than that.
Yeah.
So I want to have
Yeah.
as much as I can, much like you guys do with your monkey talk and everything. Like it was a big inspiration for doing these Ken's history videos.
Monkey talk.
That's it.
AWOC business.
No, I love monkey talk.
But yeah, like, I mean, I'm sorry. That's kind of like part of the inspiration for me, like trying to rethink how to do the Legions class to make it more digestible. With that, and like also Ken's history videos on like a format kind of thing. So, like when it comes to because there's so little out there, right? This isn't like Jason had comics coming up and pumping out so that there's like a lore to base a conversation from. You've got Source Horsemen, and you got like that comic, and then you've got the excerpts here and there from the book that we've seen be posted, but that's it. And there's not a lot, so I've got to go off of that, and then the character bios, of course, throughout the waves. But in any case,
and the bios are funny because they kind of piggyback on each other. So like you read a bio that references a character, and then they release that character, and then that character's bio kind of backfills, one of the others, but then sort of like opens it, like Shadow Elves. They've talked about Ghost Elves. They mentioned Ghost Elves in a bio, and all the elf lovers are like, say what?
Yeah,
tell me more.
It's funny when you say that. I've mentioned this before, that like I feel like there's deep in its DNA, it's got very much the like RPG DNA in it, right? I feel like these figures, in many ways, the way they're even like proportioned, like people always talk about like, oh, the heads are big or whatever, but it's if you look at old minis, like they had that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And so when you say that about their approach to the way the lore has gone out with the bios, it's very much like reading a Dungeons and Dragons like guidebook to the different characters, where you get like you're
like half filled in, but it's
like, here's the encyclopedia. Great, how does all this come together? It's like, well, good luck with that.
It's one of those things that I've also mentioned before about Elder Scrolls, right? I'm big, again, come from a gaming background. I love the Elder Scrolls series. Certainly hits close to home because Bethesda Softworks is here in Maryland. It's Bethesda, Maryland, where those guys are based out of that make the Elder Scrolls games. And that series, the Todd Howard, who's like the main director and everything like that for it, he very specifically leaves a lot of stuff vague. Very, very vague. He does not fill in a lot of info about this or about that, because it just adds to it, right? It leaves it open-ended, and that adds an element by not putting it in there, and then you fill in that element. And that's one thing, like, with the Four Horsemen, I think they are very successful at, right? One of the big things with, like, He-Man, and we mentioned it before, right? Like, you know, how does what comes out that's new, how does that ruin your childhood? Because your childhood already happened. You can't go back and change that. That happened, right? It can't ruin something that's already happened. Once you start cementing something in lore, right? Because there are the diehards, like the Filmation is the lore for Masters Universe, or 2000X is the lore, you know, that kind of thing. Like, you get those elements, and then the people say anything outside of this is just complete garbage, and it does not work, right? So once you start putting out a finite lore, you're going to start to close those. Well, this is how it has to be.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that even by releasing a book and more lore for the Four Horsemen, because it's so based in this, well, it doesn't have to be that. We want you to be creative with this line. We support third-party parts that aren't necessarily officially licensed by us, but we're pretty much officially licensing these guys the best we can. Like, you know, because they got requirements for people who are selling stuff like that. But really just, you know, like, I'm hoping that by putting some finite lore in there, like this with this, and taking away some of that open-endedness that they've managed to create with just doing the character bios. And it's like, okay, this is what's happened in the beginning. Nobody has any idea what happened here. And now the shit has hit the fan. And it's coming quick, right? So
they have mentioned recently, though, I think that they're kind of skipping ahead. There was something about.
I'll have to go back and see, because you know what? Now that you mention it, I do think I remember Jeremy mentioning something about that.
Like that the next wave is like takes place. There was something about that. I can't remember.
I'll have to go back and look through, because I'm looking through a lot of Jeremy's posts, because again, he's mostly the one that'll paste like post the excerpts from the books. So again, in gearing up for doing these more refined Legions class, those are key elements, because that's one of those few sources of lore I can get. But you're right, I do think I remember saying that, like a little time hopping going on. But that's
there was a note about like after the battle of something, or so, like it was one of those sort of like just Easter egg references where they kind of they almost sort of put a flagpole in and said like this takes place post all the waves that we've done before, and people were like, wait, but how does that work with the lore? And you know, but what about the figures that we still want you to make that are sort of referenced in the bios and stuff? So I don't know, it's interesting. It just sort of goes to show that even if they don't make, you know, the lore very sort of explicitly, you know, thorough and detailed, that behind the scenes they're clearly aware of sort of what their canon is, whether that canon gets shared with everybody else or whether they allow people to have their own head canon. Will remain to be seen based on what we get from this book or these two books. They've said that they're doing two books basically. So
that's funny, because I was just watching a YouTube video last night about that. I didn't know about the book or anything, but it was just two guys that were just talking back and forth, and one guy's just real into the lore and everything, and the other guy collects and just makes his own lore in his head. And they're talking about those books coming out. The one's real excited for it. The other one's like, oh, whatever, because I just display my figures.
Won't change.
These
Won't
are my
change
good guys, and these are my head canon, and just making up stuff. So cool to be able to do all that with mythics too. And I'm excited to give me some more to do some pop and swaps too. I was kind of started to do a video last night, and my son was too loud playing video games, but I'm just opening them up, looking. I'm like, ooh, I could actually pop and swap these around. It's gonna be fun if we get to it.
You know, like I said, that
I
was
watching you tonight too. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, like I started off with a figure that looked kind of like this guy, and then I just kept adding on and taking parts because, again, like the whole reason I wanted that deluxe Legion builder set, from the reason I was willing to pay the price that I paid for that figure was because all the extra pieces I knew I could apply to cheaper figures like the regular Legion builder, and then it's like, boom, now I've got distinct looking orcs using completely different parts, and I didn't have to buy I had to buy 2 figures. And honestly, now technically I still got enough parts left over. I could just go try to find on eBay a torso and a set of legs, and then I could still build like a whole nother orc out of everything.
That's what I was thinking about too the other day. I was like, oh man, eventually you just get some bodies, like you said, torsos and stuff. You can just start slapping stuff on there, extra heads, all the armors and everything.
Yeah, and you totally will see on eBay too. Like there are people that are just parting it out. Like
I've seen
they just part it out.
I've seen it already.
So I'm definitely and that's also again part of the reason why like I was buying stuff, you know, for the upcoming Necronominus wave and the All-Star 6 was like there's a lot of I just showed like I want to build this, so I made sure to get an extra Terpiculi. I went ahead and pre-ordered the skeletal horse again, and then considering they've got like that heads pack that's coming too, right? Like that was using the Terpiculi head because they didn't announce the heads pack until after they got like that gorilla skull coming out, you know, kind of thing. There's an orc skull. You can pop those on there, and that'll. Oh no, you know what? Because the centaur's brute scale, isn't he? So that may not fit on. Either way, I've still got options because the heads pack is a definite because I've got like a couple of the undead Legion builders coming because I was like that. And then there's even more boners to come out that I'm going to buy too, like the Viking skeleton. There are a lot of boners coming out next year from this.
Boners, the bone.
All the bones. Damn bones.
Can I change the topic? No.
If you keep it short.
Lawrence did that first, right? Tonight?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a new added rule to the drinking game. If we want to switch gears, we got to actually say, can you switch? You got to ask permission first.
I appreciate it. It was cute. Earlier you were talking about the comic book, and that reminds me of something that we say a lot about the AWOC comic book. But today, I didn't quite get to watch it all because I was streaming on. I got to be on Toy Habits today, which I was actually really, really, really happy about and excited about because I love those guys. They're like they're the best. So I didn't get to actually watch fully yet. Jason on Shartimus's. Shartimus, he was on there today. I kind of fast forward to when they started talking about the Kickstarter, but it struck me, and this is something that I've always appreciated. And I feel like, Adam, we haven't done the best of like kind of communicating this piece, and maybe it's awkward because he's there or whatever. But you know, Shartimus and Sentry are talking to him, and they're kind of like, "Wait, so this all came from a comic book?" And like, "Oh, okay, so like, who did you work with to make the comic book?" He's like, "Well, I mean, I wrote it." Right, and they're kind of like, "Wait, oh, you wrote it? You wrote the comic book? Yeah. Oh, yeah." And I worked with an artist for the second one. And then, you know, like, "Oh, who comes up with the characters?" Like, "You did that?" And like, "Oh," and then it came up again, like him doing the Paint Masters. Like, "Wait, you do that too?" And they're just like genuinely like, "Holy shit, man! Like, you do a lot of crazy things."
I keep saying Jason is like wildly underestimated.
Yeah,
because he comes across as like kind of a bumbling doofus sometimes.
Oh, he's
just like. Because his brain just works differently, and that's like he's like his creative output is unbelievable and undeniable.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
He did all the Paint Masters for the Nacelle Biker Mice from Mars.
Yeah, and some other things as well.
Yeah.
And it's like but then it was neat to sort of see Shartimus and Sentry. Sentry's like crazy talented with his photography and the stuff that he pulls off. But you know, Shartimus went and he did his line, and I know he had to work with folks, like working with Dave Vonner, and he had his ideas for like a comic, and it was just interesting to sort of see him go like, holy crap, do that. And I thought it was a really cool kind of moment. I was like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, it was neat to kind of see that. And you know what's funny is because the night before on Wade's on Parallel Universe, it was a very similar thing. You just kind of, and that's what I was actually hoping to get those two in particular together, because I feel like they could vibe, right? Like they both went through a similar experience. Talking about Wade, of creating these figures and going through it, and you know, obviously, I'm trying to help push AWOC and Jason's work, and I feel like it was nice to kind of see him get a certain level of like recognition and respect in the venue, you know, where like it was cool for the people who are watching, who watch Shartimus and Sentry every week or whatever, you know, or same with Wade, to be like, oh shit.
From an outside point of view, let me put it to you this way, right? Like, I know, like, Jason has done a lot for the Sparrow line. He's more than just the owner of the brand, right? And a lot of people don't understand that part about him. In a way, it's really nice that he's humble about it, but in a way, I think it'd be really beneficial to have that promoted more. And not in the way that, like, you know, Bobby Vela does it, where he's a gatekeeper and doesn't want anybody else to, you know, he wants to make sure everybody else knows that he's done the whole thing by himself, whereas Jason, like, you know, not like that. So, but when people find out about that stuff, right, and like you said, Jason comes off online on streams, and maybe it's just the way he is on streams, because like when I talked to him at PowerCon, he didn't seem as bumbling talking to him at PowerCon as he does like when he's on streams, right? Like when I talked to him at PowerCon, it was just like, you know, he was just a chill, relaxed dude. It was like completely different, right? And so I don't know if it's just like stream, you know, anxiety or what it is, right?
Just streams, yeah. It's just
I think he's worried his internet's gonna shit out on him any
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean, right? Because like when I talk about PowerCon, we were joking around, laughing. He was, you know, swinging around the hammer or whatever the hell it was there, and it was like, you know, he was having a great time, you know. And what's his name was there? His username on IG is Nowhere Man. I think his name's Steve, right? Is that his name?
Derek,
yeah. Derek was there. We were all just joking around, laughing and stuff. And he was not the guy that you see on the streams, right? Talking about eating your rice and beans. I mean, he still jokes like that, but not.
He said it. Like he's ADHD. Like I see this with students all the time. Like, you just said it. He's standing around talking to people. There's a ton of noise everywhere, right? And he's swinging a hammer. Oh, you want to say that? Great. Yeah. Now I'm in like, to us, we're having a conversation loud, but like I'm in this room by myself. Like I think that's why he needs that flashing light, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like I can totally see that. Yeah, he's
I mean, it really is like inspired, like the amount of stuff that he is able to do. And you know, and I've said this before, like I think people underestimate like how much he does and how efficient he is and how clever he is.
Well,
and
ADHD is a superpower if you can harness it. That's the
and
problem.
he does. But it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't always come off that way. Like you know, it's people see Jason talk about Animal Warriors of the Kingdom and they go, well, how hard could it possibly be to have a toy line? What they don't understand is that like he's got so much going on in the background, but he doesn't talk about it, and he doesn't like it's not a like you said, he doesn't self-promote like
he doesn't even act like he knows the AWOC sometimes, like some of the stuff that's going on in his own toy line, right? That's how he acts. But then you know that's not the real deal, right? It's just like
it's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, he's just fooling us all.
Yeah.
No, he's amazing, and it's absolutely. It's a pleasure to get to sort of pick his brain sometimes. and sort of try to figure out how it works. And I still, I talk to the guy every day, and I still have no idea how he comes up with some of the stuff that he comes up with. It's remarkable.
Yeah. So I wanted to switch gears here a little bit, not about
wait
this.
a minute,
but I
wait
have
a minute, wait a minute.
You have to ask.
Did you ask to change this topic?
Declarative. We need more inquiry.
May I please change topic?
Proceed.
Sure.
Now I can't remember what I wanted to change it to. No. So earlier tonight we were talking about cowboy lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see the new cover for Toy Collector magazine with their new reveal from the
Cowboys of Moo Mesa.
Right?
Cowboys of Moo Mesa?
Cowboys
From the
of Moo Mesa.
From the old toy line?
Yep.
Yep. Coming back.
Is it Nacelle?
Yep, it's Nacelle. They're doing it
Yeah, they're
again.
building
It's
out that
part of
whole universe.
fleshing it out in droves. How great is that, right? Because I know ever since I've started getting involved with this, you know, there's not a lot of people, but there's always at least that one person hanging out in the chat that's like, anybody want to see some Cowboys of Moo Mesa? like it's always back there. Like he sits next to the guy who wants the food fighters to come back, right?
Have you guys seen those 9 to 5 warriors? Like it's like office supplies version of that. They're great.
I thought somebody was making the food fighters.
Functional office supplies.
They made a version of it. I can't remember what it's called though, but I think you're right. I think that somebody did make something.
Geek Dad Life did something on them like a year ago or so.
Yeah.
But did you guys know that that one, at least I think it's a tape dispenser, is actually a functional tape?
It's functional. Yeah. You can put a roll of tape in the figure's chest.
That's awesome.
Put it on your desk.
That's beautiful. I love that.
I'd have my office stacked.
Just
with that
something
kind of stuff.
fun,
That's
right?
genius.
Something fun you got to do. I'd love to have a whole desk office supply of just toys that are functional. But and somebody in the chat earlier asked about like the difference between these two. Actually, it might have been last night on Lawrence's Punk's Pit, but
one likes Prince and the other one not so much.
I'm pretty sure one is resurrected Prince. Like I'm pretty sure one's just reincarnated. There's new king.
I feel the one on the left is more Prince. The one on the right is maybe.
The repaint, the retailer one to me is like so much more fun. Like the flame effects just stand out more. You know, the green against the orange rather than sort of orange on
contrast,
orange.
Which
purples.
just works.
Embrace
more haunting.
That
It's
color
more
and
haunting
that illustration more.
Yeah.
That's where I think they figured something out. And that's why, like, with Poxus, man, those characters, dope. Yeah.
The colors like really pop. Like pretty much up until more recently, the colors have been kind of muted, in my opinion. Like there are a couple of standout characters. Don't get me wrong. It's not like they haven't done a brightly colored character here and there. But I think Poxus just brings it full force. Like, hey, here are these drastically brightly colored figures.
And I think it's Poxus and this.
Yes. Cosmic that did it. But I just wanted to pop these up here on screen real quick since I was taking that deep dive into the Four Horsemen's posts from the last year.
Yeah.
And I came across this and I was like, oh, how can I get that like full screen to actually really show off that detailed difference?
So Oz, is the neckerchief on the original one just gray or is it a lighter purple?
It is
it's a darker purple.
Yeah, it's not
a more vibrant on the repaint.
I mean, a duller color. Purple.
Yeah, it's definitely duller. Like they might have put a wash on it or something.
But for the most part, the original is black.
Yeah,
it's definitely more leaning in that it's the Mythic Legions kind of class. Like it's got to be a little bit more muted, a little bit more. It's the Zack Snyder version, and then on the other side, it's the MCU version.
It moves slower.
He's got all the black of this character, right?
Yeah.
Like the original one. Valak, it's that dark black, right? And then they kind of gave like the retail exclusive one. these little pops of color, like the purple pouches and stuff. But even then, Valak's purple stands out way better than the purple and even the second Headless Horseman. But the green, because it adds that bright contrast to even the purple they use is kind of dark. That bright orange at the top and then the brighter green behind it just really makes that freaking figure pop. And that's why, to me, that's just... I guess I've said it several times, man. They took this amazing figure here, which I fell in love with and I thought was just incredible. And then they somehow bore into my head and said, okay, what would Oz say could make this figure better since he holds this first one in such high respect? And then they said, all right, we're going to make him spend more money on it. And I did. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm never upset about it. And I encourage everybody, if you can, or if you are in a place to, get both. Not if you don't need to get both. If you are in a place to and you can, you should, because they are just so great. Like even seeing that picture right there of them standing right next to one another, looking at one another, I'm like, that is a really cool picture.
I just realized we were talking about these the whole time and it's sitting here. But
yes,
you know, I won't pull them out. But when I say, at least to my eye, that it's Mythic Legion's quality, just the level of scope, and you can kind of see just even.
The paint app too.
Yeah, it. When you see this thing in front of you, you're like, whoa! And again, this is like their first stab at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the boar.
Better.
The boar is
that
great.
actual foam that's packed in?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
It's like a speaker, man.
Yeah, they spared no expense on this thing.
It's like a mic case. Oh my god, that's hilarious! It's like a mic case, and I was joking about that a little bit, and then I put this to my ear. It's like silent on this side. It's so weird sounding.
Because it's so muted. That's amazing.
Yeah, it just sucks all the sound out. I don't get the sound of the room anymore.
Because you don't want that sound pollution all over your toys. It just ruins the plastic.
Like this is that I think this is why I trip out on some of these things that are coming out of these companies that they sell stuff on 5K. Like this is a tiny little plug to just cover, like, if you take out the armor, you don't see the hole. And it's like those level of details is clearly somebody cares and is putting it in there, like a real
somebody
chain.
gets the science of not breaking the sculpt. Like if you're going to spend that much money in sculpting and tooling, find ways to make sure that you, when you have little gaps and stuff like that, find a way to fill it so that there's no break. I will say that's kind of one of those other things with the Mythic Legions that, you know, and real quick, Brick, I'm just going to pull you down so I can pop this up, right? Whenever we come to the back of this orc, we don't have plugs for this. And I mean, mind you,
especially the back middle square one. But both of them are a little weird.
Yeah, and it's like no matter what you do, your figure's got that on the back. There's no plugs to pop in there. So as much as they make sure not to break the sculpt anywhere else on the figure, and that could be part of why they don't do all the articulation, they're just cool with these gaping holes in the back. But it's all part of that system that does make them fun, right? Because now I can plug a turtle shell into his back. I'll put a little back adapter on him so I might be able to pop these wings in versus those wings in and have a flying orc, because that's what we need.
I think part of the problem with that, though, is that, like, in history wise, people, when they pose their figures, pose them facing forward, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, everybody, there's like a whole lot of people that are just doing figure collecting for photography and stuff, right? So it's like a lot of companies haven't caught up to that yet. A lot of companies haven't caught up to that yet.
Yeah. Well,
they
and the
look great
way
on the shelf facing forward, but now that everybody's using them for photography, it's like, ooh, there's a big hole there.
Well, the way Trevor shoots the photography for the Four Horsemen, I don't think they really care what anybody else is shooting for their photography because he's so good.
I'll tell you that Zezre Gladiator is probably one of the best figures I have for actually photography. I mean, there's
yeah, those are amazing.
You can't see the joints. You can't see the gaps in that figure at all. No holes.
Yeah, these things are fantastic.
Yep.
I love Zezre.
Yep.
I'm gonna duck out, guys.
Yeah,
Good night,
probably
Adam.
gonna
Yeah,
wrap
it's
it
my time
up
to call it.
Yeah, I think
I'll see you in about 12
Yeah,
hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Later, Adam.
I'll
See you guys.
See you guys in 12 hours too.
Let me bring this guy in before. I gotta say, justice for Masterverse, because the sculpt on this, even the way it moves, I just feel like it's criminally ignored and underrated.
It is because it's not Battle Cat.
Nah,
When did they?
it's
When did
that.
they
It's
release
not-
the articulated?
It's not classics. It's not a lot of things that see our
So-
conversation earlier.
Yeah. The the Four Horsemen did the first articulated battle. No, that's not true because the 2000X one was.
I don't think we're gonna get Panther.
That was Four Horsemen anyway. But yeah, so Four Horsemen started articulating with the 2000X line into classics, but this is not Four Horsemen. This is just whoever Mattel had working on Masterverse, and I'm not sure who because they don't credit their sculptors on their boxes.
I mean,
but I agree with Brick. At first, I was not a big fan of the look of this toy until I started seeing the breakdown of the articulation. I think it's phenomenal. The only thing that I don't like is that, and again, this is just me personally, I wish we had another head to swap out to be a little bit more fierce so that maybe I could have this amazing cat without the cringer face, which again, everybody always wants.
Yeah.
Right. Like
I agree
everybody
with you.
always wanted the cringer face, but I wish we had a head swap.
Yeah, this head is like, ooh.
Yeah, that's a kitty cat head.
And it really would just take a couple of strokes, get rid of these
Not much,
eyebrows.
right.
Yeah, if you put some fierce eyebrows on there, you'd probably have a little bit meaner of a look.
Yeah, and don't give me that black illustrated thing on it. But it's cool,
It's still a great toy.
And I'm one of the few people I don't know. I always say that we never know actual numbers. But I love this thing. I really love the redesign. But that's just it's like a bird, like a sci-fi bird.
I like the way that helmet is sculpted compared to the old style one for sure.
It looks like something that would
it looks
be
like a
used
Tyrannosaurus.
That's what I always said, like a
Triceratops.
Tyrannosaurus with the shielded kind of look to it.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for good mounts and steeds, so I don't know. I everything says don't go into that dragon.
Yeah.
And I've already got I've said my dragon's that Arctic dragon for Cyberzoic, so I don't mind that it's smaller.
Briscoe was asking here, Brick, if you could put the Mythic Legions fig or that horse next to the wolf for a size comparison. And if I remember correctly, way back when you did post a video with that size comparison of the wolf.
Actually, could you just bring it up? That'd be easier.
Your video?
Back in the phone. Yeah, here, I'll send you the link. Or actually, I could do it.
Yeah. If you want to present, go ahead.
Sure.
I'll pop it up there. I was going to say, I don't remember which video it was, but I remember it was a video I watched of yours.
That for the longest time was like the best performing video on the channel. I don't know if it may or may not still be, but or it might have been overtaken by like a short.
Probably.
I should just do this.
Yep.
Nope. D20.
There it is.
Oi. Okay.
Let me try to see if I can get the present screen full for this. And we'll post the link to the video too in the chat for people who want it. So you can go watch this full unboxing because it was great.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat to send.
Yeah, I haven't seen those gloves in a minute.
Me? Yeah. I missed I actually wish I do that. I every time I think about it, I was like, I'll put them on, but then I just get lazy because it's in the other room. There it is with all the gear, but there was a scene. There's a Legions figure. Cassia. And then this shout out to River Swift. This is why I do have dewbacks, because I wanted to do that someday. He dyes them.
Danny Riverswift, amazing customizer within the Legions community.
He does some crazy stuff.
So that's Power of the Force, right?
The Dewbacks are Power of the Force.
Yeah, it's
that one is Power of the Force, and the one that Adam has is Black Series.
Yes, yeah. I didn't know they made him another one. So there. Oops, sorry. The couple of different steeds. You can kind of see him there with Battle Cat. There's a slightly better shot, I think, later. But
I didn't know you had Dino Riders.
Yeah, man.
He's got King Grayskull Dino Riders.
Yeah. So there you go. There's a decent size comparison. They're very similar, and I will say that Mattel's toy moves a lot easier than this guy does. It's like this thing's super heavy, the Wolf. So it's dense, it's solid, it's great. I actually appreciate that this one is not. The Battle Cat is not. But things that you can and can't do, I guess.
Sometimes it is nicer.
Did that wolf come with more than one head, or did just have the one?
It's the one head, and then you have the mouth is
the mouth
is a jaw articulated, and there is the helmet sort of thing. Actually, very similar to Battle Cat. Now that I think about it,
definitely, yeah, it's very similar to Battle Cat.
Oh, and that was the King Grayskull is actually using another Battle Cat, a clearance Battle Cat.
Clear parts. Thank you, Brick, for bringing that up.
Yeah,
I just
man.
noticed. I was saying we're going to wrap. Oh, yeah. Just noticed it popped up before we were going to get ready to shut things down here. So definitely links on the screen, folks. Definitely go check it out. It is in the live chat. But it's a great video kind of showing the comparison size for these D20 scale with the other 6-inch collector's lines that we're all loving right now. And they work very well with it. There's also a video for a boar, and you need to go check that out too. Especially if you're into the Horde, like we're talking about tonight. Dire wolves and boars, come on. That's what these orcs ride. All right, folks, we're calling it quits for the evening. We've been going for 7 hours. Not our longest stream ever, but long enough.
I think it's the longest I've been on.
Has it been? No, I thought you were with us for the 9-hour one. No, you weren't here for the whole one. That wasn't it. Yeah.
And I was standing the whole time.
Well, it's good.
My longest is with Ed still.
There you go.
He likes me better, Oz.
Hey, you know what?
For some reason, that's my highest viewed too. My highest
Very
viewed.
nice.
Live this one is with Ed. Maybe because I was on the whole time. I don't know.
Probably. Somebody's like, wait a minute, what did these assholes talk about for this long? I'm pretty sure that's why people tune in here. But hey, if they're going back and watching tonight's episode, they're going to have a lot of really great conversations, a lot of fun parts. It's been a great night.
It's been a great stream.
Thank you all for being here this evening. And you know what, guys? We'll catch y'all tomorrow. It's going to be another busy day in ToyTube. So see you all then in next week.